My face! Oh, I didn't actually load my face. That's why it's not there. I'm invisible! Alright. Technical difficulties as usual. There we go. So, I know all of you have been asking, how long until Lily strikes the stream? But I have an idea. In my research on copyright strikes, I have come to believe that if there's already some sort of copyright thing on a video, you can't copyright strike it. And a lot of the music I play on stream has revenue sharing. It's a new thing YouTube does, where if you play a song with revenue share turned on, your ad revenue will automatically be split with that artist.
FNAFNoob21 sent a super chat. Like Sunstone said, let's take this bully down.
Yeah, I'm bullying the bullies. Is what I do best. We all know it. We all know it. I'll let this next one come through, and then I'm pausing the supers.
Wilkins Coffee sent a super chat. Hey Carl. Hey, guess what? Chicken butt.
Guess what? Chicken butt! I used to be able to do a better, what's his... Borak? From fucking Space Ghost. Anyway! So... I'm going to play a few songs that have revenue sharing on while we start the stream. And hopefully, Lily won't be able to copyright strike it. So we're going to start with our new pal Shabuzi, whose music I've been enjoying a lot lately. A few of his songs have revenue share, including this one, which I kind of like this one better than Bar Song. So here we go. We're gonna play some music. I'll let the supers come in.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Is the fandom in the room with us?
Yeah, right. She's talking about, oh, fandom hysteria, and we barely know anything about this series yet. So, shut up. We'll see.
Prince01 sent a super chat. It's Lorchin Time, baby.
Yes, it's Lorchin Time. I like when Lorch said it was Lorchin Time, and Lorch's all over those guys.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Guess who got DA2 and Inquisition on a Steam sale?
I love that I've gotten so many people into Dragon Age now that the series is completely dead. That's just my kind of luck, isn't it? Yeah, rest in peace, Space Ghost. The VA died recently. Kaiser, I'm not gonna make a patented new stream introduction like 5 minutes before stream. He wants me to do like a Zim introduction. Anyway, so I thought we'd look at Lily's fanfiction first while my copyrightable music plays. Because if you didn't know, Lily has been writing an Avatar The Last Airbender fanfic. For reasons I don't understand, other than to do more, you know, really close sisters shenanigans, which is exactly what it fucking is. So, let's get that up. Oh, we got one more super coming.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Woke up with cramps and PMSing. Somehow. This is Lork's fault.
Yeah, I'm
face emoji.
kind of in
emoji.
kind of in the same boat, only it's beyond PMS now. Sucks, I've had a headache all day, but I'm here for you guys. Anyway, this is Lily's WordPress that she doesn't use anymore, where she uploaded, like, the first 2 Avatar Neva chapters. One thing I noticed is she's turned off playback on third-party websites, so now none of the videos on her WordPress work anymore. She's abandoned it.
Sent a super chat. She 100% stole her video from We're Not Alive.
You think so? Did they make a similar video on this upcoming Avatar 7 Havens?
Bodied Arm sent a super chat. Psy using revenue sharing music to prevent copyright strikes from Lily has the same energy as the SpongeBob drawing the sea bear circle.
I mean, I don't mind sharing my ad revenue with music I like to play. I am perfectly okay with that. YouTube's selling music licenses too now. Please, yes, let me just pay $5 to play the music I want. It'd be so great. Yeah, the Dire Gentleman guys. The Dire Gentleman guys.
John Williams sent a super chat.
Too,
look at Lily's fanfic, Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention.
Yeah, it must be some sort of violation of the Geneva Convention. It has to be.
Silver Star Strike sent a super chat.
Thank you. I don't know why it was blank, or it might have been a sticker. They get fire weird sometimes. I wish you could put stickers on screen on YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Make cooler shit.
Sent a super chat. We straight streaming cutting straight through the cringe. Haha. This ain't nothing to us, man. Sunflow.
If only I could rap. I'm just tragically too white.
Geckering sent a super chat. YouTube didn't notify me this is Lork's doing.
Yes, it is, it is. I need to implement better bots on my Discord, too, to inform people of streams. I tried a couple and they didn't work very well, so... I don't know, I'll get to it again sometime. Oh, Kaiser has sent me something, as usual. It's traditional for the stream. He took my, my comments, and if I would be any Charlie Brown character, it would probably be Lucy, to heart. I said because Lucy's a bitch. So, yeah, I would probably be her. There's Lily's video. We're not getting into that yet. So, Michaela also has all the Avatar Neva stuff on her account. And, you know, despite the fact that, according to Lily, you can just type in, ban this person because they're trans, Michaela's blog is still here, and she doesn't have me blocked. That's odd. But here we are. Maybe she wants attention. There's 00 Ren's art again, this person who is, like, far more talented than anybody in Lily's circle who gives Lily free art for some reason. So we can look at all this, yeah, it's completely normal for sisters to sit like this, guys. Completely normal.
Dominic Leota sent a super chat. Someone came up with an idea for an Avatar story where 4 benders unite to defeat the new Avatar who is using their powers to take over the world.
That would be a cool new twist on it, I think.
Luke's just sent a super chat. My first super chat here.
Hey!
Any chances on covering P. Taxton?
Maybe in the future. I'm gonna have to look at her videos to see if there's anything I could cover or make interesting. That's like the Leo problem, you know?
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Raise your hands if you were personally victimized by Lily's fanfiction.
We're all about to be
raised hand emoji.
personally victimized by it, because I'm gonna read some of it before we start the video.
Not here sent a super chat. Welcome to Zombo. This is Zombo. You can do anything with Zombo. This is Zombo. Welcome to Zombo.
We'll have to have a Zombocom break later after we read the fanfiction. It's only fair.
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Woodstock is the best. He won the boat race.
We all decided Krim is Woodstock. I told him that was a compliment.
Silver Star Strike sent a super chat. I didn't know she made Avatar fanfic. Thanks for curse knowledge.
Oh, you're about to get even more curse knowledge than that. We're gonna look at it. I haven't read much of it because it's so boring.
Starvolt Nexus sent a super chat. What will Lily do if we find out the missing twin is a boy?
Yeah, because nobody knows, actually. For sure. There's a bunch of fake art out there I discovered trying to make my fucking thumbnail. I found the one piece of real art.
Illustrated sent a super chat. Can I get thy word of comfort time my cat passed recently? Cat emoji, praying gesture emoji, 2 hearts emoji.
That's always sad when you lose a cat. I've had cats my entire life, ever since I was a baby. And you know, you always miss them when they pass, and then you always get another one and do it to yourself all over again, so look forward to that part, I guess. I know how it is, though. I still miss my last 2 cats, and they passed away in, like, 2018, you know?
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. I feel like the new Avatar series is going to suck.
Yeah, me too. We'll get into that more when we get to Lily's video about why people are concerned about this series. We're gonna talk about her fanfic first.
Stardust sent a super chat. I recommend Pinkcord Bot. Easy to use, reliable.
Oh, okay. I'll look that one up. Pinkcord, okay. There's so many out there, it's hard, you know?
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. I saw Lily time someone out of her chat for saying water and apples are better than caffeine.
I mean, all 3 of those together are fantastic. You should have all of them. But I'm a caffeine addict.
Signboard sent a super chat. I saw the TV tropes for her Star Wars fanfic and it glazes TF out of it. BCOFC it does.
Oh god. I'm gonna have to tell Anthony about that for a secret project.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. If the twin is a boy, Lily on meltdown mode.
I know, Lily on watch. So I'm gonna go over the premise of her fanfic a little bit, and we're gonna read some of it. I've got the supers paused for the moment, so if yours doesn't come through, don't panic. I will get to them. There's been complaints. Did you send me a stream, a game key? Thank you. I'll have to find out what that is later. I hope you got it somewhere reputable, Kaiser, and you don't get your cards stolen. Thank you. I know our fucking money exchange is ridiculous right now, isn't it? What was I saying? Anyway, so this is, I always forget which is which. This is Neva and Lavi. They are sisters. Neva is the Avatar, and she's like a fucking nervous wreck who can't function without her older sister with her at all times. And the older sister is constantly sacrificing her romantic relationships because her sister doesn't like them. But it's not weird, guys. It's not weird, guys. Not weird at all. No, 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 no. So we are going to read some of the fanfic. I might let a couple of, super chats come. I think this is the first one. Oh. These were all reblogged from Lily. I see. I see. Are they all gone? Oh, no, it's... Oh. I was gonna say, it could be because Lily has me blocked, but... Okay, I guess we can't read any of these other ones because... I thought they were all still here. I guess we'll just... Good, that cuts down on the ones we can read. Because she only has 2 of them up. I wonder if she re-uploaded any of them on Blue Sky. You know, I'll let the supers come through while I check.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Works forcing the office to work 50+ hours for tax season. At the very least, your streams provide relief and the OT provides extra cash for super chats.
I'm going to have to file my taxes soon, actually.
Jared Bear sent a super chat. Lily will just cope the twins trans, she'll be fine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, probably. She's already doing that with Digimon, isn't she? What is it? CD Call or Call Me CD? That's hers.
Ravi sent a super chat. Turns out I had more cash. Have some lunch money.
Thank you. Okay, I've been blocked by Lily. Whatever, we'll just read the first one. And we'll switch to the other music
sent
list.
A super chat, telling that you have to specify their sisters.
Yeah, and even in the story, she has it that all the newspapers are like putting out rumors that they're a couple or that they're fucking and they're sisters and they're fucking, and they're like, why does everyone think we're like this? It's like, it's such an obvious fucking fetish. I mean,
Bean sent a super chat. Who could have seen this coming?
Indeed, who could have seen Lily being weird about sisters coming? It's every single fucking thing she ever writes. You know, she has to turn one of the characters into a sister.
Sofakrams sent a super chat. Take a shot every time you hear it early. I messed with this TTS for an hour to make it say it early exactly the way Lily does.
Good, amazing. Good effort.
Gaggering
Hate
sent
how
a
she
super
says
chat.
it too.
Lily can only write one kind of character dynamic, huh?
Yeah.
Codependent sisters.
Yeah, enmeshed sisters. That's her new favorite word. Enmeshment.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. The more I think Cabot Lily reminds me a lot of Hassan.
Of who? Oh, Hassan.
You know,
okay, I had to read
sent
that
a super
one.
Chat. Wait, Lily likes Digimon? Damn IT.
She says she does because Michaela does, to show she actually respects something that her wife likes, but... yeah.
Chipmanly93 sent a super chat. Hooray, we're fed.
You're welcome. I'll let the few. Oh god, we have so many supers coming. I'm just gonna let them play before I read this.
Super chat. Fruit site has a few vignettes archived as well.
Oh, it does. That's true. But I'm lazy. So only torture you guys with the opening one.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat. Lily can't not help herself with sisters.
No, she can't. My writing advice is don't do what Lily does. I'll probably critique the writing as we go on, so that could be some writing advice for today.
Boopta Flute sent a super chat. I really hope she hates it. That shit would be fun.
I know. Well, it'd be interesting. I haven't watched the video. I always go in blind. I've just heard a few things about it. But it sounds like she's, like, defending Korra.
Strablight Stab sent a super chat. Good or bad, it's still better than Lily's writing.
That's true. That's true. You could be the worst writer in the world and you'd still be better than Lily. Oh, young girl, man, I think we know what weird monster she's got in her head to make her write this kind of shit. You know? I mean, I've said before, as much as people criticize me for going after Lily's media stuff, It's what makes me believe her sister's allegations.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Wanna see the TV tropes for her Avatar fic?
Yes, actually, link that, please, because I'm bored. we'll look at that, too.
Igor sent a super chat. You're not missing much on the blue sky, it's mostly boring political stuff she probably parroted from her brother.
Right, because she constantly forgets that she's fucking Canadian. Anyway, so while we wait for, because I'm bored to, link that, or I'll find it later. Let's see. Coming home was a strange experience for Neva. It had been 10 years since she and Lavi fled from their village. She was a completely different person now, coming back to the place where she'd been cripplingly anxious and prone to bouts of explosive, dangerous earthbending. Felt like stepping back through time. Yeah, so I know there's like a thing where like, Lavi is so devoted to her that, she even puts up with like, Neva constantly breaking all of her bones all the time. It's really fucking disturbing, actually. Oh, what did Hazuruki send me? We get something good here. Alright. Oh, it's the same one I'm reading right now, so... Unless you have more. Damn it, I don't want to sign in Tumblr on the OBS thing. Alright, I'll let the supers come through real quick.
Not Here sent a super chat. Hallelujah, it's raining men, hallelujah, it's raining men, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor.
That would be an interesting mashup, actually. Thank you for throwing a rock.
Alcida sent a super chat. I've been following your channel since your Duncan Meshy live chat.
Hey!
Why is Lily in all the fandoms I'm in? And she always has the worst takes possible. You're doing God's work.
It's like she likes to go into fandoms and just be shitty and say insane bullshit, you know?
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Lily Orchard Works equals the Tide Pod Challenge for writers.
Yeah, or she's just the result of the Tide Pod Challenge writing, yes.
Brit sent a super chat. Lily weaves her real beliefs and desires into her fictional content and uses it to normalize things to her audience. She is the exception to the rule.
Yep, I completely agree. Like, you can see the allegations against her in her own writing.
Krusty_Krabby sent a super chat. Tip for listening to Lily's inane ramblings. If she says it's bad and has made a video on it, watch it for yourself. She's more than likely wrong.
Well, see, this property isn't even out yet, and I didn't do her other Korra video because I haven't rewatched Korra. I still haven't gotten around to that. So I'm going to be going on my own memory when she talks about Korra in this video, but I suspect she is as well. And I'm actually going to switch music lists now that I'm done with my revenue shared music. Here we are.
Vex Fidel sent a super chat. Lork made earthbending sound like diarrhea.
I had a bout of explosive earthbending. Oh, is that what you're calling it these days? Yeah.
Kendall sent a super chat. Oh waiter, more Lily nonsense please.
Well, you'll be getting it as soon as this next super chat from It's Bahama goes, and I'm pausing them again, okay? Thank you, though, for all of your support. I really do appreciate it. I'm trying to strike a balance here.
sent a super chat. You know Sai has coincidentally been streaming on Wednesday every Wednesday for the past 100 years. What are the odds?
Where's the Ember Island players when you need them?
Hello? Oh, good. Now there's a parrot for me to hallucinate. That was loud. Okay, I'm gonna go turn that one down real quick. Let me go into the... Alright, I'll let the supers play while I go fix that. Damn it, every time I add
Wonder
something...
Platinum sent a super chat. Long time watcher. First time chatter. Here's $10 for being a based Claymore appreciator.
Thank you.
They just announced a live action from CBS and one of the Netflix Death Note producers frown.
Oh, they're gonna ruin it! No!
Majin Lifestyle sent a super chat. So what's the skinny on this? Did Lillian make an article or video?
She made a video about people's feelings on the upcoming Avatar series, which we barely know anything about.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Turns out there is no TV Tropes Avatar Neva page frown.
Really? There's one for her Star Wars fanfic, but not that. Even her fans don't care. That's incredible. Anyway, I'm gonna go turn down that parrot But I guess that's gonna be Twitch's version of a super chat. Was that viewer attack? It was probably viewer attack, right? They keep adding all this weird shit. Talking parrot. For 200 bits, you can add a parrot message that I can't even stop from playing with the super chats.
Clyde sent a super chat. I know we're Lorchin today, but I just want to say thank you for launching me down the Dragon Age rabbit hole.
Yes.
Almost done with Dragon Age 2.
Yes! It is funny that Dragon Age 2 was the most reviled when it came out. It is now, like, objectively the best one in the entire series. Again, I'm getting people into Dragon Age now that it's fucking dead. It's great. It's wonderful. I love it. Anyway, so yeah, if you can send a talking parrot. You can also send an airplane with its own message. That's another one that's in here. I know. Where is it, actually? I can probably do a demonstration. There it is. That one's 400. I guess I'll keep it that way, though. So, come on, play it. Oh, here we go. So let me demonstrate the airplane. You can also do to make a message. That one's pretty funny.
Awesomeness. Sent a super chat. Sigh. You and these magical ass birds.
Yeah, they keep adding these weird fucking noisy birds and they jump scare me. God damn it, viewer attack. I never check if there's any new ones before stream. That's my fault.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Lork has her own TV Tropes page. Maybe I can link it as a substitute. Not her fix. A TV Tropes page of herself.
We're gonna save that for something else. Ant and I might be doing something on April Fools that's slowly related, so keep an eye out for that. Anyway, we're gonna continue reading this. I got the supers pause again. Had the village always been this small? Perhaps it was just a matter of perspective. Seeing the entire world and all the wonders it had to bestow did a great deal to broaden one's horizon. So they've already been on their journey. And we just have them coming home to their slice of life, yes, of course. Besides, small was perhaps the wrong word. Cozy. That was a good word. Nothing wrong with cozy. Cozy. Compact. Nothing wrong with cozy. I'm just going to keep repeating it for no reason. Maybe a little congested. Congested is usually what you call a big city with a lot of people in it, Lily. Not a small, cozy village, but go off, I guess. Neva hummed to herself as she looked upon the village from the roof of their childhood home. Who's there? You haven't introduced the second character yet, Lily. See, I'm critiquing the writing. Here, taking in the entirety of it with a refreshing breeze brushing against her certainly felt nice. She could appreciate it best from this view, the peacefulness, the familiarity, so she just came home, immediately climbed up onto her roof, and is just standing there like a weirdo. And yet, all she could feel was a cage. Perhaps it was because this was a place of bad memories. That is a fucking terrible sentence. Of a different person, the laughingstock of her class, the girl who cowered behind her sister, who would panic and flee into the woods if more than two people tried talking to her at the same time. This might be a little illuminating of Lily's own youth, I think. Now she was different. Even upon her return, she didn't tell anyone why she'd left or where she disappeared to, so they probably don't care. She was stronger, more confident, and less agitated. All that time meditating with the airbenders did wonders for her nerves. Too bad we didn't see that. You know, there's like a rule, and even Lily herself has quoted this, that you should be showing a character at the most interesting time in their life. This doesn't seem like that. She had the peace of mind knowing if she wanted to hide, to be alone for a while, nobody could chase her. She could pin them in place if she wanted to. Oh my. Now we're gonna let some supers come through.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Wait, this fic post Cora? You'd think the Order of the White Lotus would have therapists for the Avatar to talk to so they're not codependent wrecks.
No, apparently not. Apparently, Lavi spends all her time, like, refusing to let the White Lotus train Navi at all, or Neva, or whatever the fuck her name is.
Majin Lifestyle sent a super chat. All I know is that when the new series got announced, people were mad the Portag was disabled, as if the best character in wasn't a blind girl.
Well, yeah, Korra was also disabled at one point. She had to learn to walk again, but also, I think people's biggest problem is, like, how the world has regressed, but again, we'll get into that when we get to the video, probably.
The Nearage Vito Game sent a super chat. Her Avatar 7H take will prob go the same way as her initial High Guardian Spice vid.
You think so? I mean, even she said High Guardian Spice sucked. Even Lily had to admit it.
Nerd 90 sent a super chat. Wait, Lily, try and make a cartoon now.
No, this is her Avatar fanfiction that she's been writing since last year for, again, I have no idea why. Except to just do sisters again.
Blue text white background sent a super chat. Ooh, I'm lorching it. I'm fucking lorching it. Ooh, yeah, so good.
I disavow. Unless it was supposed to be the McDonald's thing.
PQA signboard sent a super chat. The only presence Neva has on DV Tropes is it's being mentioned under the Incesty subtext trope page.
That's appropriate, yes, indeed.
Invoicing Emu sent a super chat. The more Dragon Age fans, the merrier.
Yeah, true. The fandom keeps trugging along, even with the series completely dead. We're used to it. It was dead for like 10 years, and then farted out a game.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. Have you heard about the fan theory that the current Avatar always looks like the previous Avatar's love interest?
Yeah, there's apparently some kind of, legend in, I forget which culture, that you have the face of the person you loved the most in a previous life. And you can kinda track that with the avatars a little, like, it's a cute headcanon. I don't think it's on purpose, but it's a cute headcanon. Anyway, let's see, let's see, oh, she's doing a Barbie, She slid off the roof and floated gently to the ground. From where she was perched, she could see her old teacher's home. Master Fala had tried to teach her earthbending, but she'd been so anxious that she was a poor student at best. Okay. Maybe I should show him what I've learned, she smiled. Smiled is not a mode of speech, Lily, but...
Hazaki Kintai sent a super chat. Avatar leveling.
This is some power leveling, yeah. She walked down the road toward her old master's house. Well, perhaps not walked. When she was in especially high spirits, Neva had taken the gliding along small gusts of wind along the soles of her feet. Almost like a skater. Almost like a Mary Sue. As she mastered airbending, it sometimes happened without her even thinking. She's pretentious, then. Her toes finally touched the ground when she made it to Master Fala's door. Why not just float inside the house, too? With a sense of certainty, she grabbed the small knocker on the face and gave it 2 taps. Have you ever seen a door with a knocker in fucking Avatar The Last Airbender? Unless it was like a really, really rich house or something?
Weak Freak Animation sent a super chat. That the village is so small looking back part was taken from the first episode of High Guardian Spice.
It's already like a trope. It's already a cliche, you know? The Sword Master, that's a big fancy building though, Kaiser. This is supposed to be like a small rural town, you know? I remember reading this part and thinking the conversation was very strange and expository. Anyway, the door opened and she saw Fala. He was far older than the last time she'd seen him, almost like that's how time works. His hair was graying, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Can I help you, ma'am? It's me, Master Fala, Neva. Fala blinked, leaning forward slightly and narrowing his eyes. Neva? Oh, by the crust, it really is you. Fuck says by the crust? By the crust? He exclaimed, brow raising to his silver hairline. I almost didn't recognize you. Your stature is, stature is immaculate. Okay, so this old man just saw his female student for the first time in years, and his first words to her are, your stature is, well, immaculate. I can only imagine he was staring directly at her boobs as he said this.
Vex Fidel sent a super chat. I forgot by the crusting.
I know, by the crust. What the fuck, Lily? When has that ever been uttered? This reminds me of, like, Aang walking around the Fire Nation using, like, slang that's 100 years out of date. Hotman, 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 flamey-o, Hotman!
Therp Genius sent a super chat. Wait, are you currently reading a Lily Orchard fic?
Yes. Aloud?
There are feeling human beings watching this. Sigh. This is unconstitutional.
I'm a thinking, feeling human being, maybe. Turning me too, okay?
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Thank you. This has boosted my confidence as a writer.
I'm sure it would for anyone, honestly. Okay, so he just obliquely praised her boobs. Very good. Neva chuckled softly. Thanks, may I come in? Of course, Fala said, stepping aside. Where did you run off to? Me and Lavi decided to travel. Lavi and I? Did they not teach you diction with the airbenders? Neva explained. That's why she asked you for earthbending scrolls, so I could practice on the road. Ah, that makes sense, said Fala with a smile. Does it? Instead of him teaching her directly, just let her, like, teach herself with scrolls. Yeah, okay.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. By the stuffed crust, it is you. Have some pizza.
She returned to the Pizza Hut, where she used to work in her small town, and saw her old manager there.
Dakana sent a super chat. I think Sai should do a DBZA Roshi voice for Fala.
I can try. I'm not sure. I mean, that's almost kind of what I'm doing already, but... I can only really do the laugh.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. We can get information out of terrorists. W this one.
Yeah,
fire
probably.
Emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
This does break the Geneva Convention, I'm sure.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. Lily's writing be like. Hi, I'm Victory Timms. You can call me Victim for short. I was bullied at the time. I hated everyone except my heart-ass sister who devotes her whole life to me and my needs because she's a good sister.
That sounds like the opening of an Onision book, to be honest.
Boopta Flute sent a super chat. Sigh is all. If I must suffer, so should you.
Yes, we're all suffering together and you're paying me for the privilege. Thank you, everyone. Victory Timms is a good one, though. Victim for short.
Krusty_Krabby sent a super chat. After only listening to this small section, I feel like even my personal short story I wrote as a sophomore in high school is better than this dribble.
Yeah, and that's about the level Lily never graduated from,
Solar sent a super chat. Just got my first tattoo and I hope everyone is doing well
Hey,
today.
congrats.
Gotta love your Lily Steams sigh. Perfect background noise.
I hope so, anyway.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Why she no grandma good?
I don't know, maybe it's because she's a country bumpkin, but we haven't really established that anywhere else in her speech, because Lily doesn't understand character voice. Every single character she writes just talks the exact same way and sounds just like her.
CNIMF sent a super chat. Wait, new Blowge Zero B Sisters content from Lily? I need to stand by the toilet for this one.
That's, quite a strong sentiment there. Thank you. Anyway. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I'll have a lyricless song while I read this. Sorry, Floggy Molly. Sorry, everyone. Here we go. Alright. Where the fuck was I? That makes sense. You decided to not be trained by me and just take my scrolls. Yeah. Fuck. He's like Old Man Inko. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing Old Man Inko. Anyway, taking Neva's...
Sturdy as a rock. I'm pretty sure one with an anxiety attack wouldn't be able to bend at all out of the Avatar state.
This is going to be a problem. That sounded like the exact voice I'm doing. That scared me for a second.
Belroki sent a super chat. Dear God, this really does feel like Neva is a Mary Sue. She's so pretentious.
Because she is! She's got all these Sue traits so far. Oh, but guys, she has flaws. She's anxious. I bet she's a little clumsy, too. You know?
Becca Tay Bunny sent a super chat. Good God, Lily, even my fanfics are never this bad.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's somebody sent me the TV tropes.
Confused Cabal sent a super chat. I'm pretty sure this qualifies as a cognito hazard. Have some coin and best of luck, Sai.
Yeah, I mean, Lily is just a cognito hazard herself. Somebody sent me what Lily said her fanfiction TV tropes would be.
Vex
We'll look at
sent a
those
super
next.
chat. Mama Sia, I'm scared it will get sibling scaring.
Is that you, Cougar? Calling me Sia instead of Sai? Anyway, we got two more coming, and I'm gonna pause them again.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Everyone talks like her, are we sure not autistic?
No. But, I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. I am here late. I wrote a MLP Naruto crossover fanfic and somehow it's better? and I find that cringe, except the character development I gave Sakura.
Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, okay, one more from Tyler, one
Tyler
more.
Preston sent a super chat. Mary Sue.
Mary Sue, indeed. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, character voice. So there's my writing advice. Character voice is very important. A character voice means, like, what sort of words a character would choose, how they phrase things, how much or little they talk, you know how people express themselves with different vocabulary and different slang and different words in real life? You want your characters to do that too. If they all talk like exactly the same fucking person, there's no individual character voice. Also, thank you for the link, Jaden. What Inkster sent me was Lily deciding what tropes her own fanfic follows, though, so that might be funnier.
Paige Lego sent a super chat. If this was some kid or rando making a fic, who'd care? But it's the self-proclaimed queen of writing, so tomato emoji.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm a little like sniffly today. It's very rainy out today.
Brit sent a super chat. She's doing the Jedi are evil in Avatar form. She has one story every time. P.S. Us country bumpkins don't claim her.
Except she doesn't depict Neva as evil. Like, it would be one thing if Neva was an evil, selfish, bad avatar, but she's not. We're supposed to feel sorry for her. Anyway. Let's see. Vala took Neva's coat, blah blah blah. And in truth, that wasn't a bad idea. No doubt a bit of adventure helped you feel more connected to the Earth, yes? You could say that. Neva smiled. Again, smiled is not an expression of speech. Would you like some tea? Fala asked. I'd love to see if it did you any good. I'd love to hear if it did you any. But you just kind of implied that it did, and she said that it. Why are you repeating yourself? Oh, Jesus. I'd love some, and it did. I found I really connected with sandbending, actually. Oh, of course, sandbending! This thing that we just heard of just now! Fala exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Oh, you were fleeting on your feet! I should have realized. That's sandbend. Oh, that's why she could only do it on the road, because it was sand. So if you're on a paved road, you can't do it then. Is that what you're saying? What the fuck? Neva chuckled as she joined Fala at his table. It was a chance discovery, but it was the foot in the door I needed. It was a lot easier to learn with something that suited me. Why did it suit her, though? Like, this isn't even exposition, this is just incoherent. I'm sure it was, Fala said warmly as he produced a kettle from the stove and a pair of teacups alongside it before setting it all on the table. You certainly carry yourself with greater confidence, genuine confidence. People who say such a thing is easy to fake do not pay attention to one's stats. Lily, what the fuck is this sentence structure? Yeah, it's incoherent. Yeah, that's why he's Old Man Inco. Let's see. I'm doing better. Lavi spent the last 10 years coaxing me out of my shell. It took that long? It took that long! Are you sure this is not like an unhealthy codependent relationship here? What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, I got so distracted I lost my place. Well, Lavi and a few others, we've traveled all over the world. Why are we not seeing this part of the story? Where she traveled with her sister and a bunch of friends and learned to be less shy over a 10-year period. Why is the story not set here? And oh god, more stupid. Stones alive! Master Fala exclaimed. To the Water Tribes, the Fire Nation? Neva nodded. Republic City? Oh, hell no. Lavi wouldn't touch that place with a 30-yard podile. Podile.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. I admit I have the character smiled problem. Thanks Lily for reminding me that I need to fix myself with that specific thing.
Just write said with a smile. Just write said with a smile. That's all you need to do.
Maroster sent a super chat. Been lurking the past couple of streams but haven't been able to stay around for long. Love the content and your artex.
Thank you very much. I'm looking up what a podao is right now so I can inform all of you as
It's
well.
Mohammed sent a super chat. I don't know if this is insensitive, But Lily always writes victims and it's not as endearing as she thinks, they just feel pathetic and empty.
Because that's what she thinks a victim is. She thinks a victim is like a poor little whoopee who can do no wrong and just gets shit on by the world constantly. That's what she thinks.
Igor sent a super chat. When are they gonna get to the fireworks factory?
Never!
Face emoji.
Never, ever, ever does anything substantial happen in this fucking story.
Floof Boop sent a super chat. Stats? Did she gain levels?
I don't know. He didn't say stats, he said stance, but even then, it's like, he's talking about walking with confidence, but Lily
Master Disaster
really
sent
weird.
a super chat. You pause super chats just for the damn parrot.
I know, right? Just for the parrot to get me. I can't control the parrot, unfortunately. I don't know when it's coming.
Sent a super chat, because she just wants some cute moments.
Yeah, that's all. It's fine if you just write this shit for yourself, Lily, but you put it out there on the internet where it can be scrutinized, so...
Sent a super chat. You get it? Cause rocks.
Yeah, cause rocks. Cause rocks. Get Earthbenders rocks. Get it? You get it, guys? You fucking get it?
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Every time Neva talks, it sounds like she's doing the Debbie Ryan hair tuck. I feel my soul leaving. Sigh.
That's kind of how I'm like, I'm voicing her very stilted on purpose, but...
Blue text white background sent a super chat. This is a hidden gem. Keep it that way.
It's not a very good quality gem either. It's just gonna get tossed in the rock pile for somebody's driveway.
Dana_brain sent a super chat. Stones alive? By the crust? Does Lily think her earthbenders literally worship the earth?
I guess this is like shit you'd hear like a dwarf in Dragon Age say, not an earthbender.
Izanagi009 sent a super chat. Oh my god, Lily, stop propping up your Mary Sue and get to the point of the story. I don't even know why it had to be Avatar for an Yashikai slice of life and not an original work.
This is the story.
Tahuti sent
her
a
being
super
a Mary
chat.
Sue.
I hate this. Her writing is so offensively mediocre. This feels like watching a play put on by sleepy elementary school students.
We'll try to get through this one chapter, guys. We'll try.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Hope next series has glass-bending earthbenders.
I guess we'll see. I mean, wouldn't the glass just fucking shatter if you tried to, like, pull out all the little imperfections in it, though? I don't know. It needed to be heated by a firebender.
Sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. This is the writing Lily glazes herself over?
Yes. And she always has to, like, make some reference to her own writing in all of her videos, because she thinks she's so great.
Liftinia, dragon emoji, battery emoji, InfTuber, sent a super chat. My crystal vampire story sound better than this. Grimacing face emoji.
Crystal vampires? Are they vampiric on crystals, or
Lutza
what?
Flute sent a super chat. This feels like Fire Nation's propaganda.
Yeah, there you go. This is a shitty serialized story in the Fire Nation newspapers to discredit the Avatar. That's what this is. This is how the Fire Nation thinks Earthbenders talk. Stone's alive! Maybe this is an Ember Island player's play, guys. That would explain everything. Anyway, so she's gone all over the world for the last 10 years. We're not seeing any of that. Oh yeah, we need to see what a Paido is. So a Paido is one of these guys. It's like a metal rod. Why would one of these be like 30 yards long, Lily? That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone say that? You could just say pole. You could have said bow staff. It would have made more sense. Anyway. So Lappy wouldn't touch Republic City with a 30-yard podile. Neva giggled. Really? Boisterous girl like her? I would think she'd love the big city, Fala laughed. No, she likes the air temples, though, Neva smiled, again with the... Fala's brow quirked. Water tribe, Fire Nation, air temples? Why the interest in the four elements? Fala asked. If I recall, your sister wasn't a bender. Oh yeah, nobody knows that Neva is the Avatar? For some reason, is it the White Lotus has, like, they know about her? But Lavi's like, constantly chasing them away because she wants her sister all to herself. That's healthy. It's very healthy. There are still things to learn there, Neva said. She actually attached a Kyoshi warrior fan to the end of her spear, and it's great against firebenders. Specifically a Kyoshi warrior fan, because there's nobody else who uses fan weapons, right? Except the Kyoshi warriors, right? Oh god. Oh my, Fala blinked. She wasn't out picking fights with firebenders, was she? Not deliberately, Neva giggled. No, Trouble was more interested in finding us than waiting for us to find them. Turns out Trouble is seldom that patient. What the fuck is this Silver Age comic book ass dialogue? Jesus Christ. Interesting, Fala said. You know, for a moment I was starting to think that Lavi was the Avatar. Is this like a Full Metal Alchemist joke where everyone assumes that it's Alphonse who's the Steel Alchemist? No, not at all, Neva smiled. I am. Wait, so he was training her in earthbending. And he didn't know she's the Avatar. Wouldn't that be an important detail to inform him of? In order for her training to be, like, adequate. Now, there's nothing wrong with using said. People who avoid said embarrass themselves. There's nothing wrong with just saying said. But the fact that she keeps writing Neva smiled in order to indicate speech, that's the thing that sucks. Anyway. Fala choked on his tea. Thumping his fist against his chest as he cocked into his free mouth. As opposed to his mouth that wasn't free. Does he have two of them? Does this man have multiple mouths? What is happening? He looked up at Neva, whose whole face was creased with apology for her timing. I'm just doing the Inko voice for my narration now. You're serious? I was training the Avatar this whole time? Neva nodded before flourishing her hand. In her palm, Fala could see a small sphere of air gather. Droplets of water were plucked from all around them and spine around the orb. Then a string of pebbles, then finally a thin jet of fire. A small but unmistakable display of proof. A hand-sized trick that only the Avatar could do. Okay. Fala's jaw dropped out of all the people to be revealed as the Avatar after the death of Avatar Korra. Flighty little Neva was the last person he would have suspected. Well, I'll be, and she's just been fucking around for 10 years. Not telling anybody, but also being trained by the different tribes. But none of these people talked? None of these people, like, ran to the radio in Republic City and said, I trained the Avatar. Alright, I'm gonna let some supers come.
Free mouth.
Thank you, Parrot. Thank you. I'm gonna let the supers come through. And I'm gonna get some water real quick, but I will respond when I get back.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Am not dysfunctional, you're the problem for trying to help me be better. Lily writes again despite criticizing SU characters for refusing to change. Maxine McClure sent a super chat. Yes. Fire, earth, water, and sand. The Jester sent a super chat. I worked as an editor for non-native English speakers on English fanfics. This is worse than any of those.
That's amazing. Yeah, her grammar is something else, isn't it?
Wolf Titan Reading sent a super chat. I guess earthbenders take everything for grenade.
For grenade? I'm gonna have to actually read some of these. My PV screen's a little too tiny.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Lily makes me yearn for the How I Became Yours comic.
Oh, what was that again? What one was that again? That's so familiar. I should know that one.
Krusty_Krabby sent a super chat. I want a mix of air and water bending to be mist bending. Being able to turn the air into water and vice versa would be crazy to see. Or
Imagine-
alternatively, to see a firebending and airbending mixed to be literal flaming air is sick.
Well, imagine like an avatar that like fights like a ninja, using that as like a smoke bomb. It's like disappearing, you know?
Plushy Monster sent a super chat, rewatching SU because of you sigh.
Hey!
Pink heart emoji, pink heart emoji, pink heart emoji.
My channel is now just my super evil secret way to get everybody into the shit I like.
Jordan Burke sent a super chat, okay, I'm off the plane. What the hell did Diddler do now?
We are reading one of her fanfics before we go into her comparing it to the new Avatar project. It's gonna be great, guys.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat. Neva asked Phallus mild you don't have to do this every sentence.
I know, why she smiled as a way to indicate speech. Why do you keep writing that? Who told you that was okay, Lily?
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Cocking as a verb refers to raising an eyebrow?
Yes, it does. You can cock your eyebrow like you can cock a gun, you know, it's like a sudden movement into a different position. That's what cocking means, but that was just a very awkward sentence.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. Actually, I'm the Avatar Neva mewed.
She mewed. She whispered. What other terrible words could we pick?
Lisa Harder sent a super chat. Cocked.
Alright, now be mature, guys. Cocked is a real word. Lily just used it in a bizarre sentence that implies this man has multiple mouths.
Doc and Na sent a super chat. This fic is killing me. Doc and Na frowned.
Yep, you got it already. It's infecting you. You got the anti-grammar brainworms now.
Inos Valspera sent a super chat. Plot twist. The old man is a xenomorph.
That's who she's been talking to this entire time. He's drinking tea with his little mouth, yeah.
Cat without a hat sent a super chat. 2 mouths. Who are you? Dr. Zoidberg?
Maybe, if only I could do a Dr. Zoidberg impression. I can't, but if I could, he would be Dr. Zoidberg now.
Brit sent a super chat. Her writing is so much worse. She's forgotten how people interact naturally because everyone around her is too scared to do so.
Yeah, it's a good point. She doesn't interact with people in real life as much as she tries to say she hangs out with her brother. I don't think she does. She doesn't really talk to people in real life ever. She doesn't leave her fucking apartment, and all she has is her Discord kittens who are all too afraid to, like, piss her off at any given time. So she thinks this is how people interact.
Sent a super chat. A fan on a stick. What a brilliant weapon, Lily.
Yeah, right? Like, how would you even make that work? You know? How would you make the fan rotate?
Paige Lego sent a super chat. Cocked. Rooster emoji. Into free mouth. Eye emoji. Mouth emoji. Eye emoji. There's a joke here somewhere.
Somewhere, but it's just such a baffling sentence. I can't even think of a good joke. Also, just thinking, imagine if she was like fending off firebending with like an umbrella or something. That would actually be kind of cool.
Tyler Preston sent a super chat. Reading time with Sai.
Yes.
Next week, she'll read the webcomic, Lord Olympus.
No. I've heard bad things about it. No, I'm already bad at reading anyway. We're taking so long to get through this.
Mock Muck sent a super chat. Why did she decide to talk to this old man again?
Because he was her earthbending teacher 10 years ago, and she just came back to town, and she decided to go show him what she'd learned without him, I guess.
Your local cryptid sent a super chat. What gets me is Lavi uses the fact her sister is the Avatar as a means to flirt with women. But no one knew Navi was the Avatar. Sure.
Again, how is this a secret?
Bean sent a super chat. It's peak. It's just so peak.
Okay, you've clearly just completely lost your mind over there. We're going to put you in a straitjacket. It's fine. He's just going to be in the corner saying it's peak for the rest of the stream.
Mr. Joe sent a super chat. Edward Elric, Neva is not. Freaking dream on, Lily.
Exactly. She hates FMA anyway. She thinks it's edgy.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. My friend had an idea of an airbender who causes the air to cause friction against itself, making explosions, and passing themselves off as a firebender.
That sounds pretty cool, because that's kind of like a Sparky
Angels
Boom
Art
Man,
and
right?
Gaming sent a super chat. Never mind, Naruto in Ponyville is no longer cringe. At least the characters had believable conversations despite my terrible prose back then.
You know, see, this is gonna be cathartic for so many of you who wrote fanfiction as we young people.
Boopta Flute sent a super chat. Would you roast our stories if we asked?
Maybe we could do that too as a thing. I have trouble paying attention to reading though, and I have trouble like reading quickly.
Dragon of Street Prison sent a super chat. I feel so embarrassed for Lily for this. WTF.
At least her Tumblr got nuked and most of it's lost, so we have this preserved a time, and I think some stuff on the farm. So
Hazaki Kinta sent a super chat. If you support gay rights, type cocked in chat.
Well, I already heard it! Looks like you guys are already doing that. Good.
Miriam the Playful sent a super chat. Lily and her so-called siblings enmeshment video. Unless you're ducking or cannot have any meaningful relationship with other people, you're this. By the author of Two Married Siblings.
Yeah, but like, Lavi can't have meaningful relationships with women because of her sister, so what the fuck, Lily?
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Honestly, Lily could have done the My Shiranui thing and combined her fan with the elements. That'd be so cool.
I mean, that's basically how Kyoshi fought, you know? So...
Omega Reploid sent a super chat. Make Lily watch Residential Evil.
Which one? Like, seriously, which one?
Bylonic sent a super chat. Please critique Lord Olympus.
Yeah, I don't wanna. I don't think about it. I don't even know that much about it, to be honest.
Bean sent a super chat. She avatared across the room very elementally.
She's avatared it, alright. That's for sure. Alright, we got one more, and then I'm going to pause the supers again.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Imagine Sabine praising this stuff.
Yeah, where are you, Sabine? Why aren't you praising your queen's writing? And telling me I'm completely wrong about her terrible grammar. Anyway, so she just showed the old man that she's the avatar with a little party trick. Neva shook away the display in her palm. That's why me and Lavi left. The White Lotus wanted to bring me to the middle of nowhere to train, and they wouldn't let her come with me. I freaked out and ran, and so Lavi decided to travel on the road with me, so they've been fugitives for like 10 years. Again, why aren't we seeing that part of the story? Fala met Neva's gaze after that, incredulity slowly fading away into a look of fondness, of pride. And look at you now, he said approvingly. A self-made woman if I've ever seen one. How? Thank you, chicken. That's my thoughts exactly. How she, like, you don't know anything else about her except that she's the avatar and she's slightly more confident in herself.
Hazaki Kintai sent a super chat. Sigh, I didn't see you type it. Homophobic confirmed.
Isn't that like a joke from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? It's like, hey boss, do you support gay rights? I'm gay. He's dodging the question! It's one of those
Hazard
shows.
Sent a super chat. Didn't Nickelodeon make an Avatar game where you can make your own bender? Why couldn't Lily just make her own story like that instead of whatever this is?
I don't know. Yeah, why don't you just go play with like Nickelodeon online games instead of writing this slowly? You probably would have gotten the same amount of satisfaction out of it. Anyway. Okay, one more.
Hamster sent a super chat. Sabine had to take a nap. Also, this story is boring.
It is boring. We're gonna suffer through it at least a little more because something funny might happen. Let's see. Actually, let's just fucking skip ahead of this conversation. It's not funny anymore. So they keep talking about Lavi and glazing Lavi, even though we haven't been introduced to her yet. Lavi was always very encouraging. Any step forward was worth celebrating for her. It was a lot slower, but more manageable. You know, it sure sounds like some kind of, Munchausen's. Where, you know, I think Lavi likes Neva being helpless and reliant on her. That's kind of sick, don't you think? But of course, that's also what Lily finds appealing about this, I'm sure. Let's see. Oh god, here we go. You're a fully realized avatar. She nodded again. So she's already, like, a fully trained avatar at the beginning of the story. So what's the point? Where do we go from here? It says apparently she dies of radiation poisoning in the end. I didn't make that up. What will you do now? Going out into the world without Lavi must be new territory for you. Neva looked up, confused. Without Lavi? Well, she came with you to help you finalize your training, Fala said. And now that it's complete, you're ready to handle things on your own, yes? Neva hadn't thought about that. She never thought that as a grown woman, she may not be with her sister at all times. How terrifying! She had grown accustomed to traveling with her sister the last 10 years. The idea of leaving without her was as foreign and ancient sounding as an aggressive Fire Nation. I suppose... Fala gave her a sympathetic look. Hey now, it's alright to feel uncertain. Being truly on your own always takes time to adjust, especially in your situation. But in time, you'll realize it's best for both of you. What do you mean? I mean, you're creepily close. You're always touching each other. It's weird. Everybody thinks it's weird, Neva. You need to get away from her. She's a psycho bitch who's dragging you down. Unfortunately, the story isn't based, and that's not what he said. Well, for as long as anyone has known you both, you have been Lavi and Neva. You have had the same name since your birth. What does that even mean? As intertwined as Twee and Law themselves. These are Earthbenders? These are Earthbenders. Why would they know anything about Twee and Law, which are like a secret spiritual thing at the fucking North Pole? Lily! Oh god, this is such bad writing and such bad understanding of the world building. A package deal, but people are not a 2-for-1 special. They are individuals, and in order to know who we are as individuals, we have to know what we're like on our own. Yeah, this is good advice, actually. You've completed your Avatar training thanks to Lavi's help, but you and you alone can make yourself Avatar Neva. I mean, she's already the Avatar, so I guess even symbolically, but, you know. Neva sat back, looking down into her cup. That was true. The Avatar was always a solo act. There was a Team Avatar, both series that we have so far. So, no? The Avatar always had buddies around them? Do you remember how Sozin and Roku were friends? Do you remember that? They've always had a buddy or two around. The Avatar's never been a solo act. Granted, no Avatar ever did things alone. Okay, the Avatar has always been a solo act, though they've never done things alone. What the fuck are you talking about? For those the Avatar was close to always seem to be forgotten by history. You think people don't remember Toph, who, like, invented metal bending and the police? You think people don't remember the Avatar Aang's wife, Katara? You don't think people remember that Fire Lord Zuko?
Brother who was constantly compared to and paired with me? Real siblings hate this enmeshed shit, Lily.
Thank you, Mr. Parrot. Thank you, Mr. Parrot. I might have to turn him the fuck off when we get to the video. Anyway. Oh, God. She only knew of Korra's wife because Korra herself told... Wait. Oh, this is not him talking anymore. Oh, this is Neva thinking to herself. I'm an idiot, but whatever. She only knew of Korra's wife because Korra herself told her. So Korra came to her as a ghost and said, yo, I had a wife. Nobody else in history remembered that, even though it's only been like, what, 70 fucking years? And how old is Neva? How old is Neva? Like 30 tops? So Korra couldn't have died that long ago. Why would people forget she had a wife? Who was the daughter of the guy who invented automobiles? Why would no one remember her? This doesn't make any fucking sense. You don't know how history works, Lily. She would either split apart from Lavi, or history would do it for her. Oh, people won't remember I had a sister when I'm long dead. Who the fuck cares? I don't see why Lavi can't continue traveling with me. Is that what she wants? Fala asked. Neva opened her mouth and then closed it. It's a good question. I mean, she's always been really possessive of me and never letting me out of her sight. Won't let me be trained by the proper people. Won't let me go to therapy. Truth be told, she didn't even know where Lavi was. They had spent the last few months largely apart, so why is she afraid to be apart from her when they've been apart for the last few months? What is this character motivation? Korra's ghost appearing in a dream and saying, "My wife." Yeah. Okay, so they've spent the last few months largely apart, but she has never considered being apart from her. Neva stayed inside, while Lavi was out working odd jobs and telling stories of her travels, while believing the fact that Neva was the avatar out of them at her request. So what is she, a bard? They spoke every evening, and had taken to bunking in Lavi's— Okay, so they're— So you're not apart? Your sister goes out and works, you stay home and do nothing, and then you talk to each other at night. How is that being largely apart? Oh wow, your sister's actually supporting your fucking ass. Oh, she is almost 30. Alright, maybe Lavi didn't want to go back on the road with her. She was almost 30. She most certainly didn't want to keep watching over her baby sister for the rest of her life. Maybe. So it sounds like it was exactly what she wants to do, because she's like a munchie. You know? You might be right, Neva said, even as the words felt like muck on her tongue. Maybe it would be good for us. Even as she said it, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. But that was just nerves. The twisting of one's stomach before they took the plunge into the unknown. Being without your fucking codependent sister, yeah. She just had to do it. And then she'd know for certain that it would be good for her. Surely. So this is like supposed to be like a portent of doom here, that the sisters might not spend every single waking moment together anymore. Where does Lavi come in the fucking story? Okay. Here she is. Let some supers go through again.
Izanagi009 sent a super chat. Dear God, I have only seen clips of Bocchi the Rock, but that anime seems to show social anxiety and the like way better than this nonsense.
I've heard it's very good and very cute and very funny. I might get around to watching it eventually.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. It's peak. I smile as they drag me to the white room.
Yes, the men from the funny farm are gonna come with the white butterfly nets and take you away. It's fine.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. He cocked pin 15 across the room.
Yeah, that's about what we're working with here as far as writing quality goes. Yeah.
Floof Boop sent a super chat. The fifth element. Nukes.
Just nukes. To nuke it all.
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. Lork writes siblings like she's never had them.
Yeah, or like she's always wanted to molest her sibling, you know, which she's been accused of doing by her own real-life sister.
Liftinia, dragon emoji, battery emoji, InfTuber, sent a super chat. The MC sound like Howo Soft Bean. I need my sister.
I'm not entirely sure what that means, but...
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Sabine is a weak homunculus. I am the final form.
Oh, we have another totally real Sabine, guys! Amazing.
Hazaki Kintai sent a super chat. They're sisters. I sure hope they don't accidentally grope and kiss each other on screen, Lily said, giving a wink to the camera.
Yeah, they'll probably like fall over on top of each other at some point and bathe naked together.
Marcus Roble sent a super chat. Please don't tell Lily about VC Andrews.
Do I want to know what that is? I don't want to know what that is either.
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. If this isn't the most interesting part of our characters, why aren't you showing us that? She plagiarizes Yahtzee constantly, accept his advice.
Yeah, right? But like, I guess she assumes this part of their lives is more interesting than the 10 years of them traveling together, so Neva could be trained as the Avatar. This right here, this conflict, that they might not be up each other's asses all day anymore, is the real meat of the story.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. If Lily ever wrote Kill Bill, she would have the story start with the bride and her daughter on a random Tuesday and mention her revenge in past tense and never show, as she has a sister wife now. King Beat sent a super chat. Here is a fun fact about Lily in her Netflix Atla video. She said people only loved Avatar because of the characters, not the world building powers, just the characters. Serious.
That's fucking retarded because, like, yeah, the characters in Avatar very strong, very well written. That's why the show has lasted so long, and most people agree that Zuko is one of the best redemption arcs in fiction in general, you know? But yeah, the world is so rich in Avatar, though. It's like, why wouldn't you use that to your advantage? Why are you just, like, doing lip service, like, by the crust and an earthbender knowing what Tui and La are, you know?
Denmark sent a super chat. You forgot Sokka. Sokka with Boomerang undefeated.
That's true. Boomerang! The best.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. TBF. My fanfics also contains things such as, character, smiles after they say a sentence. But I never claimed I'm a professional writer either.
I mean, that might work if it's in present tense, but even then, that's a little...
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Love the idea of Korra appearing as a Force ghost to her successor just to brag about her hot wife.
Maybe that's what maybe that's all she did in real life, too. It's like she was notorious for it.
Sent a super chat. I penized my eyebrow while I smiled a hello to my girlfriend mean sister and her fan stick. What the Rock said my teacher, and then we beat all the fascists to end. Yes, Lily, this is clearly peak cinema.
Yes, peak writing
Crispy Pie sent
cinema.
a super chat. I miss my wife Neva. I miss her a lot. Fire
still-
emoji. Fire emoji. Fire emoji.
If Kara died young, maybe Asami's still alive, and she's just like, I miss my wife. Go see her, so I can go see her as a Force ghost.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. STTS. Who does that 2-bit parrot think he is?
I might have to turn the parrot off when we get to the video, but he's okay for now. He's okay for now. He can stay, I guess.
Starvolt Nexus sent a super chat. My sup, hey you turtles are rioting in my head over this.
See, everyone's feeling better about their own AUs and their own fanfiction projects now.
Starlight Umbra, Nightshade Fox, sent a super chat. So like will no monuments? Placards?
Right.
Anything about these historical figures that don't erode or rot very easy?
No scrolls are not taught about them in school and world history, you know?
GRF1556 sent a super chat. I'm certain I will not be satisfied until I know for certain. Dear God, this pisses me off.
I know! You never... That's another bit of writing advice. Never use the same word like that twice in a sentence. I'm certain I will not be satisfied until I know for certain. Don't do that.
Awesomeness. Sent a super chat. There are more Sabians than magic birds now.
Oh, yeah. They need to add some more burbs to the viewer attack, obviously.
Dominic Leota sent a super chat. If Sabine is a homunculus, what sin would they be?
I would say Envy. Though Envy's a funny character, so that might be too insulting to Envy.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. As much as I've been joking about my crossover fanfic I wrote, I realize that I've done the characters have been separated trope better multiple times. Especially in RP. I feel it's kinda my forte.
I think Lily writes a lot of her fanfiction by roleplaying at first, which... I'm not gonna say it never works, but if you're gonna do that, you really, really have to clean it up and put it in more of a narrative, you know, flow.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. After this, I'll balance out the cringe with OSP Red's Aurora.
Hopefully we'll get to the video soon. Probably gonna buzz through the rest of this text, because there's been so many supers. Thank you all for your support. I do appreciate
Dakana
it.
sent a super chat. Statler. Yes, Waldorf. This Atla fanfiction is so boring, it makes the Great Divide more appealing. Do ho 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 ho.
Okay, don't at me. I kind of like The Great Divide. I don't know. I think it's kind of a silly, funny episode, and they sort of do like a... a wacky, Samurai Champloo animation reference toward the end, so...
Sabian Brown sent a super chat. The Sabins will not stop the war on the burbs.
Oh my god, the Sabines are gonna fight the next Emu War, guys! And I'm being contrarian. I actually kind of like... I mean, it's not, like, my favorite episode. I think The Great Divide is fine. I think The Fortune Teller is more boring. That's just me, though.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. This motivates me to make a 1990s action anime Snow White starring Angelina Jolie and Melissa McCarthy.
You might have to go back in time for that one. But, what do you mean the ending of The Great Divide was dumb? Is based. Aang was like, yeah, I just lied to them to make them stop arguing. That was good. Anyway, let's read this, this conversation that is giving people aneurysms over here. Okay, she stood there in the doorway watching her. She looked smaller without all those weapons and countermeasures strapped to her body. She hadn't seen her without the grounding brace across her back in almost a year. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, does Lavi have to ground herself so, like, fucking Neva doesn't accidentally fucking electrocute her or something? So, she's staring at her sister, taking in her body and appearance. It's great. An ingenious design meant to protect her from lightning and direct it into the ground. She'd actually designed it while Neva was learning to redirect lightning with firebending. Yeah, okay, so this is again, like, I am so devoted. I will let you hurt me as much as you need to, as long as I have complete control over your life and where you go and what you do and who you talk to. This sounds very healthy. She smiled as she remembered the long nights of her hammering away at the steel. Are you sure it's going to work? I'm certain I will not be satisfied until I know for certain, Lavi said, and Lavi had responded with a grin of determination. God damn it, Lily. Neva watched her work into the night at the grounding brace, which has nothing to do with meeting her at the bar. Why did we need this detail here? You're telling us about an item she is not currently wearing. Why not talk about this thing when it actually comes into play? Why is this information here right now? Is my question. You don't need to dump all of your exposition at once. That's actually, like, the stupidest thing you could fucking do in writing. Don't front-load your story with, like, everything you think the audience needs to know. You gotta dole it out. Oh, I'm gonna read it like that, Igor, because we know this is a sussy-wussy story. Let's see. Neva watched her work into the night, that grinding brace, a smile on her face all the while. She just sat there, staring at her, smiling blankly the entire time. That's not creepy. It was a delight watching Lavi work on a passion project like that one. It was a fond memory, a passion project to help her not die when hit with lightning. Yeah, yeah, delightful. One of many Neva kept coming back to when she was alone with and her thoughts were aimless. So on she's alone. She thinks about her sister sweating as she works on a grounding brace for herself, you know, pounding it over and over again with her mallet. And then the smile fell. Lavi was positively beaming as she charmed the barmaid. She'd always been flirtatious on the road, chatting up village girls anywhere she went, but traveling with Neva meant she never stuck around. Her sister was a romantic sort, and couldn't contain herself for very long, but she had to, for Neva's sake. What? Now she looked brighter than Neva had ever seen her, because here, there was no rush. There was nowhere else Lavi had to be. No important Avatar thing they had to rush off to do, which we never get to see in this story. She could just be herself with a pretty lady and be all the better for it. Neva smiled at that. It wasn't the most natural smile she ever made, but it was genuine. This was good. Lavi had done so much for her without needing to. She deserved this. She deserved to relax, to just be. For everything she did, she deserved a lifelong vacation. Maybe now that Neva was ... self-reliant, she could finally take one. We're sure she's not just secretly jealous of the chick her sister is chatting up. We know you, Lily. We know you. She turned and left the inn, leaving Lavi to her drinks and women. And blackjack and hookers. Inside, Lavi had just finished her drink and was buying the entire bar around. Where are they getting their money from? She just work her little odd jobs and then blow all her money on alcohol? Yeah, she sounds real happy. So, am I going to see you tomorrow? The bartender smirked. No, Lavi smiled. Again, with the smiling in terms of speech. I can see it in my sister's eyes. She's got the itch to get back on the road. Okay. Oh, that's a shame, the bartender said with an exaggerated pout. Sure, I can't convince you to linger a little longer or catch up later. Is it a barmaid or a bartender? Those are two different things, Lily. The barmaid would be the waitress. Is this the same character? I can't tell. Tempting, but I'd never leave my family hanging. Aw, the bartender smiled. Your sister must be very special. Literally, Lavi said, leaning close. Don't spread this around, but she's the Avatar. How does nobody know? How does this bitch can't even keep her mouth shut? How does nobody know? The bartender blinked, her eyes. Okay, it is. Okay, barmaid and bartender are not the same thing, Lily. But wait, really? Yep, and we've been on the road for years doing Avatar stuff together. Why do you just believe her? It just sounds like bullshit. Yeah, my sister is totally the Avatar, and we've been on the road doing Avatar stuff. Yeah, sounds really convincing. A beat passed of utter silence before the bartender spoke again. I'm not sure if I believe you because you're visibly armed to the teeth or because you're just so damn charming. Why would you believe her? You should meet Neva. She's downright adorable. We're looking for a third. No, she didn't say that. If the girl wasn't so nervous, she'd have a gaggle of women following her everywhere. Are you both lesbians? Both sisters are lesbians. That is statistically unlikely, but okay. I mean, I could work with nervous, the bartender said, tucking a lock of hair between her ear. Oh my gosh, she is actually, like, soliciting them for a threesome. Wow. Okay. My sister is so nervous. She's a baby piss pants baby. Don't mess. Yeah. Whatever. Just so you know, you're gonna leave every girl in the world lamenting the fact they can never take you home. Live with that, heartbreaker. Lily, are you one of those, like, every woman is bisexual people? You know, there's heterosexual women who would not be interested in Lavi. You correct? You know this, right? Right? I hope? Okay. She didn't like goodbyes. Her resolve would crumble if she had to endure one. Lavi deserved to be free of the burden Neva had put on her shoulders. Okay. Here's where the sisters talk. Checking for dormites? Neva squeaked and whirled around, a pale blue flame already in her palm, ready to strike. Lavi? Last I checked, Lavi quipped. Who are you expecting, Pee-wee Herman? Watching Dobson videos lately, leave me alone. Adjusting the strap of her own rucksack. Didn't think we'd be leaving until sunrise, but you're the boss. We? Neva asked, her eyes darting to and fro. That wasn't part of the plan. She was supposed to head off on her own and let Lavi live her own life. She wasn't prepared. She was just about to ditch her? Oh yeah, you're right. I need to spend less time with my sister. Time to go cold turkey. Nothing about this is healthy. She wasn't prepared for any emotional goodbyes. I was supposed to go without, I mean, wouldn't you rather just stay here? What, are you kidding? Lavi laughed. I got to see like half the world with my baby sister. Why would I want to stay here after doing that? I don't know. Take a break? Instead of traveling all the time? You've been traveling for 10 years fucking straight, apparently? Read her in the Toad voice. No. It'll hurt my throat. Anyway. I don't know, Neva said. Maybe not stay here per se, but go your own way, travel on your terms, not to be shackled with me the whole time. Shackled? In what universe are you a shackle? Lavi smiled. If anything, I'm shackling you, baby sis. I have Munchausen's by proxy. Universe where you had to babysit me through my entire Avatar journey? Neva said wryly. A snort escaped Lavi. Okay, first of all, Lavi, I'm serious. She didn't even say anything. Neva interjected, cutting across Lavi for perhaps the first time in her life. It's the first time she's ever interrupted her sister. That's worrying. I've been paying attention, you know. I see how much you thrive on your own. You're a badass. You earn everyone's respect right away. You charm literally every woman we come across. But you can't do anything about it because you have to worry about me. You can't live your own life because you're so worried about me. Me. She took a breath, trying to calm herself before she got too emotional or too loud. Their parents were still sleeping after. They have parents? They have parents? They've been gone for 10 years with no word and their parents never asked about that? Do the parents know she's the Avatar? Why do they even need to- These are grown women! can't believe you wouldn't rather do anything else but look after me, so I didn't want to ask you to do it again. The mirth left Lavi immediately. She set her rucksack down along with her spear and warblade and drew closer to her. Nee, I took you on your travels and looked after you because I wanted to, and for no other reason. Neva stared at Lavi for a moment, as though she had just grown a second head. Really? Wow, you can actually stand me? Lavi nodded. You really don't think I'm a burden? It sounds like you guys don't communicate. How is this the first time you've had this conversation in 10 years? Not in the slightest. It was so good seeing you grow and come out of your shell. I'd never been more proud of you in my life. Too bad we'll never see that in this story, which is more interesting than us just sitting around having pointless emotions. I know you're going to be an amazing avatar. And then she doesn't do anything and then she dies of radiation poisoning. Lavi said, her smile practically glowing with pride. And I wouldn't miss it for the world. Neva barely made it to a beat before she started crying. Lavi gave her a gentle smile as she collected Neva into her arms. Hey, it's okay, she said soothingly. I'm sorry, Neva sobbed into Lavi's shoulder. I thought I was bad for you. Because this is definitely how sisters talk to each other. I thought I was bad for you. Let's let that one sink in a little bit. So if you didn't have any other context and just read this scene, wouldn't you assume these two are a couple? Without the baby sister part anyway. You know? Hey, you're not the only one who grew on that journey, Lavi whispered. Oh, she's whispering into her sister's ear now. Her hand running circles over Neva's back. I learned just as much as you did. Neva sniffled, trying to take deep breaths to recompose herself. I know, you've become incredible. I mean, you've always been incredible, but you know what I mean. If I hadn't gone with you, I'd have joined the army, Lavi said. I'd have just been another cog in the machine. A machine that we've seen for ourselves doesn't work. How many villages were left to rot before we came along? Well, you know, like, Lady Stalin Zelda Williams did try to do something about that like 70 years ago, but okay. Taking you on your Avatar journey was the best decision I ever made. Yeah, any village that doesn't produce a resource the military can use is left to the winds. Are you going to explain to us how the Earth Nation became this way? At all? Does that have something to do with the power vacuum left by the royal family? Neva said with a huff, venom seeping into her words. I fully intend to do something about that. Will they ever do anything about that in this story? Probably not. We intend to do something about that. See, I'm speaking for you, Neva. Lavi said, pulling back and cupping Neva's face. Because we're a team. A smile returned to Neva's face. Thanks, Lavi. To be honest, I wasn't sure I was ready to go it alone anyway. I just felt like I had to try for both our sakes without talking to you first. Or saying a single word about this. Well, I'd have been very sad if I woke up tomorrow and you were gone. Well, now I can't go it alone because you being sad would be all I can think about, Neva cursed. This is definitely normal. This is so normal. Exactly! Lavi pulled away from her sister and picked up her rucksack of weapons. Shall we? We shall, Neva nodded, suddenly feeling a great deal better. This wasn't at all what she spent the night planning on. Like, we had 2 paragraphs dedicated to her wanting to leave without her sister, and then it didn't happen. Ooh. Conflict. So they go off into the sunset, and she vowed that her sister would never be forgotten, even though there's no good goddamn reason the companions of the Avatar would be forgotten by history anyway. There's 4 likes. There's 4 likes on her own WordPress blog that she has now abandoned. Short story, Sisters! Sisters! I hate it here. I hate it here, guys. I'm gonna let the super chats go.
King Beat sent a super chat. Fun fact, Lily also liked the Great Divide episode.
Damn it. Lily, stop making me agree with you sometimes. I mean, I'm not saying it's not my favorite, but I don't hate it.
Nicholas Mizell sent a super chat. This makes me wish Cloud Cuckoo Country do book burnings on bad fanfics.
We can print it out. You print it out and then you burn it. See? Easy.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Give Neva a deeper voice and the elder one higher.
I mean, I kind of did Lavi a little deeper. I wasn't really trying that hard. So we're gonna get into the video next, after the supers.
Sabian Brown sent
Maybe
a
after
super
a
chat.
short break.
I'll move on side to deglaze my goat, so not skibidi.
So not skibbity, guys. Unskibbity. De-skibbity.
Igor sent a super chat. I can't tell which one is the Lily self-insert.
I think it's like both at various times. You know, it's just for her. It's just masturbation. That's all this story is. It's just masturbation.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat. Why does the tro of Tism think I'm into incest? Where would they get that? Lily.
Yeah, just every single fucking story she writes, you know, is just.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. I've been struggling for months on this one Metal Slug fanfic with fears of it's not good enough. Suddenly I have confidence because I'm not Lily.
Yeah, good. You couldn't do any worse than this.
Miss
That's for
Jasmine
sure.
sent a super chat. This reads like softcore prawn.
Probably where she
Nauseated
gets,
face emoji.
Probably where she learned how to write dialogue, you know, like hentai dialogue, probably.
Dana_brain sent a super chat. Honestly, when my sibling flirts, I roll my eyes. Or embarrass them. Which I feel is more normal than whatever this is.
Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to, like, sabotage your sibling, duh.
Floof Boop sent a super chat. Listening while going to get meds. Can't be too stable, can I?
Get your crazy pills, we're gonna need them for this! Oh, this one's gonna be fun.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Insert that Andrew Dobson song here.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben. Anyway.
Devin Tech sent a super chat. I love how Lily complained about Korra not traveling to learn the elements, but this avatar nothing but flit with her twin and putting the world in the same way and did.
Yeah, like, you cut out all the traveling.
Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. This wouldn't even be a healthy romantic relationship even if they weren't siblings. This is weird. Crying face emoji, crying face emoji.
So possessive.
Bodied Arm sent a super chat. Almost 1k watchers at the time of this SC. Congrats.
Lily, I know a lot of you always come for the Lily streams. I may not care about my other ones. Hello, welcome.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Anyone think it's a little telling that Lavi and Neva are grown women yet Lily writes them like they're very young girls?
Well, I mean, that's how she writes, like, every character. And you'll notice, like, when she did her gay rep video, Lily is only ever focused on, like, same-sex relationships between teenagers. And she writes even her adults like teenagers.
Sabian Brown sent a super chat. Just you wait, sigh. Lily will take this stream down and what? No, no. Copyright sharing music? This can't be. No.
We're gonna see if it works, guys. We'll see if it works. If that works, then I'll have to make sure I play at least one revenue-shared song every time I cover Lily, and cuck her out of copyright striking me, and, like, put a revenue-shared song in, like, my video edits, and cuck her out of copyright striking me. It'd be great. If YouTube isn't gonna do anything about her, I'm gonna have to take it in my own hands.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Funny thing, that fanfic I am working on has a bar scene where two characters that haven't seen each other in years. I'm so glad it's not this.
Well, see, what was the purpose of that scene? Except to show that Lavi likes to flirt with chicks. Like, every scene in a piece of writing, whether it be like a movie, a show, a comic, a novel, every scene should be advancing at least one thing. It should be advancing either the plot, the world, the themes, or the characters. As long as it's advancing one of those things, it has a purpose. If you can advance multiple of those things at once, even better.
Paige Lego sent a super chat. It's slanderous to say Lily has an incest fetish. She is a flaunting her incest and denying it fetish.
Yeah, basically, I think that's what, like, but she gets so mad when we point it out. Like, how fucking secretive does she think she's being with this? You know?
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. Lily's stories are just people who suck at communicating and then talking it out melodramatically. over, and over, and over, and over, forever.
Yeah, right. And I guess that's all she's used to in her own life, I think. Either that she went to the Christopher Nolan School of Script Writing.
Chipmanly93 sent a super chat. God 11 Earth Nation Military Industrial Complex.
Well, yeah, again, are you gonna explain how they got there? Like, with, like, I don't know, mandatory military service or something? Are you gonna explain that?
Sent a super chat. I'll say what I said from the DA streams. Lily exits just for her fetishes. Has she ever done a story without fetishy lesbian or victimization?
No.
Like one.
No. Never. No, not one that I can
Jai
think
sent
of.
a super chat. Should got me fading into non-existent.
Well, maybe the video will be better. The video's not gonna be better. I'll be drawing while we do that. We'll go over the comic a little bit, too, before we start on the video.
Veritas sent a super chat. With this stream and Mr. Venter uploading a Camp Laszlo review, the YouTube gods have blessed me with a good meal.
You know, I don't hate Mr. Enter. He can be kind of good sometimes. He can be really bad other times, but...
Bylonic sent a super chat. When are we going to talk about Dobby? AKA Andrew Dobson.
I'm not sure. That Dobson that supposedly showed up saying he was gonna be back in 2025, everyone's pretty sure that was a fake one. Ant claimed he got an email from him once asking him, please don't cover me. I'm pretty embarrassed about my previous antics, so don't know for sure. I mean, I don't think I got a lot to say on Dobson that other people already haven't. I mean, I was contemporaneous with him on DeviantArt, but I mean, it was so long ago.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. There is no fanfic in Ba Sing Se.
There is no Avatar Neva in Ba Sing Se. You are correct. I mean, I can see how the Earth Nation could become like a fascist militaristic power, but you gotta get them there.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Thanks, Sai. My Starfa and Oathphobia fanfic feel more or less janky than Lily's sorry excuse for fanfic.
Hey, you know, just because you're writing fanfic doesn't mean you can't put pride and effort into it, you know?
The Nearage Vito Game sent a super chat. Lily does not have an incest fetish. Just like how Saber's Park is not a furry.
Right? What do you mean everything I did to Dobson? What, critique his art? Call him an idiot? Yeah, I did those things. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break really quick because I kind of have to pee. I've been like so fucking thirsty today. I'm getting like a sinus infection or something. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Devintech sent a super chat. And why would the people who train and help the Avatar not be remembered? Some of them ended wars.
Yeah! I know! I was saying earlier, Toph invented metal bending and the police. You know, Zuko was the Fire Lord! How do they all get forgotten in history?
Landpast sent a super chat. This fanfic in a 2-word sentence. Wow. Yuck.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, I think we are all done with supers for now. So yes, we'll go over the cover. So I have this panel pretty much penciled out. Steven's gonna be saying, wait, she's my attorney! Because he would use the proper big word like that. She represents him. So I might just ink this panel today. Cause down here, I'm dreading doing this background. I'm gonna sketch it out with the 3D model made by the Twinverse author, which is very, very helpful. And he will sell it to you if you want to go contact him. He's Pippin. You can usually find him in the White Diamond AU server. He's one of the mods. So she's a good kind of lawyer, though. She's Steven's defense attorney. So I'm gonna try to do a little fisheye lens, and Zircon's gonna be standing here giving her explanation. I don't think I completely have the angle I want yet, so I'm not even gonna like struggle with this on screen. Okay. The parrot is gonna have to shut up. I'm gonna have to mute the parrot. Because I don't know how we're gonna handle this with the video. I won't turn him off completely, I'll just mute him for now. You guys can still put a message on screen with him and the airplane. Stop gaslighting me about the parrot, you guys! This isn't funny anymore. I swear all these birds keep appearing on my screen. I'm not crazy! Anyway, we gotta turn off Flogging Molly for now. This song is also on revenue share, though, which is why I have it. Care of your freedom, they'll never know. A lawyer, that's worse than the diamonds! That sounds like something Pearl would say if Zircon did show up. Hello, iTunes, why are you frozen? I need you to shut off now. Hang on a second. Decided to, like, just freaking lag the hell out on me. Alright, goodbye, iTunes. I'll open you again when I need you. Alright. Ew, Battle Brothers, yo, shut up. Anyway, let's get on to Lily's video. Maybe we'll look at her TV tropes reckoning of her fucking, fanfic later if we have time. As we always know with Lily's videos, she says something wrong every 10 seconds, and so we have to pause, you know, so it takes like 4 fucking hours to get through one of her videos. Oh wait, no, I have to do a Wani read first, apparently, even though my voice is a little shot today and my sinuses are killing me. Alright. One that Kaiser drew. Oh my god. I actually kind of love this, though. She would have a phase like this. Okay, we gotta bring Distractotron back up first. So I can do a Wani Live Dub, as usual. It is tradition, Yoop. Okay, well, that's the second page. I've spoiled it. She doesn't have a hail overhead. It's one of her, Zircon. It's one of her screens. It's just very, very sketchily sketched in right now. Okay.
I think I left the box in my closet. Can you grab it for me?
Oh, what's this, Olivia? I didn't know you were into kayaking.
What are you talking about?
You have a paddle back here.
A paddle?
Done! She realizes. What's a yaoi?
Roar, XD! Damien-sama, you're such a baka! You didn't let me glump, Uwu! I now have no choice but to punish Uwu, XD!
Olivia, no! She had a yaoi paddle. This was before her Gundam phase. Not the yaoi paddle. If you don't know what a yaoi paddle is, it means you're probably Gen Z.
Paige Lego sent a super chat. Sai has been breeding birds in Minecraft to release on stream to trick viewers into thinking chickens are real.
That's true. I do have my chicken sploder on Crim's stream. We did do a Minecraft stream together on Crim's channel, so go check that out if you want to see the chicken sploder of Sai lore legend. Anyway, let me get Distractovision up now. Zoop.
Rock Josiah sent a super chat. I'm late. Full of steak. and I'm ready to see this poor avatar's fate.
Hey, good haiku. So, actually, you're not that late. We're just on the video now because I was reading the first chapter of Lily's terrible Avatar fanfiction. That is, she is going to make a reference to, and I still have Distractotron open. Hang on a sec. Whoops. Zoom. There we go. Maybe I need to have real sound effects on this.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Yaoi paddle. More flashbacks.
Yes, yes. You see, in the early 2000s, young women would go around anime conventions with a spanking paddle that would say yaoi on it, or sometimes uke, or seme, which is all related to being a fucking fujoshi who was into, like, boys love stuff and erotic manga of boys fucking.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. I used to pronounce yaoi as yaoi, not yaoi.
I love how Ivy pronounced both the same way. I also love how Inko doesn't know what yaoi is. Like, he's kind of a nerd, but he's also, like, he's into, like, all the most normie nerd hobbies. That's the
Master
thing.
Clockwork sent a super chat. Yaoi paddles are banned for a reason at cons.
Well, yeah, well, anything that could be used as a weapon is now banned at cons, is more broadly speaking. But, yeah.
Revdraws sent a super chat. A Lily video got in my recommendations for some reason today. I tried watching it by curiosity. Couldn't handle all the BS.
Wow,
Crying
you're
face
about
emoji.
to have lots of BS right now, because we're about to watch one of Lily's videos. People are already tomatoing her. And I'm probably going to pause 10 seconds in, as usual, but I am going to try to ink my art over here. And I think I was using kind of an off black in the earlier page. Let me just go eyedropper that. Okay, cool. Steven's stupid little fat head there. Alright, here we go.
Oh my god, CD, like a new Avatar series has been announced and Korra is the worst. Pixie, why do I just know you're being stupid again?
So she's still trying to make these wholesome and dark media girls, like, a thing. Like, a reoccurring characters. But now they're in a completely different style from her newest Avatar. So, like, she rebranded again, but these guys are still in the old style. So, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see with all the tomatoes. So, and new opening music. I'm gonna let this one come through, though.
Bylonic sent a super chat. My god, yaoi paddles. Has flashback in millennial weeb.
Yep, millennials know what the fuck we're talking about when we talk about yaoi paddles. It was dark times, everybody. Pixie is the name of the wholesome girl. They have names. The other one's called... I fucking forget, but... Avatar Pavi and Random History.
So, a new Avatar series has just been announced following the Earth Kingdom Avatar after Korra, a post-apocalyptic story where all the old systems and states have been destroyed down to just 7 havens.
Yep, so this is one of the only things we know. In a press release, Nickelodeon says 7 havens will be set in a world shattered by a devastating cataclysm. A young earthbender discovers she's the new Avatar after Korra, but in this dangerous era, that title marks her as humanity's destroyer, not its savior. Hunted by both human and spirit enemies, she and her long-lost twin must uncover their mysterious origins and save the 7 havens before civilization's last strongholds collapse. So, the thing people have a problem with here is that, basically, because Korra opened the way to the spirit world, the world has seemingly gone back to the way it was in Avatar 1's side, where everything was, like, taken over by spirit shit, and there was only some pockets of humanity. So there's, like, 7 major cities where humans live now, instead of the 4 nations. So basically, everyone's problem is they're doubling down on all of the worst parts of Korra. Nobody liked the spirit world stuff. Nobody liked the dark Avatar stuff. And nobody fucking liked, the Avatar 1 stuff. We never needed to know where the Avatar came from. Like, it was fine being, like, some sort of cosmic divine order, you know, that just happens. You know, nobody liked that stuff. And I'm a Korra defender. I like Korra. I like Korra as a series. It's incredibly flawed. They were constantly being dicked around by Nickelodeon. So it's not really their fault how it turned out, but I thought, like, a lot of that klutzy stuff, like erasing all the past avatars and bringing the spirit world back into things and the Avatar 1 stuff, I thought that was maybe just, you know, time crunch issues. But now, they're doubling down on all that shit everybody fucking hated. I'm not gonna say they couldn't make it work. But, like, oh, okay, so this world we've grown to love and know this entire time is just gone now. Basically, humanity's just had to start over. Like, that's not very compelling. You know? Like, for another series, maybe that could work. If they put this further in the past, maybe it could work. But, I don't know.
Marina Wilson sent a super chat. Is there a reason she goes by CD specifically?
People thought she might have been taking on the name Casey Doppler, which was her aunt's name, and the aunt Courtney is named after, and she's always been jealous about that. But that's just speculation.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Ultimate total side domination.
Yes.
UTSD.
I will ratio, if she can't copyright strike it, I will ratio her video in like a day, probably. Watch it happen. This is transformative, Lily!
Sent a super chat. Wow. Going through that travesty of a fic made me more confident in my own writing.
Everybody's feeling creative today. I need to finish my fucking April Fool's script, too, so... and then send it to Anthony for approval, because he's a big boy writer who can help me. Anyway, so here we go. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
And concerns the new Avatar and her relationship with her sister during a time where the stature of the Avatar has been severely damaged. The information...
No one ever said it was a sister, Lily. Long lost twin. It could be a boy. They never said it was identical twins. You know how Korra had twin cousins who were a boy and a girl? That could be it too. You're just assuming it's going to be a sister because that's what you really want to see.
Bean sent a super chat. The spirits were stacking so many bodies that humans had to live on lion turtles or heavily fortified cities. Open the portals is a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's basically where the world is again in this new Seven Havens series. So it's just 7 heavily fortified cities that humanity has been reduced to, which sounds fucking terrible.
Has been severely damaged. The information on this actually leaked months ago, and more than a few people cocked an ear that the premise...
As far as I know, this is the only real picture. There's a bunch of, like, fan art out there people have made. She's gonna go right into her fucking fanfic. There's a bunch of, like, fan art people have made for their own thumbnails, so it's really confusing what's a real leak and what isn't. As far as I know, this is a real picture. That's why I use this one for my thumbnail, because I, like, was actually having to, like, research it and ask my fans, like, okay, what of this stuff is actually fucking real? But yes, please let the twin be a boy. Just to see Lily cope and seethe. Please!
Hamster sent a super chat. I fell asleep during the fic. What did I miss?
Not much. She's about to compare it to her fanfic now, so here we go.
And more than a few people cocked an ear that the premise sounded eerily similar to the one I pitched myself last year about...
A lot of people who, beyond your fucking tiny-ass fan base, and again, this isn't even her or her wife's art. They're not twins, as far as I know. They're not twins. So, and you don't even know that the twin is a sister. Could be a brother. So, yeah, she's like, oh, thousands of people out there totally recognize this as similar to my concept, because everybody is reading Avatar Neva. Everybody! Actually, does she have it on AO3? She might. I didn't even think of that, but probably very few kudos.
Vanderwood's wife sent a super chat. Finally got to catch your stream live, lol. Fun story. I recently into Lily drama because she shat on Astaria. Then after the drama, I found you. Face holding back tears emoji.
Keep having terrible opinions, Lily. It just grows my channel. I mean, I don't even always cover Lily anymore, even. She's always like, oh, her whole channel relies on me, and it's like, no, actually. It turns out people come to my channel for me, Lily.
An earthbending avatar named Neva, primarily...
Asterian's the fruity vampire boy from Baldur's Gate 3.
Adventuring with her non-bending older sister named Lavi, and whose central premise was tearing down the established rules of what it means...
They never said the twin is a non-bender either, did they? Just that she has a long-lost twin. Never said it was a sister. Never said it was a bender.
To be an Avatar story. Hell, according to the leaks, their names are Pavi and Nisha. Either I am weirdly on the same creative wavelength as Pryke, or I am having creative premonitions. The announcement.
No, because their names are obviously supposed to be, like, Indian-based. They're like, the guru, the chakra guru. There are, like, some Indian-like people in the Avatar world. They don't seem to belong to any particular nation. Let's see, Jaden has sent me, Lily's AO3. Excellent. Excellent. So does she have these fucking comics on there? Alright, hang on a second. Let me get this into the browser real quick. What do you mean 0? Oh. I copied way too much of the text. That's why. There we go. Wait, these aren't all hers, though. At least I don't think so. Well, shouldn't it just be under Avatar and Neva if it is on here? No, I don't know if she has that on AO3. Did she put her, fucking rape fanfic about how she raped her sister up there, but not her Avatar fanfic? Maybe she deleted it. No, this isn't her. Can we even find her account? No. Oh well, whatever. Let's just go back to the video.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Cocked.
Yes, cocked indeed. I think we have one more coming after that. I mean, she is, like, the next one coming, she is basically trying to imply that they ripped her off, or she's thinking of the same
Hazaki
things
Kintai
as
sent
them.
a super chat. She said IT. She said cocked. You know what to do, chat. Belrucky sent a super chat. I went into Eeps from the fanfic too. Oopsie poops.
Was that boring, huh?
Gabs_Marty sent a super chat. You guys think she's delusional enough to say that they somehow copied her fic or something like that?
She's basically sort of implying it, but I don't know. She's kind of like trying to humble brag,
Bionic
though.
sent a super chat. Sci funny. Sci neurodivergent.
Yes.
Me watch.
Yes. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's that easy, guys. It's that easy. Anyway.
Premonitions. The announcement comes alongside continuing buzz that a film about the original gang is in production, though strangely enough, no actual art or visuals have been released. That's likely because there aren't any. The film is slated for a 2026 release date, meaning it's likely still being animated as we speak. As for the series, it doesn't have a release date and is a single 26-episode season, and
I thought it had a release date of fall 2025, and I'm gonna look up her AO3 in a separate window for a second.
so it's likely just out of pre-production with a finalized script. Actually, Lily, it's like 2 13-episode seasons. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! 13 episodes is not a season. 8 episodes is not a season. 26 episodes is a season.
Lily, a season is whatever the network or platform that airs it says it is. So we just have Lily beating women. That's good. That's good. Trying to be Yahtzee again. And no, she doesn't have Avatar Neva up on her AO3. Lily, 8 episodes can be a season when it comes to streaming. I know you don't like that. Personally, I like shorter streaming seasons, where the episodes can be any length the creators want. It's like with Severance. I'm totally into Severance right now. I'm super duper into Severance right now. I love it. And the season 2 just ended. And like the season finale was 72 minutes long. And some other episodes are like between an hour and 45 minutes long. The episodes are as long or as short as they need to be. And you get 10 episodes. And then it's on to another season. This is easier for production. It's easier to watch. You're not getting things dragged out. The only reason shows on American television were ever, as long as they were, was to keep people coming back to a particular time slot every week in order to advertise to them. There's no rule that says a season has to be 26 episodes. She actually gets, like, enraged about this with anime, too, because anime tends to be either 12, 26, or, like, 8 episodes, depending on the show. And depending on what's ordered by the network or platform that airs it. So, yeah. She just doesn't understand. So personally, I like 8 to 10 episode streaming seasons. I think they're fine, especially when the episodes are over an hour long, or as long as they need to be. So, I don't know why this fucking... Remember how she was gonna be more positive, guys? Remember how she was gonna be more positive and happy and shit? Remember that in her rebrand? And now she's just meaner than ever? Okay, how long does this bit go on? Let's go back to... No, she doesn't understand TV production. She's never understood TV production, and yet she constantly bitches about it. Yeah, Jaden, I just said she doesn't have the Neva fanfic up there, so...
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. A scene is typically 20 episodes on Disney Channel.
Yeah, again, it depends on the network. It depends on their airing schedule. You know?
Bodied Arm sent a super chat. That made me weep for Michaela. You just know she's exactly like that.
Yeah, that's real sounds of her slapping Michaela, maybe. No, I'm joking, it's a joke. For legal reasons, it's a joke. It's a joke.
John Williams sent a super chat. Look at Hoji TMNT series, no one knows which episode is part of what season.
Because they didn't air them in, like, the same order, did they?
Strasberry sent a super chat. If I recall, she thinks seasons are 26 episodes because of MLP, though I need someone to fact check that.
Yeah. Again, it depends on the show and the network. What they
It's
order.
Mohammed sent a super chat. Nobody tell Lily how long.
Oop.
Title card. Seasons are.
Invincible? Yeah, probably. I still need to... season 3 just ended. I never even finished watching season 2, and I'm on the wrong fucking
Igor
layer.
sent a super chat. Why isn't she using her real voice?
Yeah, apparently, like, she says her high-pitched, completely obviously put on voice is her real voice, even though we've heard her talking in her same exact video voice in the background of videos yelling at Michaela about burning dinner.
Paige Lego sent a super chat. I'm still reeling from CD deciding to slap and berate a girl audience insert out of nowhere. What's wrong with her?
I don't know. Like, I don't know why she has this hang-up on how long seasons have to be. There's no set rule, Lily. Especially with the way entertainment is changing.
Clyde Albrand sent a super chat. Slapping women, but, you know, positively.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna watch it again now, so get ready.
Finalized script. Actually, Lily, it's like 2 13-episode seasons. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! 13 episodes is not a season. 8 episodes is not a season. 26 episodes is a season.
Not necessarily.
The leaks contain nothing but concept art, and there's so little material to work with that clickbait channels have been resorting to hiring artists to make visual aids, or just using AI-generated thumbnails, which are very clearly pulling from a very limited dataset. Even if they...
Lily, it's just that your wife's design is so fucking generic. You know... Nobody is copying you, Lily. Nobody is copying you. Nobody is copying your shitty fucking fanfic. Most of these people have probably never even heard of it. Like, this is Chris Chan levels of delusion. Do you think you have millions of fans just out there?
Dataset. Even if they had art to show, I'm not sure they'd be all that willing to show it anyway. Both because Avatar is a series that exclusively features a non-white cast.
Well, Lily... They weren't willing to show the leaks either. That's why it's a leak. Somebody broke their NDA to leak production material to the internet when they were not supposed to. So why are you acting like this is something the company deliberately decided to do? What is the matter with you?
To show, I'm not sure they'd be all that willing to show it anyway. Both because Avatar is a series that exclusively features a non-white cast, and you already know how the usual suspects are gonna poison the well for months, but also...
Lily, the original Avatar The Last Airbender came out in 2003? 2006? Somewhere around there? And everyone knows there's no white people in it, and nobody ever had a problem with that, and it's a beloved franchise. What makes you think people are suddenly going to start complaining that there's no white people in Avatar? Are you fucking retarded? Well, that's a rhetorical question. Of course you're fucking retarded.
Paige Lego sent a super chat. The slap isn't even a joke. It just feels like peeking in on an abusive spouse.
Well, I mean, she loves Family Guy and their gross, incesty, violent jokes that are heavily misogynistic a lot of the time, so...
Colossal_Neve sent a super chat. Someone copying you would imply you have good ideas to steal.
Yeah,
Lily.
right? Like, so delusional.
Gabe the GM sent a super chat. None of Lily's LOCs could ever beat Melon Lord.
Yes. Cannot defeat the Melon Lord. No one can defeat the Melon Lord! Anyway.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Lily is basically the new Mr. Enter at this point.
Nah, and Mr. Enter was never as bad as her, even at his worst. Even at his most turning red in 9/11 takes, he was never as bad as Lily.
Oh, as we demonstrated at the start of this video, the Avatar fandom is... stupid.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that? Turn the friggin'...
Why are you playing Alex Jones? The Avatar fanbase are fucking idiots. Are you not part of the fanbase, Lily? You only are when it's convenient, I guess.
frogs gay!
Did she just find out about this fucking meme? It's like her suddenly being into the human centipede. Like, you are years late to internet humor. You're like a boomer.
crap gay!
Avatar's fanbase has never really been known for being able to process information in a productive way. To this day, a lot of
Right.
people are convinced that the Avatar can't bend more than one element without Rava, despite us literally seeing Korra do it herself, but the announcement made this stupidity abundant.
Who says that? Nobody likes the Rava shit. Like, Rava was not a thing in the first series. She is a retcon, you know?
Sam I am sent a super chat. Lily is the real-life Master Shake from Aqua.
Now, if only she would try to get into a ghost hunting game to prank me. I would really love if you did that, Lily. The exact same way Master Shake did it.
John Williams sent a super chat. People hated white people in movie adaptation that simply doesn't exist. And
Yeah!
for good reason, they literally were the only white people. It was race swap.
Yeah, everyone complained about, like, some white Nepo babies playing Katara and Sokka in the fucking M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong movie.
The Neeraj Vito game sent a super chat. She actually thought Hey My Little Pony episode was responding to her because an MLP character had a glass of water cutie mark and had a slightly similar complaint about the show to her.
I mean, that's possible. They have done references to people in the show before. But that means they were making fun of her. You know? Like that Animaniacs Please 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 Get a Life Foundation skit, you know, like that. So it's possible, but if it was a reference to her, they were fucking making fun of her.
Abundantly clear when the setting of a post-apocalyptic series after Korra, where the Avatar's reputation in the mud, led a lot of people to believe that this makes Korra the worst Avatar because she destroyed the world.
Now y'all are saying she's responsible for the world being destroyed, bro. There's gotta be a reason behind this.
Very astute.
Okay, so the Avatar fandom has always been weird about Korra in relation to Aang because woman, dark-skinned, brash and aggressive, you...
Lily, you saying this like you didn't make The Legend of Korra is garbage and here's why. You say this like you haven't been complaining about this show for years. You say this like you don't think the scene of Korra getting mercury forced into her body is, like, sexual. She's just a contrarian. Now all of a sudden she's a Korra defender. Because it's
Sam I am
convenient.
sent a super chat. And you're the Carl.
Yes, I'm the Carl. I'm either Carl Weezer or Carl from Aqua Teen.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Lily, Jim Sterling, and Movie Bob all think everything wrong with media are the fans. It's the most deranged take every time.
Yeah, they all say this like they're not a fan.
Jasmine
know?
sent a super chat. I'll give the Netflix LA this. They didn't cast white people in the show. My god, the bar is hell.
Yeah, the bar is hell. Like, I've heard, like, the writing in that show is bad, 'cause they're doing the Disney shit of fixing things that don't need to be fucking fixed. You know? Like, we can't have Sokka be mildly sexist and then learn not to be sexist. You could just not learn a lesson at all, I guess. That's better? Maybe? Apparently? I don't know, fuck that show.
You get the idea. Korra can't get away with half the shit Aang was able to get away with because the fanbase ripped her to pieces every single...
What did Aang get away with? Like, what is the worst thing Aang did? Like, lie to Katara and Sokka about where their dad was? Run away when he first learned he was the Avatar? Like, what is the worst possible thing he did? Honestly, I'm asking.
Time. Korra gets blamed for losing the connection to the previous avatars when it was Unalaq and Vatu who did that, and
Well, yeah, but it still happened in her series and was a really stupid fucking idea. Lily, I think you get confused between people talking about Korra the series and Korra the character. You have to pay attention to which one people mean when they give these opinions. Because they probably mean Korra the series is bad for this whole, oh, we're just gonna erase all the past avatars for no good goddamn reason. Why did they make this decision? I will never understand.
Mr. Joe sent a super chat. Lily's the slow bro meme being very late to the joke.
Yeah, right? We got one more coming. Oh no, wait, I paused them before Miss Jasmine's came through. I
Miss
apologize.
Jasmine sent a super chat. Nobody had a problem with Korra being brown or a girl. Audiences were excited at first. It was the love triangle BS and terrible lore additions.
There were some chuds that were upset with her being a woman because chuds, but like, yeah, like, people were excited about the series, and then the first season was pretty rough because it was supposed to be a mini-series at first, and then Nickelodeon was like, actually make a full season, and they were trying to repeat their ship-baiting that they did outside of the show with the original Avatar, but, like, make it an actual in-show love triangle, and they were really trying to push Bolin to be the next Sokka, and it just wasn't working. So the first season's a bit of a slog, the second season is a complete fucking goddamn mess, with the dark Avatar shit and the spirit world opening, and just, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Though there's some stuff in season 2 I love. I always love Korra's weird, creepy cousins, and their fucked up laugh. I love those two. They're great. And I love Bolin becoming a silent movie star, and they're repeating a lot of the same kind of humor as the Ember Island players with all the practical effects to do bending. I love that shit. You can get me every time with that shit. So, we got a super comment.
Karant sent a super chat. How to Train Your Dragon turned 15 years old today.
Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of my mortality.
Korra's only crime was losing. There is a valid complaint in how Korra is made to take
I would say opening the fucking spirit world portals was a pretty big thing to criticize her for, but also the writing was terrible, and again, why did they fucking do that? I swear I do like Korra. I swear I do like the show. I honestly think if you want to skip ahead to seasons 3 and 4, just do that. Season 3 and 4 are pretty fucking solid, despite all the bad lore shenanigans. The first 2 seasons are a slog.
L way more times in way more sadistic ways than necessary, but that's not a Korra problem, it's a Bryke problem. Bryke didn't write that because Korra is weak. Bryke wrote it because they wrote a brash, pompous 17-year-old girl specifically to take her down a peg and make her listen to her hairy dads because they are 50. Blaming Korra
Or because Korra is the opposite of Aang. She's brash, she wants to be the Avatar, she thinks she already has everything figured out, and yeah, an arrogant character like that does need to be taken down a few pegs in order for the narrative to work, because otherwise, what the fuck is the point of having a brash, arrogant hero? They have to learn something, you know? Otherwise, we don't like them. If she's just out there being a Mary Sue, with no flaws and no failures, she would be unlikable, Lily. Something you don't understand about writing characters.
Korra as a character for this is about as nonsensical as blaming Aang for almost ending the Avatar cycle completely, or locking himself off from the Avatar state because he couldn't let go of Katara. Hell,
And people do criticize him for that, though, for not being able to let go of his worldly connections to reach enlightenment. But go off.
blaming Korra for the world ending is like blaming the 100-Year War on Roku. He did stop the war, and then Sozin killed him for it. This is literally—
Lily, it seems like you would be the type to say he should have killed Sozin when he had the chance and not let him live just because they had a long-term friendship. So, where's that attitude you usually have? You should be saying it's all Roku's fault because he didn't kill Sozin when he had the chance, and the 100-Year War was directly because of him.
Literally the answer to when the world needed him most, he vanished from the start of the series. There was a century-long period of no Avatar, the world went to shit, and a lot of people are angry at the Avatar for not stopping the Fire Nation. And it turned out that what happened was the previous Avatar was killed and the Air Nomads were wiped out and nobody knew. So I think it's safe to say
Actually, what happened was Aang found out he was the Avatar, ran away during a storm, and to save himself in the storm, he went into the Avatar state and encased himself with ice, and he was encased in that ice for 100 years. That's why the Avatar was missing. So you are completely removing Aang's decision to run away from that situation. The 100-Year War would not have happened if Aang hadn't run away and got himself trapped in ice for 100 years. That is literally the catalyst of the story. So, what are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna let some of these supers come through.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Sigh, you have to think like Lily. It's because Aang was a straight little boy and that's not fair.
You think she would, you think him being a straight boy would make her hate him more? Also, you know, Aang was 12, Korra was 17. There's a lot more expectation of responsibility between those two ages.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Korra being brash/arrogant makes sense given her background. Aang being gentle and a pacifist makes sense given his background. This is basic writing.
Yep.
Smooth Illustrated sent a super chat. Julie do the thing. Sparkles emoji.
Exactly. The other Varric. We like that. We like him. Also the best thing in season 2.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. If Korra was a man, Lily would be tearing him a new one. Think
Yeah.
he wasn't humbled enough and call him the worst Avatar in history.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right.
Giggling on the go send a super chat. Are you ever going to react to the Korra garbage video she did? I can't believe she's defending it, RN. Also watch Owl House.
Maybe. Like I said, I gotta rewatch Korra if I'm gonna do that, because I don't remember enough clearly about it. It's been a long time since I've watched it, so...
Wonko Bonko send a super chat. As someone who didn't watch Korra cause it came out when I was an edgy teen who thought cartoons were cringe, I'm just here to watch funny lady on my screen make fun of horrid incest women.
Thank you.
Have money.
Thank you.
Matt0044 sent a super chat. I feel you could do a proper rewatch of Locke.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind watching it again. I gotta be in the right mood to start a show or rewatch something, and like I just said, the only show I've been into recently has been Severance, so...
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. YMMV, but I at least respect the risk of destroying the links to past avatars. Taurus saying I'm the last Avatar still gives me chills to this day.
Maybe if they had done it in a different way, like, for a more grandiose reason, that could have worked, but the way they did it was kind of lame and ass-pully, which didn't help people accept it, you know?
Crispy Pie sent a super chat. One of my favorite Roku moments is when Roku berates Song's first fire mentor for not teaching Aang.
Yeah, Roku's a bro. I mean, he probably should have killed Sozin when he had the chance, but, you know, they were lifelong friends. That's a lot to ask of somebody, even the Avatar, which is kind of the point. But I'm saying Lily could easily blame Roku for everything if she really wanted to.
Say, just by virtue of pattern recognition, that there is more to the Seven Havens than meets the eye. The Avatar simply isn't powerful enough to cause a cataclysmic event. The energy that would require would not only take the
Except she opened the ways to the spirit world, and now apparently the world has gone back to the way it used to be in ancient times, before the spirit world portals were closed. You could directly blame Korra for that, yes, and again, that is one of the worst decisions they made in the entire series, and I, to this day, do not understand what motivated it.
Bean sent a super chat. Starting a staring contest with the sun would be more productive than listening to whatever wet brain takes Lily has.
True, you guys should all go outside and do that right now.
Avatar state, it would likely rip her body apart to do so. If you want a likely culprit, I would suggest it's probably the spirit laser cannon the size of several submarines that can rip through the very fabric of reality and form an entirely new spirit portal. You know, if something's gonna cause the Avatar equivalent of rapid onset climate change, it was probably that, you
Lily, who opened the spirit portals? Who decided without asking anybody else in the entire world, or letting people put it to a vote, to just open the spirit portals. Who decided to do that, Lily? Who decided to do that? Oh, it was Korra. It was Korra that did that.
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. I don't wanna hate much cause it's not out yet, but the Avatar concept sounds like a D&D campaign, not an official show. I'm hopeful but low expectations.
That's a good point. Like, as a tabletop setting, it could work if it was further into the future, maybe. But, or just like an alternate universe type thing. But yeah, I don't like, why are you, like, you're just destroying everything we've come to love about this world and replacing it with basically, functionally, a new one. Why? Is my question. Why? Oh my god. I would love to compare what she says in this video to her other Korra videos, though. I didn't plan for that this time, but we might do that in the future if I go over the bigger Korra video.
Alt account for the lols sent a super chat. NGL, I wasn't into the concept of the new series, didn't sound interesting to me, but I'll become its biggest fan just to spite Lily.
Fair. If you want, you know, do what you want. Oh, hey, Ant's
Kazaki
here.
Kintai sent a super chat. Why is she so mad at her own character?
This is her punching bag character that she has to slap in the face and yell at and be the scapegoat for all of her imaginary problems with fandom. Obviously. You didn't miss much yet, Ant. She inevitably said they're basically implied that, you know, everyone in the world on the internet noticed that the new Avatar series sounded like her idea, because people definitely read Avatar Neva on her WordPress blog, which is the only place it exists anymore.
Mock sent a super chat. Korra turned that beam into a third portal.
Yeah. Is that what happened? I don't remember that plot point. Again, seasons 3 and 4 are so much better and so much more grounded that I just prefer them.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. Lily doesn't understand what accountability is. In her mind, unless you did it with your own hands with 3 witnesses, it's not her fault.
I guess, but she's suddenly a Korra defender after bashing the series for
Arsonist
years.
sent a super chat. Is Lily power scaling Avatar now? I swear this is something she'd criticize someone else for doing.
Yeah, but, you know, she changes her mind from video to video, whatever makes her sound smart in her own head.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Why does her Strawman look like a 2014 Tumblr SJW?
I don't know, she invented the Strawmans for the wholesome and dark media video, and she's never used the dark media girl again. She just abuses the wholesome media girl instead, so who the fuck knows?
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. How she treats her Strawman character makes me uncomfortable. Makes it feel like her fans are in an abusive relationship with her.
Well, they are. They are. Remember, if you go watch the audio I covered of that she uploaded to Patreon, she starts out this Patreon-exclusive audio by saying, "People act like it's a sin to hate your audience as a YouTuber," she says to her paying audience.
Matt0044 sent a super chat. I recommend Matt CMG's Corey videos as a cleanser.
I think I've heard of those. I've watched a lot of videos on Korra, and again, I actually like the series. I do, but...
Alt account for the lols sent a super chat. Also thank you for pointing out how stupid the spirit portal and the world regression was. I actually cannot.
Yeah, like, what is the point of doing that? I don't understand. You know, it's a doubling down on all the worst
Cryohazard
shit.
sent a super chat. I was on the spirit's side in the show. Leave us alone. And we will leave you alone.
I mean, yeah, I kind of understood the spirit, and how they brought back airbending was kind of clever, I thought, but other than that...
Anthony Gramaglia sent a super chat. The new series sounds like Horizon Zero Dawn.
God, it does, and I already don't like Horizon Zero Dawn very much. It's not very well written. I'm gonna take a break again real quick, guys, because it's time to feed the pets. I will be right back. Let me open iTunes first so I can leave you with some more revenue-sharing music. So Lily can't copyright strike me. I will let this next super
Aaron
chat play.
Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Dark Media Girl has been assimilated into Lily's avatar.
She absorbed her like Agent Smith. Come on, iTunes, open already. Jesus.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Lily's defending Korra now cause she's a contrarian.
Yeah, and she acts like she didn't make, like, some of the videos that led to people hating on Korra all the time. Like, she acts like she didn't do that. Watch her, like, make a video defending Steven Universe in the future, acting like she didn't cause the most damage. Anyway. let's leave you guys with some nice music while I go. Ah, actually, hell yeah, Devil's Dance Floor. I know this one has revenue sharing. Here we go. I'll be right back. I'll let the supers come through on the break screen, and I will respond when I get back if you send any. So, BRB, gotta go feed the pets.
Right in front of me, color of her eyes were the color of insanity. Crushed beneath her wave like a ship I could not reach the shore. We're all just dancers on the devil's dance floor. Well, swing a little more than Mario. Swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more than Mario. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Pressed against her face, I could feel her insecurity. Mother had been a drunk and her father was obscurity. Nothing ever came from a life that was a simple one. Pull yourself together, girl, and have a little fun. Well, she took me by the hand, I could see she was a furry one. Her legs ran all the way up to heaven and past Avalon. Tell me something, girl, what it is to have.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Future Lily Coops, think Diamond did nothing wrong.
Hope I'm introducing a bunch of you to flogging Molly. But yeah, you're right, Master Clockwork. The 10th anniversary of Steven Universe ending, she's suddenly gonna upload a video like, why you were all wrong about Steven Universe, and pretend she never made the garbage video, or the 2018 video. Oh, God. Yeah, we need to adopt Wholesome Girl and get her away from Lily. This is a hostage situation. Look at her. Ugh. Anyway, I'm gonna let the song finish. Yeah, so listening to Irish pub music.
Pizza Flute sent a super chat. Hell yeah. Irish pub.
I love my Irish American music. They're a good band. I haven't heard a lot of their new stuff, though. Just the old stuff. But I saw they had revenue sharing, and I was like, hell yeah. I could put something besides dark ambient lo-fi on my list. Hey, someone's going back to the very beginning. I respect that. Okay. Back to the video, unfortunately.
Fucking moron. Hell, the fact that you can harness spirit vines into energy and weaponry means someone was likely doing that. Korra's time was a
As we see it going completely wrong and out of control.
period of political instability, settler colonialism, regicide, revolutionary wars, fascism, political backstabbing, massive weapons created to lay waste to the very land.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Joke's on you. I've been flogging since 2007.
Hey! Alright, now I'm pausing the super chats. I forgot to.
Time we saw the Earth Kingdom, it was
Oh, they actually have a sea shanty. They have a couple of sea shanties, Draco, in their repertoire.
Last time we saw the Earth Kingdom, it was trying to transition to a democracy and failed.
Oh my god, Puke Princess, you're right. Lily's pixie wholesome girl needs to date Midori from Yandere Dev's videos. We need to rescue them both, and then they're gonna date each other.
Horribly at doing so, leadership passing to some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet, and capitalistic billionaires causing destruction and war to enrich themselves.
Fuck you, Varric is based.
Any of these things could have caused a global cataclysm, and it was probably the capitalism because that—
Well, we don't know what the fucking cataclysm was that killed Korra. We don't even know what age she died at. We're not entirely sure how long it's been. I mean, but Pavi doesn't seem very old. She's maybe like, what, probably 14, maybe even 12, like Aang, so...
The Nirich Video Game sent a super chat. Wholesome girl is the new guy.
Yeah, basically. She's just there to get abused by Lily now. Isn't that great?
that's what's responsible for the global cataclysm in real life. The Seven Havens were almost certainly—
Oh my god, guys, late stage capitalism. Aren't I so smart and politically aware?
for the global cataclysm in real life. The Seven Havens were almost certainly created by Korra, or at the very least the damage was abated and lessened by her in some way. She probably can't fight—
You don't, this is just you speculating out of your fucking ass. Why did you have to make an entire video? This could have been a blue sky post, Lily. Pavi is 8, so it's only been 8 years since Korra died. And we don't know how far in the future this is. Korra could have been like 100 years old and died stopping a cataclysm for all we fucking know. You know?
King Beats sent a super chat. How do you like Varric? He is so unfunny.
I don't know, I think he's funny. He's a shitpost of a character. I appreciate him. I don't know.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat.
There you go.
1 donation equals 1 prayer for wholesome girl. Folded hands emoji.
All of my money will go to Wholesome Girl, who is a headmate of mine now, so it goes to me. You see how that works? Oh, God. Oh, my Discord is, like, sending me messages. Guys, I'm streaming!
ecological collapse regardless of the cause, and all—
Izanagi009 sent a super chat. Dear God, this is Hetkanoon as crazy as the RWBY fandom nonsense.
Yeah, like, she's basing all of this on nothing. Nobody knows anything about this fucking show yet.
Wokador sent a super chat. Lily. Avatar Kyoshi moved countries.
She
Crying
did.
face emoji.
She split off an entire peninsula to make an island and murdered a man in the process. That's why Kyoshi was the best. Just make the Kyoshi show bright.
The Nirich Video Game sent a super chat. Just realized Pixie looks similar to Lolo's avatar.
Oh, that's, yeah, that Lolo is the side chick that Lily is trying to waifuize next, and slowly, you know, edge out her real wife.
Massa Mouse sent a super chat. This is more of an all-at. Does anyone know where Korra can be watched in Canada without a VPN?
Basically. Yeah, we just want the Kyoshi show break to show us Kyoshi being 6 foot tall and bisexual and amazing and murdering annoying conqueror guys. That's all we want. Just, the Avatar just knows how to be bisexual, eat hot chip, and murder conquerors.
lessened by her in some way. She probably can't fight ecological collapse regardless of the cause, and all the Avatar can do is mitigate the damage.
It's not ecological collapse, it's spirit vines everywhere, and Lily, who opened the spirit portals without asking the rest of the world if that is how they wanted to live? That would have been Korra!
Aragandy sent a super chat. Julie, do the thing. World turns into Fallout.
You know what, though? Avatar-themed Fallout game would go so fucking hard. It would, though. This should have been a Fallout-style game.
Jack Thorso sent a super chat. Can't stay for the stream. Just popping in to tip my favorite streamer.
Thank
Did I
you.
ask how bad today's dose of Lily is?
We read her boring fanfic first, and a bunch of people fell asleep. So, there's that.
Guy493 sent a super chat. Let's be honest. It was probably Korra's fault.
Yeah, like, opening the spirit portals was the worst decision she made, and I can see her living in infamy for that, because it fundamentally changed the world as everyone knows it. You know, and now it seems like the world has been plunged back to the way it was in Avatar Wan's time, which nobody wanted. The audience didn't want that. Who is this series for, you guys?
I promise you, it will turn out that something, be it the Havens or some technology the Havens use, was created by Korra and could have very likely resulted in her death. But Lily—
What the fuck was Korra an inventor of technology? Why wouldn't it be made by Asami, the actual inventor? Since when has Korra shown any aptitude with mechanical things or technology? Never! That's her wife, Lily, who we haven't mentioned yet.
In her death. But Lily, it says the public view the Avatar as humanity's destroyer. So? It says seen as. It doesn't say is.
Oh, look at Pixie flinching, thinking that Lily is going to hit her again. That's real. Yeah, Lily, you're really telling us that you care about victims of domestic violence when you have your straw man character cowering from you, afraid you're going to slap her in the face again? What the fuck is the matter with you? Like, honestly.
It doesn't say is. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but the general public in the world of Avatar is really fucking stupid. It looks like China, but it acts like America most of the time. The average person is...
Doesn't look like China, it looks like South Asia, Lily, but of course you probably think only China and Japan exist, I'm sure.
Wonko Bonko sent a super chat. Lily having negative brain cells cause the world regressing. BC of the spirit portals is the perfect cause for the Avatar's abysmal loss of worldwide rep.
Yeah, there's no other thing that could have possibly led to spirit vines being all over the world and engulfing it than the spirit portals being open. Because again, that's the way the world was in Avatar 1's time. That's how humanity used to live, according to the other terrible lore nobody asked for. They're just doubling down on all the worst lore. That's the part that people don't like.
Zenon sent a super chat. Pixie recoiling as Lily raises her hand toward her. She's not beating the abuse allegations.
Yeah, she's not beating the abuse allegations, just like she beats Pixie here and probably beats other people around her in her proximity, which I guess would just be Michaela, because nobody else hangs out with her in real life ever. So anyway, thank you for being a member for 8 months, by the way, Kenway. I just saw that.
It's either an asshole, an idiot, or both. Even in Legend of Korra, her biggest hurdle is the fact that she can't get anything done because brainless morons just keep getting in the way and blaming her for things she has no control.
Weren't you on the side of the Equalists, Lily? Were you on the side of the Equalists before? And said that they wrote it badly because the Equalists should have been based and right and correct? I seem to recall that.
Mock sent a super chat. Was there not a spirit shark in the desert killing people?
Was there? That sounds like something that might have happened. Again, it's been a while since I've actually watched Korra. So, and thank you for the generous super chat, Zine.
Sent a super chat. Even if you hate Avatar Win, at least he knew not to leave the door to the spirits that can and will cause problems on purpose to mention. Korra knew this since she saw his entire life story, but decided, and did it anyway.
Yeah, I never understood her motivation for opening the spirit portals other than it's not fair to the spirits. Who the fuck cares? They're fine where they are. Why did you need to do this?
Starvolt Nexus sent a super chat. What if the CEOs wanted the terrible lore?
Yeah, I don't know. No, but see, that's the thing. This is being made by Avatar Studios. So this is Break's own independent studio continuing Avatar. And they are doubling down on the worst fucking ideas they had when they made Korra. And I don't understand why. I really, really don't. Nobody liked this. You could have found a way to retcon it, or just been like, oh, the spirits diminished over time or something, you know? Like, anything but this.
Control over. Half the villains in both The Last Airbender and Korra have manipulated the gullible public into going along with something completely terrible. And one of the villains is just straight out, we should plunge the world into chaos for the
He was way, like, Lily, you think you would like anarchists. You know, like, she tries to pretend she's like a radical hyper-liberal, but she always comes down on the side of authoritarianism. Always. Always.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Yandev. Wasn't someone else responsible for destroying all the Avatar spirits?
Yandere Dev, wasn't someone else responsible for destroying all the Avatar spirits?
Is this a crossover episode?
Max Phoenix sent a super chat. Will you ever cover Stockholm?
I don't know, it's very long. and very boring. If somebody else wants to do a dramatic reading of Stockholm, I'll listen to it on stream. Let's put it that way. I tripped over my words a lot, even just trying to read her fucking Neva shit. I don't think I'd make it through Stockholm in a good amount of time.
Schneonbein sent a super chat. Star Butterfly wouldn't even do that. Star whoops. I just did a genocide. Butterfly wouldn't be that stupid. Up screams into pillow.
Yeah, I've heard things about Starverses. I'm kinda glad I never watched it, to be honest.
One of the villains is just straight out, we should plunge the world into chaos for the true freedoms, and creates a power vacuum for a dictator. Goodness, Zahir,
Okay, well, okay, you understand that now? You understand that now? In the past, she would always be like, oh, Kuvira shouldn't have been a villain. Kuvira had all the right ideas, and they just made her a villain for no reason at the end. And, like, she said the Earth Queen should have been the main villain instead. Even though the whole point of the Earth Queen was that the royal family in the Earth Kingdom was diminishing in power because they were so incompetent. You know? That's what created the power. There was already a power vacuum because the royal family was so weak and was losing control of the country and couldn't support, like, how big the Earth Kingdom was. So here comes Lady Stalin, Kuvira, you know, to start slowly forming a coup to get rid of the royal family and the monarchy. And you would think getting rid of monarchies is something you would like, Lily. Which is why you used to think Kuvira was based. And all of a sudden you know she's a fascist. Oh my god. Like, we are gonna have to compare this to her other two Korra videos sometime. That might just have to be its own stream.
dictator. Goodness, Zahir, who could have seen that coming, you know, aside from any passing 6-year-old? Given that
there was already a power vacuum because the fucking royal family was waning in power. They were like Kyoto during the Sengoku era, Lily, which you probably don't even understand what I just fucking said because you don't know anything about history, especially Asian history.
It's only a decade after Korra's death, the population of the Havens probably isn't the best and brightest of the world. The 7 Havens almost line up completely with the 6 nations, so at least one of those is going
6 nations? Lily, these are, like... Okay, if you really wanted to be funny, you would have put in the Water Floridians, for one thing. The Water Floridians. If you want to count both water tribes as 2 different nations. Like, she said this, and then couldn't think of how that makes any sense, but left it in the script, and left it in her recording, and didn't re-record or cut this out. Why? Long ago, there were 4 nations. That is literally how every single episode of the show opens.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. There is no Stockholm inside stream.
What is Euron? Nah, like I said, if somebody wants to do a dramatic reading of Stockholm, we could maybe use that, but yeah.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Opening the spirit portals does make sense. If this were a triple a video game and you need Ludo narrative resonance for a fast travel mechanic.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but in the show, it just does no
the
sense.
The video game sent a super chat. There's an old photo of Lo with her own cone chalice.
Oh, there is! That's right. She's got a glass of milk in her opening of her RVI videos.
John Williams sent a super chat. Earth Kingdom was Russia pre-revolution.
Yeah, basically. That's how weak the monarchy was. But of course, Lily also will not understand that reference. Though it makes sense, Russia, you know, fucking Kuvira being Lady Stalin and all. But again, Lily doesn't actually know anything about politics and history, so she can't pick up on this shit.
Completely with the 6 nations, so at least one of those is going to be made up of the witless wonders that populated the United Republic. Fuck, there it is.
What's wrong with the United Republic?
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. The other 2 nations are Heart and Magic.
The Heart of the Cards. Or Heart and Darkness are the other 2. Or is it
It's Mohammed
like Captain
sent a
Planet?
super chat. Lily literally said Bryke has to put Kuvira in a giant robot because if they didn't the viewer we agree with her. Now she admits she's a dictator.
She always contradicts herself from video to video. She has no actual
Krusty
views.
underscore Krabby sent a super chat. The worst collab in YouTube history. Yanev meets Lily. I think the entire platform would implode. BC all of Lily's crazy shit would come to a much larger audience. Shneonbine sent a super chat. By the power of the Lord Vessel, you may warp between bonfires. Wait, this isn't Dark Souls. Last one for now.
Exactly.
Tax return F, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I need to file my taxes still. It's getting late. Was that the last super? I think it was. Yes, it was. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate your support a lot. I just try to do the super chats in chunks now because there have been complaints about their frequency. Anyway.
It's right there. If anyone caused the apocalypse, it was likely the United Republic, a cacistocratic capitalist dystopia where idiots.
Cacistocratic. Lily, do you know why Republic City was founded? Do you remember in the lore why Republic City was founded? Because there were still some old Fire Nation colonies in part of the Earth Nation. And the thing was, those people had been living there for many generations. It'd been 100 years. So these Earthbender people and these Firebender people were used to living together in a blended community. And so you couldn't just eject the people who were born there from that land. They didn't cause the colonization. They can't help when and where they were born. That was the whole point. So to solve the problem, they created Republic City. And then Republic City became a hub of technological advancement. That's a good thing, Lily. Of course, she doesn't even understand that it's 1930s Hong Kong is what Republic City is based on, because she's fucking stupid.
A cacistocratic capitalist dystopia where idiots like this get
I don't even know what cacocratic means, even. Cacristocratic? Let me see if I can fucking find out what this word is. Maybe the fucking transcript will tell me what the fuck that word is. Hang on a second. Where are we? Go to where I currently am, you stupid thing. Okay, Even the fucking subtitles don't know what the fuck she just said. What the fuck is it? What is she trying to say? That wasn't a word, Lily. What is cacistocratic? You're just making up words now. Basically, the subtitles think she said, Kakra capitalistic. Let's see. Some Demon of Light's got me, apparently. Kakistocracy, a state or society governed by its least suitable or competent citizens. So is Lily just saying this blended community of Earth Nation and Fire Nation people are, like, inherently bad? Lily, are you saying mixing races makes everybody incompetent? Is that what you're saying to me right now? Is that what you're saying to me right now? That a major world city where every single nation can come together in a big melting pot is a bad thing and creates incompetent people? Is that what you're saying to me? They should have kept the nation separate! Oh my fucking Christ. And you had to use this cockacrasty word I've never fucking heard of to say it. Yeah, a cockistocracy is an idiocracy. She should have just said idiocracy. She's using a word she looked up that nobody uses to try to sound smart, which in fact makes her sound even dumber.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Shay trying to say cocking, sigh.
I don't think so. We figured out what it was. I wouldn't be surprised if she said cocking after the other cocked we saw. And how she rips off Yahtzee all the time. You're not British, Lily. Casey Haas, what you missed was Lily basically saying that a blended community of two different nationalities, races, and cultures creates nothing but incompetent people who are the worst. So, there's that. There's that right there. Let's listen to that again, guys. Let's listen to that again. Holy fucking shit.
Right there, if anyone caused the apocalypse, it was likely the United Republic, a cacistocratic capitalist dystopia where idiots like this get to run roughshod over the entire land, exploiting it in the name of pure profit. Varric alone would have caused 50
Varric is a shitpost of a character. How unethical he is the joke. It's like Big Jack Horner, you know? He's that kind of
Oblivion
character.
Blade TT sent a super chat. Insert crocodile saying racial segregation.
It wasn't the crocodile, it was Damien saying racial segregation. Anyway.
Krusty_Krabby sent a super chat. No, it's a nation built solely on cooking spray. Crisco-cratic.
Crisco-cratic, that makes complete sense. And actually, somebody sent me that screenshot recently because they were watching my Wani playthrough. Hang on a second.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. More like cockocistocracy. A nation ruled by poop.
Yes, that would be Lily's nation. Hang on, let me find this. Let me find this now, because somebody literally just sent that to me. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is what Lily wants in her Avatar
Bladed
world.
Fox 14 sent a super chat. Lily with her word a day calendar.
Basically! You got one more coming.
Greg Charles sent a super chat. Didn't Lily claim to be mixed with American Indian?
Yeah, like every other white person in North America, she claims to be half Cherokee or part Cherokee or like a drop Cherokee. Anyway, racial segregation! If you don't get this joke, you have to go watch my I Wani Hug That Gator playthrough. It's become a very big inside joke in my community. Anyway. Here we go.
15 Chernobyl disasters before Korra could get a bead on his location. So I think we're all in agreement that blaming
Korra was like working with him, wasn't she?
Korra for everything out of the gate is just dumb. What concerns me is that despite there being a precedent,
She opened the spirit portals and now there are spirit vines all over the entire world. I think these two things are correlated. Get
Hazaki
it?
Kintai sent a super chat. No, Lily claims to be Native American only.
Fucking bullshit. She's white as shit. She's whiter than me.
for the public are stupid, both in Avatar and in real life, people took the Avatar is seen as humanity's destroyer and immediately concluded that Korra did something to fuck up the world. Well, it doesn't concern me, I know exactly where it comes from. Korra—
She did do something to fuck up the world. She opened all the spirit portals and now there's spirit vines covering everywhere, like that time they were covering Republic City. And that's bad, Lily, because now humanity has been reduced to just 7 fucking cities instead of 4 entire nations, and are clinging on to survival, presumably, like in Wan's time. Nobody wanted this!
where it comes from. Korra is the subject of hyper-Watsonian critique, where almost every single plot event in Legend of Korra—
Oh god, Aunt! She's using Watsonian and Doyleist now, and I'm pretty sure this is your fault! Where are you, Aunt?
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Lily's a damn burgeraboo. Also Lily Orchard, ethno-state advocate.
She basically just, yeah! She just said a mixed city is bad! Stay in your own nations, everyone!
Peary sent a super chat. I fear whatever fandom Lily has her eyes on next. God, I hope it isn't the Fallout fandom.
Right now
is
she's
solely
really—
blamed on her.
I meant to pause super chats. Right now she's really into Nami games, so rip if you're into those.
Mock sent a super chat. Wasn't Varric against making the spirit beams?
Yeah, he was basically forced into it by Kuvira, and he sabotaged it in the end, if I recall correctly. He actually did the right thing for once in his entire life.
John Williams sent a super chat. Lily makes Dale the albino buffalo look legit.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but okay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the difference between the Watsonian and the Doyleist perspective. One is you look at something from the perspective of the narrative, and then the other is you say, well, they had to write it this way because of meta reasons. You know, so it's whether you use the story itself or you use, like, technical writing shit to analyze a piece of writing. That's what that is. So, yeah, but I'm pretty sure she's just using these words now because Ant used them.
Where it comes from. Korra is the subject of hyper-Watsonian critique, where almost every single plot event in Legend of Korra is solely blamed on her, even if she is nowhere near it, or if the culprit is very obviously someone else.
She did the worst thing, which was opening the spirit portals. I will stand by that being the biggest mistake Korra made, even though I like Korra. Though I feel like they could never really pin down her personality the entire show. That's another critique I have of the show. Again, I overall like the series. Even at the worst points, like this shit, there's still shit in season 2, the worst one, that I enjoy very, very much.
Izanagi009 sent a super chat. Doyleist is non-diegetic, Watsonian is diegetic.
That's a pretty good way of putting it, even though that's not quite how you use the word diegetic. If people don't know, non-diegetic means something about a piece of media that is not literally in the story, like the musical soundtrack and stuff. And diegetic means stuff that is actually happening within the story itself that the characters can react to. Sometimes people play
John
with
Williams sent a super chat. Dale think he's Native American in an episode.
Oh, I gotcha. No, she just found out she has some Native American history, like, ancestry, and, like, made it, like, her entire personality. Even though she isn't affiliated with any tribes and didn't grow up in the culture and doesn't know anything about it. And she wears terrible pewter feather earrings from, like, Kmart. So, yeah.
Pointed out again, Korra is often called a terrible avatar because she lost her connection to her past lives, but she lost it because Rava was ripped out of her and destroyed. Ultimately, Korra is—
But also, nobody likes the Rava shit. Nobody likes the Rava and Vatu shit. So, again, Lily, you have to delineate between when people are talking about Korra as a show, and just abbreviating it to Korra, and talking about Korra as a character. Because a lot of times, people might mean one or the other. So when they say Korra ruined the lore, they're likely talking about her series, not the character herself. But of course, you won't differentiate between these things because you're a fucking moron and you want to argue in bad faith, so...
Sofagrams sent a super chat. The scene as judgment can be unfair but still true. It's called nuance. Lily.
Yeah.
Korra can be a good person but still have to deal with consequences.
I mean, there was a whole town that was, like, burning images of the Avatar in effigy. Remember that? And then Aang summoned Kyoshi to advocate for herself, and she basically just confessed to murdering a man. That was a good episode. I like that one a lot.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. Thinking Ablily getting into my hyperfixation makes me feel physically sick. Especially since Therese 2 adoptive siblings in it.
Oh god, it's like when I heard, like, she said, my favorite plotline in Dragon Age Veilguard was about Balara and her brother, and I was like, no!
Buta Flute sent a super chat. Loki, I really want Lily to talk about The Last of Us 1 and 2. I wanna see how bad her takes on it.
Oh, she will never watch anything that isn't, like, a fucking children's cartoon or a sitcom made for, like, 40-year-old moms. She can't understand anything like that. Like, I remember, like, all her examples in her dark media video were, like, children's shit. I would love to see Lily try to understand fucking Severance or even Breaking Bad or, you know, anything. She'd probably hate Skylar, let's be real.
is considered to be at fault for being the victim of violence, which is just really fucked up. And this was only able to happen because this was the first time in 10,000 years that anybody knew that Rava existed. I don't understand how you can have—
Yeah, and it was a stupid plot point that nobody liked.
that attitude towards a character that they're at fault for the violence inflicted on them. Conversely, when Aang was said to be a bad father due to personality failings that were abundantly clear in The Last Airbender, this was considered to be bad writing, because Aang is the perfect goodest little baby boy and can never be wrong. So when—
Yeah, see, I actually kind of agree with Lily on this. People are complaining about the view Aang's adult children have of him, and Aang we never experienced and that they did, and I liked that. I liked, you know, seeing a character we grew to love in his own series through the eyes of people who, you know, don't know him the way we do. You know, and we'll never quite understand how his own, you know, children feel having been raised by him. You know, I liked that. I didn't think that was bad. And I don't think Aang was a bad dad. I think... Because when Boomy and Kaya and Tenzin talk about it, they come to the conclusion that, yeah, they've all been harboring some maybe unfair resentment. And, you know, nobody's perfect. Your parents are just human beings. And they all concluded in the end that they were overall a happy family. You know, so no one was saying that Aang was, like, a horrible father. He was maybe neglectful of his other two children because he had the pressure of trying to, like, keep the airbender culture alive, you know? I mean, realistically, he probably should have had multiple wives to do that, but, you know, children's show.
When he is, people treat that like a mistake and shake their fist at Bryke for ruining his character. When Korra gets bounced across every flat surface in the Earth Kingdom, this is Korra being a terrible avatar. Male characters get Doylist critique, female characters get Watsonian critique. Look, a lot of people have...
That is just a complete misunderstanding of what the Watsonian and Doyleist approaches to critiquing media are, Lily. Like, prove to me that this is a pattern. This thing you just made up.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Lily is more whiter than a sheep in a bleach bubble bath. More whiter than an albino Uncle Ruckus. No relation.
Oh god, that episode.
Sky Macaroon sent a super chat. If Humbert and Lolita was a woman, Lily would love it.
Yeah, yeah, she wrote that basically. She wrote that basically with Mommy Daggio. She has a 38-year-old woman pick up a 15-year-old runaway and seduce her and groom her into being her little fuck buddy, and then they make out in front of the little girl's parents as she refuses to give their child back to them. Lily wrote that. And then she wrote a Tumblr post one time where she said, I wrote a book where a 38-year-old ran off with a 15-year-old and you all thought it was lovely. As she was trying to convince a grown man to date a 17-year-old girl. That happened. Yeah. Look
Taylor
at my purple,
sent a super
purple
chat.
Demon Lily
I love
posting
when
blog.
you can tell Lily learned a new term. It gets abused like her fans.
Yeah, right? She tortures every new word and phrase she learns. It's like when she was calling everything an open-air prison.
Mock sent a super chat. I thought it was stupid that Tang let random people adopt his culture but didn't bring his other two into it.
Yeah, that's a really good point that I never even thought of, actually. That is a very big writing oversight. They wanted to, like, build some resentment between the siblings. But yeah, Aang eventually embraced the air acolytes, who were non-airbenders, who basically wanted to LARP as airbenders, and he taught them his culture and how to respect it. I mean, still, he was only 12, though. He wasn't exactly, like, a master of his culture, so it's kind of lost forever anyway. But yeah, why wouldn't he, like, bring his other kids into, like, airbender practices and air acolyte practices? That's a good fucking point, actually. That's a pretty big oversight on the writer's part.
John Williams sent a super chat. One of my favorite artists made flashbacks of Aang training Tenzin, disguise it as games and unintentional showing favoritism towards him. Really highlight perspective.
I mean, that probably did happen. He probably didn't mean to do it.
Krabby sent a super chat. Lily is so thematically dyslexic she couldn't understand Dora the Explorer.
Pretty much. Because there is a good scene where Tenzin is like, well, Dad used to take us on all these trips, right? And the two of them go, Tenzin, he took you on those trips. We weren't there. You know, it that does happen, especially when you're adults as siblings looking back, you know, at your childhoods. You remember things very differently, and there are things that imprinted themselves on you that may not have imprinted themselves on your sibling. Everyone remembers things differently from their own perspective, and that's a big point of these three adult characters grappling with how they were raised. And I do like that plotline, but you're right. Why didn't he, like, introduce airbender culture to his other two kids? That's pretty shitty, Aang.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Watching Tenzin, Boomy and Kia arguing about and while the credits awkwardly play as if to end the drama is the funniest thing Nickelodeon ever did.
It is. And you know what? One of the strengths of the Avatar series is that they do focus a lot on older characters. You know, grown adult characters who were, like, in their, like, 50s and 60s, something a children's show normally wouldn't do. Normally in a children's show, like, the 15-year-old heroes are the best and the most competent, and all the adults are stupid and useless and don't believe them and are just getting in their way, you know? So it's nice to see, like, they actually respect the role older people have in the lives of children in this show. It's very positive.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat, and the 15-year-old also had the woman's baby after she died.
What? And that's in Mommy Daggio? How did that work? Is this some ABO shit? I don't want to know, actually. I don't want to know.
Female characters get Watsonian critique. Look, a lot of people have been dancing around this when they talk about this stuff, but I won't. This is just misogyny. I feel like a lot of people don't get—
Lily, that's you! Again, Lily, you are acting like you never made Korra is garbage and here's why, and never claimed that the scene of Korra being tortured by the Red Lotus is something sexual and like Riona, which you know that word for some reason, which is like an uber weeby sex pest otaku word. You know, like, Lily, you're the one who thought a brown woman getting tortured was hot, and now you're daring to, like, accuse anybody else of being misogynistic. You just showed yourself slapping your female strawman character in the face, and her flinching at the prospect of you beating her again, and you have the gall to talk about misogyny. Fuck off, Lily.
this, but one of the ways in which bigotry manifests and tries to hide is in being hypercritical of someone based on what they are, treating a woman or a person of color or an LGBT person with far more scrutiny and bad faith than they would.
It has nothing to do with any of those things. She just happened to be in a series where they made a lot of lore decisions people don't like. And again, you have to clarify if someone is talking about Korra the character or Korra the show. Because people will just call the show Korra for short. I'm sure you know that, and you're just being disingenuous.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. First you said Korra sucked. Now you defend her? Pick a goddamn lane, Lily.
Seriously. Like, she's just defending all the worst things the show did now because people are complaining about them. That's all she's doing. Again, Lily doesn't have any consistent stances or morals or ethics or ideas. She just says whatever she thinks is gonna make her sound cool in the moment, and for some reason her stupid-ass fans eat it up.
Someone who isn't one of those things. This is exposed on the fact that a lot of people are cranky that the new Avatar is a girl instead of a guy, and some people are even saying, this is—
Who? Oh, one guy. You found one guy. One whole guy complaining about it on Twitter. At least you actually showed a tweet this time by when you say people say shit on Twitter, which it didn't do last time. She's learning,
John Williams
guys.
sent a super chat. Also did a sad piece with 2 panels wearing telling young Booney it's okay he's not an airbender. Showing with a face that shows disappointment. Second panel then disappoint look is more exaggerated.
Oh, that's even sadder because Boomy then eventually does become an airbender when the spirit paths are open, which, again, I do like that idea. I do like that way of bringing airbending back to the world. Like, it's like an automatic spiritual balance, but we didn't need to have spirit portals open for that to happen, I don't think. Or at least not permanently, you know, maybe just temporarily, and then, woo, airbending comes back. I love the montage of Tenzin going around awkwardly trying to recruit people. It's one of the funniest goddamn things, and I love J.K. Simmons so much. So...
Korra 2.0. They're already priming themselves to—
Okay, so dickheads, like a couple of dickheads on Twitter, where, like, Twitter is just full of people with the worst fucking opinions. Why do you think this is the entire fandom?
Aaron Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Sometimes I'm glad Milo Murphy's Law and Hamster and Gretel aren't popular enough to get on Lily's radar, so we'd get shitty analyses by her on those.
I'm glad, I've never heard of those things, so I think you're safe. Anyway, so... These are probably, like, culture warriors who didn't even watch the original show? Like, show us what they're saying on, like, r/The Last Airbender or something, Lily. An actual fan community. Instead of these out-of-context tweets that we don't even know if this one is referring to Korra. You're not showing us the context. This could be from fucking anywhere about anything.
react extremely poorly, which means they will—
Again, being a female, okay to swap back and forth. This one's not even, like, negative. They're just like, oh, why isn't it, like, you know, male, then female, male, then female, male, then female, which some people assume that's how the Avatar cycle works, which I don't think it does. But, like, yeah, this person's just like, oh, okay, but why not this? They're not even saying it's a bad thing!
no matter
Did you run out of negative opinions this quickly?
or how good it is.
Why is it too
Yeah. Again, this is just fucking Twitter. Why aren't you showing what people are actually saying in fan spaces? Because probably this wouldn't, feed your narrative if you actually went to fan spaces and saw what they were saying about this shit.
John Williams sent a super chat. Tinson, bring me pictures of our family vacations.
I just love the one part of the montage where he's like at somebody's door saying, and your kid will get a tattoo on their face, like me! Just slam the door in his face.
girls back to back?
Probably because before then it was 2 boys back to back. That's
Again, Lily, 4 tweets. 4 whole fucking tweets. This does not convince me that this is the heartbeat of the fandom right now. You just... Oh, God.
So Kamo Tanaka sent a super chat. What's going in he? Oh no.
Welcome to hell. Anyway, Hazeruki is saying in the Twitch chat that 2 of those are apparently bot accounts. I wouldn't be surprised. It is Twitter. Again, you don't go to Twitter for, intelligent fucking opinions. You go there to fistfight people for their stupid opinions. That's all Twitter's good for.
why. Previous cycle was male, female, male, female. This cycle is male, male, female, female. They're both patterns and they both make
Okay, it doesn't even necessarily need to be that way anyway. Who the fuck cares? Seriously. It's gotta be a 50-50 if they're gonna be male or female either way every time, so...
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. You can't outsmart me if I am on all sides. Simultaneously. Lily then shows up in a reverse flash outfit with a goals beyond your understanding meme.
Basically, if she doesn't have a solid stance, then nobody can criticize her ever because she can just change her stance to just say I win.
Sky Macaron sent a super chat. Lily doesn't understand Pokemon, let alone anything.
Oh, she did another reaction to her own Pokemon video recently, laughing at her own jokes. It's so fucking obnoxious.
sense. I've actually had this theory for a while that every cycle of 4 avatars has equal gender parity in some way. But the problem is that's treating that question.
Okay, there's no fucking evidence of that, and again, it doesn't really matter because it's gonna be a 50-50 chance of being male or female anyway, as it always is in life.
Like it has any merit. The new avatar is a girl because she just is. Now get the fuck over it.
Stop showing your shitty fanfiction. Nobody was basing their shit off of your shit, Lily, because you suck.
Bean sent a super chat. Twitter is the Autism Thunderdome.
Kinda, yeah. Like, there's just, the dumbest fucking people on there. So again, she's not looking at any fandom communities on, Tumblr, she's not looking at any fandom communities on Reddit, she's not looking at any official forums or anything, just 4 guys on Twitter being shitty means that all the fans are stupid and hate that the next avatar is a girl. Even though she has absolutely no actual evidence of that. So, yeah.
This is what reveals the bitch fit for what it is. The same misogyny that was going around last time. When the leaks first happened—
Lily, that's you! You have been shitting on Korra for the last 10 fucking years! That's you!
the fanbase did not hesitate to show its disgust.
Well, the thing is, this looks like a fucking AI image. That's why everyone was kind of like, really? Is this real? This looks like AI, and I really don't like the costume designs and everything we've seen so far for this show. They're very mediocre. They're very just... There's no rhyme or reason to them. I know you can't see it right now because of the fucking tomatoes. Hang on a second. We'll bring up Distractotron too, why not? Let me just get that over here. I need to there we go. So yeah, I really don't like these outfit designs. The colors are just kind of and there's just too much going on. There's no, there's just no, design logic to it. It's hard to explain. I don't even care that she's only got 1 leg. I have a problem with this looks AI generated because it's so generic and shitty looking. Oh my god, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, Cryo. I was gonna try to do a fancy gifted sub effect for this stream too, and I didn't get it done in time. Now I feel bad. But thank you. I'm going to have to put up a link to the Discord on a member post later, I'm sure. Though if you connect your Discord account to your YouTube account, you should be able to get into the Discord, but it doesn't always work for people. But thank you. Anyway, so I just don't like these character designs from what we've seen in this new show. I just think these outfits are very uninspired, very mediocre. I think they need some more time in the oven. You know, I just don't like it.
Towards a dark-skinned girl being the new Avatar. Oh, so like everyone who dislikes Korra is a misogynist and a racist. That's what you're saying, Lily? Oh, well, not at all, Pixie. We can't forget.
Here we go. Here's her character again, cowering when Lily moves her hand, afraid she's going to get slapped and abused again. Yeah, Lily, domestic violence is sure funny. I totally believe you're a victim when you're making a joke like this. I really believe you.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Tenzin, let me break it down for you, Mark. Korra.
Think, Korra, think! Has anyone ever done that, I wonder?
Forget Hanlon's razor, stupidity is also an option. There just isn't an argument for Korra being the worst Avatar that holds up to scrutiny, or at least I haven't heard someone make one yet. All Korra is—
She opened all the spirit portals, which doomed the world to go back to the way it was in Avatar Wani's time. That's pretty bad. That's, even if she had good intentions, that's pretty bad.
Ever really guilty of is being brutalized. And if you want to make an argument for the world's worst Avatar, it's actually Kuruk or Roku or Aang who take that title, because all of them allowed severe harm to come as a result of—
I thought you said it wasn't Roku's fault earlier. And now, earlier I was saying you could make the argument that him not killing Sozin doomed the world to the 100-Year War. So...
their own inaction or unwillingness to engage in real change. Kuruk was straight up a lazy bastard.
It was my
We don't know anything about— he was on screen for a total of 3 seconds. We don't know anything about this dude. You're stretching. Yeah, this one dude who never even had his own show was definitely worse than Korra opening the spirit portals and changing the world fundamentally. In a negative way. Except for bringing airbending back, I guess. Oh, God.
Soreheart sent a super chat. There was a fan project called Avatar, The Legend of Genji. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't, but I might want to look that up. I feel like people could do a lot with this world, you know? If you wanted to do your own fan thing, why not?
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. She looks more like a flower child than earthbending child.
That's a good point. Like, I get that the world is blended now because there's 7 havens instead of 4 nations, but it's just confusing. It doesn't have any theming to it, you know? An outfit should tell you something about the character wearing it. An outfit is part of a character's design.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Pixie and Midori are girlfriends and make a fandom representations against abuse organization. This is my new fanfic now.
I might actually just fucking draw that, just for the lols. Midori and Pixie as girlfriends. I'm getting it. I'm starting to like this idea a lot. This will be part of the side canon now. I'll have to have a sticker of them if I have any room.
Up a lazy bastard.
It was my fault. If I had been more attentive and more active, I could have saved her.
But if you dare suggest that Aang—
Okay, that's just him talking about how his fucking lover died and got her face stolen by Ko the Face Stealer. And, you know, that made him realize maybe he was kind of an asshole and he grew and changed, and this was his advice to Aang about his biggest regret in his life. And you're calling him bad for that? For making a human mistake that cost a loved one her life? And now he regrets it?
Void sent a super chat. Avatar Kuruk literally died fighting dark spirits.
Yeah. What the fuck is she on about? We barely know anything about this guy, but what we do know doesn't line up with what the fuck she's claiming. She just thinks no one will
Nick
know.
Wolf sent a super chat. TBF. Kuruk a do-nothing simp who died in his 20s.
Yeah, he died tragically young, too. Jesus Christ, Lily, leave him alone. This poor dude.
Red Draws sent a super chat. PLS do not let Lo discover Deltarune. She will ship the main character with the darkener equivalent of their brother. Face exhaling emoji.
Probably, but luckily it's too much reading for Lily. She can't even handle reading in Pokemon games. How the fuck is she gonna play Deltarune? She already hates
Devin sent
Undertale.
a super
She's
chat.
contrarian.
No, he was forced on the spirit world be the past Avatar.
He was forced on the spirit world by the past Avatar? I don't remember that part, but I'll take your word for it. Again, it's been a while since I've seen either Atla or Korra, to be honest. I wasn't gonna rewatch them both just for this shitty video, though.
Aang makes a wrong decision, you're going to be on the end of a screaming fit from people who can't handle their
Are you gonna talk about how the other airbender, air nomad Avatar was telling him, hey Aang, as much as our beliefs matter to us, you are the Avatar, you belong to the world, you're responsible to the world, you need to murk that motherfucker. Everyone was telling him to kill Ozai here.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Tenzin, hands Korra a crossbow. I haven't been in this dimension for a while. It's okay to give children weapons, right?
Wonderful, yes.
precious little baby boy being in the wrong. Korra did not cause the apocalypse.
Again, every single Avatar here was telling him, you gotta kill Ozai, bro. You gotta do it. He got a Deus Ex Machina to not do it, but every single other Avatar was like, you gotta do it, bro. I haven't read all of the Atla books. I'm familiar with the plots of some of them, though, which I've referenced. I've referenced Aang and the Air Acolytes earlier, which you don't get a lot of that in Korra, but there was a group of people who basically wanted to LARP as airbenders. They were kind of like hippies, and Aang set them straight on real air nomad culture, and they became the Air Acolytes, who you see in Korra, who are not airbenders, or not benders at all, typically, but they adhere to a air nomad way of life.
Being in the wrong. Korra did not cause the apocalypse. The story is going to elaborate on that. Calm the fuck down.
The story's gonna elaborate on that. Okay, so why did you just spend all this fucking time speculating baselessly about what the plot was gonna be? You have no way of knowing that, and again, she is the one who opened all the portals to the spirit world, and now the world is covered in spirit vines. It seems to me like these two things are related to each other. You know, just throwing it out there, because how the fuck else would it happen? Anyway, so now she's just plugging her own crappy fanfic that we read the first chapter of. Blowing up the old rules. Well, again, Lily, this is exactly like all the new rules they introduced in Korra that everybody fucking hates, but let's see what she's gonna say about it.
So, with all that out of the way and hypersensitive men rushing off to natter away in a reaction stream, I'm actually quite enthused about Seven Havens. It seems...
Did you just misgender me, Lily?
Much of the plot will be centered around figuring out what happened to destroy the world, otherwise they wouldn't be so coy about it. But the fact that the new Avatar is supposedly a child means that the dishonest pretensions toward political subtext that killed Legend of Korra probably won't be repeated. It also...
Well, Aang was also a child, and there was still politics in the original series. So... Remember the Great Divide, Lily? We both liked that episode! Me and you, Lily! We're the only two people in the world who liked that episode!
won't be repeated. It also means a complete clearing of the board. Korra was largely struggling under the weight of The Last Airbender, and
yeah, the complete clearing of the board is what people are angry about. We have grown to love the world that was in Atla and Korra, and now they've basically destroyed it all and hit the reset button, and people are like, well, what the fuck? I don't want this. I want the world I've grown to know and love and want to learn more about how it advances. And now it's been dragged backwards in basically an apocalypse. So, yeah, they're starting over with a blank slate, but nobody fucking wanted that. Nobody asked for this.
Seems like Avatar Pavi, outside of solving a mystery, is gonna get a chance to express her own identity. One issue I've had with Avatar as a franchise is an almost Zelda-like adherence to formula. Team Avatar is—
The fuck are you talking about? Korra and Aang are two very different people. That was the entire point. Korra started out strong in every element except airbending. And she's brash and arrogant and hard-headed. And it needed to get over that. Whereas Aang, he started out, you know, comfortable in his native element and no others. And he needed to learn to be more worldly and get out of his own head and get out of his own culture. They're complete opposites for a reason. Is she trying to say that every character is a blank slate? Like Link? Because, like, the reason why Link's name is Link is because he's the link between the player and the game? You know? So he's not really his own person? You know? She's been playing fucking... See, the thing is, Lily has been playing Tears of the Kingdom lately. And sucking at it. And I remember I peeked in on her stream a little while ago, and she was trying to say that Tears of the Kingdom was the first Zelda game to use targeting? Even though Ocarina of Time famously introduced Z-targeting. Because it was one of the earliest 3D games, and they needed to do that because people weren't used to playing in 3D environments. I would say Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game, but I'm not like a... I'm not a big Zelda fan. I really love Majora's Mask, though. But yeah, she tried to say Tears of the Kingdom was the first Zelda game to have targeting. Which just shows what a fucking, like, tourist she is when it comes to gaming.
Formula. Team Avatar is the thing I usually point to, as Break have expanded on Avatar Roku, Kyoshi, Kurik, and Yang Chen, and almost all of them are given a Team Avatar consisting of all their teachers, a token.
Yeah, like, apparently you can't just be a solo hero and do everything on your own. You're going to have a support network. You're going to have friends and family and mentors. That's normal, Lily. You would know that if you socialize with anyone.
Non-bender, and at least 2 animal companions. That adherence to formula gets old after a while. Problem is, fandom takes comfort.
Old after a while? There's only been 2 shows. There's only been 2 whole shows, Lily. How is it stale? Do you want just the Avatar alone with no one to talk to or interact with or learn from? Why? Why would you want that?
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Man bad, praise me real leftist slork.
Yeah, right? Man bad, I said man bad, everybody clap, I said man bad, I said capitalism bad, clap like seals.
Aragandy sent a super chat. Lily, stay away from Zelda.
Yeah, well, too late, sorry to inform you, too late.
Soreheart sent a super chat. Oh god, keep away from Zelda, please.
I thought I already played that one. Whatever. Too late, though. Too late. Unless 2 people had the same fucking sentiment there.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Majora's Mask commercials were super based.
I don't remember them, to be honest. I just love how spooky the game is. I love the vibe of that game. I love it a lot. It's kind of cozy.
Sky Macaron sent a super chat. I would love to debate Lily on Zelda games. I have too much stupid knowledge on it. Shocking she plays them since she cannot read.
No, she won't know anything about them. Like I just said,
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Ocarina of Time was the first Zelda game that had targeting, and in the beta, they tested it with an R-Wing from Star Fox.
Nice, based. Yeah, that was the first Zelda game I really played, too, was Ood.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Avatar has 2 shows. Zelda is a 30-year-old franchise with more than half as many games. If Avatar is formulaic, Zelda is laws of nature.
That's a good way of putting it.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Even Batman has Alfred and Robin.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you want other characters there for the main character to interact with so we can learn more about them as a person. You know, like, why wouldn't you have a cast of characters in, like, a road trip show, which is another thing that the Avatar shows tend to be. They tend to be road trips.
The Neeraj Vito Game sent a super chat. Once she insisted Los needs to be more like WoW.
Of course she did, because WoW is, like, the magnum opus of video games to her, because she's so fucking boring.
For In the Familiar. While I was workshopping Avatar Neva for a video discussing
workshopping. Oh, here we go! I was mentioning this earlier. Let's get this on the big screen. We have to take a good, long fucking look at this, guys. So... Apparently, in her fanfiction, the newspapers are constantly, like, publishing stories about the sisters being incestuous. So it is just Lily's, like, fetish thing, like, oh, everyone thinks we're incest, but we're totally not. Tee-hee-hee, this totally isn't incest. Look at us hug real tight and rub our hands all over each other. But it's not incest. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. That's, like, her whole fucking deal. So, yeah.
This exact problem. The big rule I had for it was that there was no Team Avatar, that every stage of the journey involves an almost completely new supporting cast.
So how is Lavi not her Team Avatar? She, in the chapter we fucking read, Lavi says directly to Neva's face while canoodling with her, we're a team. So how is Lavi herself not the Team Avatar at least? So what you want is a road trip where they just have temporary companions in each area they go to. That could also work. That would still be a Team Avatar. That's like the fucking Doctor having companions, basically. but in, like, a vignette-style show. So what? I love how she, like, writes out all of these characters like we're supposed to know who the fuck they are. You know? Like, who are we supposed to know who Taze, or Madame, or Mount Makapu is? Okay, the antagonist is a mountain and the antagonist is a hurricane? Like, she writes this out like anyone is supposed to know this. Nobody has read your shit, Lily, and when you made this video, it isn't even available to read anywhere. You have the 2 chapters on your abandoned WordPress, and you have all the chapters your wife reblogged, but none of them can be read because your account got nuked. They're nowhere. They're in no man's land. You don't even have them on AO3. How do you expect anyone to know what the fuck you're talking about? And all of her videos do this. She always has to promote her own writing, even though it's dog shit. And nobody knows about it, and nobody cares.
With Lavi being the only other protagonist, and almost immediately I was inundated with questions from my patrons trying to weasel those things back into the concept, as if the idea of doing Avatar without them is simply unthinkable. It reminds me of Legend—
Yeah, Lily, because you don't understand the formula, and you're not writing for the formula that the show is. When you, I mean, look at what I'm doing here. I'm doing with Switcheroo, right? I do change canon a little bit, but I try to stick— oh wait, I don't have my screen up, sorry. I try to stick as close to canon as I can, even though I've changed canon a bit. But I try to write for Steven Universe. I try to write things the way Steven Universe would be written. You know? I don't just go off and do any old fucking thing. I try to write within the concept. Which I think is a good thing to try to do if you're writing fanfiction. Like, a lot of people, they'll do fanfiction, they'll write whatever the fuck they want. They'll go off far away from the original concept with it. I personally prefer things that try to stick with the tone and the world when people write fanfiction. That's a little more challenging, but you should challenge yourself. Even when you're writing fanfiction, you should challenge yourself, I think.
Mock sent a super chat. Don't you get it, Sai? Lavi isn't her own person. So she can't be Team Avatar.
Right. No, she's the Munchausen's by proxy who controls Neva. That's what she is.
Macax sent a super chat. Different friends, different areas? Avatar hearts?
Oh god, she is just writing Kingdom Hearts but Avatar, isn't she? Oh my god! And Lavi is both Donald and Goofy at the same time. What is this, Lily?
of Zelda, which rigidly adheres to formula to such a degree that some people seriously think the presence of a green tunic—
Lily, like, you're showing fucking Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, which were a huge departure from how the series has been up to this point. And then there was Skyward Sword, which was also a huge departure from the formula. And Twilight Princess, which was also a huge departure from the formula. So what are you talking about? I'm not even a Zelda fan, and I'm like, I know you're full of shit.
reminds me of Legend of Zelda, which rigidly adheres to formula to such a degree that some people seriously think the presence of a green tunic is more important to a Zelda game than exploration and puzzle solve. The problem with this is that it sacrifices creativity for comfortable familiarity. A new Avatar should be an opportunity to explore, not just—
Except you just were pointing out how the recent Zelda games abandoned that familiarity by not putting him in a green tunic. You just contradicted yourself!
The Nearage Video Game sent a super chat. Lily, no one gives a fuck about the green tunic.
I'm sure some people do. I'm sure when Breath of the Wild came out, there were some people like, why isn't Link wearing green? I'm sure there were people like that. But, like, yeah, she's showing, like, the biggest departure of the series on screen, while saying the series is too afraid to experiment, while showing it experimenting. What? What was even the point she was trying to make?
A new Avatar should be an opportunity to explore not just a new type of character, but a new way of telling stories and new approaches to philosophy. This is why my idea—
And guess what? You don't do that by... Oh my god. You know what this is? Hang on. But you don't do that by just resetting the world. You're right within the world.
philosophy. This is why my—
Guys, she is ripping off Full Metal Alchemist. While claiming to hate it! Hang on a second. That's like a constant joke in FMA. I can't find a picture of it right now, though. But it's like in the very first episode, people go surround Alphonse and say, "Oh, he must be the Full Metal / Steel alchemist because he's in this big thing of steel armor. That's clever." And then Alphonse points over to his little brother, not little brother, his older brother who is shorter than him, and says, "Actually, he's the steel alchemist." That might be confusing. Ed's title in Japanese is Steel Alchemist, actually, not Full Metal Alchemist, but Full Metal Alchemist is just a more catchy title than Steel Alchemist in English, but I kind of flip-flop between the two. But anyway, it's a constant joke in Full Metal Alchemist that people mistake Alphonse for the Full Metal Alchemist. I just gotta see if I can find a picture of it. I have my pen in my mouth. It's in like the very first chapter of the. Oh yeah. Here's one example of it. At least from later in the series. Where they're all pointing to Ed to say, "No, this is the Full Metal Alchemist, not Alphonse." And Ed's like, "It's been a while since anyone's made that mistake." It's a running gag. And then she says she hates FMA because she thinks it's edgy. Because all she knows about it is the arc with, you know, Big Brother, let's play. That's all she knows about it. So she thinks that's the entire show. It's just the Nina arc, which isn't even that long in the manga in Brotherhood, and they stretched it the fuck out in 2003 when they really didn't need to.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Remember when people were upset that Wind Waker was more cartoony than the previous games? I do. And Wind Waker is now loved because of the art style.
I was one of them, to be honest. I don't like cell shading in video games. It kind of makes me ill. I don't know.
John Williams sent a super chat. One main artist for Zelda revealed he hated the green hat for years, but the team kept fighting for it.
I mean, part of it is brand recognition, too. You know, you want your character your mascot to look the same across franchises and stuff because of brand recognition. So there are practical reasons for why characters are kept in the same design, no matter how much things are, like, you know, polished later down the line. Because look at, like, The Simpsons. Every time they have a guest character, they're way more complicated than the original characters in the show, you know? But yeah, okay, so here's just Lily ripping off the running gag in FMA. Just, yeah. After shitting on it. For the record, Full Metal Alchemist is my favorite comic currently. Seki no Kuni is up there, but I think it's still Full Metal.
My idea involved an Avatar who is a skittish, flighty coward. It contrasts both Korra, who loves being the Avatar, and Aang, who hated it at first but rose to the occasion, with a character—
Okay, so you do understand that Korra and Aang aren't blank slates, and they're two very different people who contrast each other. Yeah. Wow.
who hates being the Avatar and never comes to love it, always seeing it as an unwanted burden. How does a character like that actually be the Avatar?
Poorly, apparently, and you just, instead of showing us her becoming the Avatar and how she feels about it, you go, oh yeah, I spent the last 10 years mastering all the bending techniques, and now I'm just gonna fart around this town with my sister. Like, you don't want to tell that story, you just want to have sisters hugging each other. Too close.
Evie sent a super chat. Lily, you moron. Yes, Zelda has a formula, but it's a foundation that allows developers to jump off of to experiment. Majora's Mask is different to Minish Cap, underrated, to Breath of the Wild, to Twilight Princess. Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I thought everything was terrible, but then she said those magical 3 words, Big Brother Red Ward.
Yeah, that's the part where the scene really turns.
Robert Cruz sent a super chat. Lily should watch Neon Genesis Evangelion and end.
Well, you know, Aunt tried to pay her, like, like a bunch of money to do that, and she refused. Even though she complains about lack of money and how she can't get her wife into the same country as her. Anyway, I'm gonna take another really quick break, because I just have to pee again. So I'm gonna leave you guys with some more music, and I will return in a minute. I'll let the super chat come through, though.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Yeah. Seki no Kuni.
Yeah. it took me a long time to get into Hoseki no Kuni. I watched the anime once, and I kind of liked it, but I didn't really understand it. I watched it again, and I felt like there was still something there that I wasn't quite getting. And then I started watching Inspirational's videos on the manga while it was still ongoing, and kind of got interested, and then I read the manga in scanlations, and I finally started to get it, especially with him explaining the ties to Buddhism. That finally made the story structure make a bit more sense to me, and then I started reading the manga, and now I own, like, all of the volumes, except the 13th one, which isn't out yet. But yeah, I really, really like it. It just was kind of a slow burn for me. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys with some music, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back again. Just as the song is winding down. Perfect timing, me. Yeah, Sad Face is a musician I heard on one of those YouTube music mixes I like to listen to. I liked one of their songs, just went out and bought their whole album, and they have revenue sharing too. So hopefully they will make some nice ad revenue money on this while Lily is unable to copyright strike me. I think it's a fair exchange. Equivalent exchange, even.
And what does that kind of character have to say about the Avatar's place in the world and what it means?
Well, you weren't saying anything about it except, she really likes her sister, and buy the crust. And her hugging her sister way too close, whispering to each other while their parents were sleeping, saying, "I thought I was bad for you." Yeah.
Means to be one. So setting Avatar in a post-apocalypse is at the very least interesting. It's not the first global upheaval Avatar's had, and it gives—
It's not interesting at all! You just destroyed the whole world to start over from zero for a new series, and nobody wanted that because it was all the worst lore nobody liked in Legend of Korra. I mean Korra the show, not Korra the character. Try to pay attention, Lily.
It's not the first global upheaval Avatar's had, and it gives the opportunity to break out—
Yeah, what was that first global upheaval, Lily? Was it all the spirit portals opening? And remind me, Lily, who did that without asking the rest of the world if that's what they wanted? Who was that again? Which Avatar did that? Which Avatar opened all the spirit portals and caused Republic City to be covered in spirit vines, and now the entire world is covered in spirit vines? Who was that again? Oh, it was Korra! Yeah! Stupidest thing she ever did! And now they're doubling down on it! I don't know why! Oh, Full Metal Alchemist is a comic. Manga just means comic in Japanese, Ryu. So when I'm talking about the entire medium of sequential art, I tend to just say comics, to be honest.
Robert Cruz sent a super chat. The hospital scene might hit too close to home.
Which hospital scene and what? I forgot what we were talking about before. Anyway.
Of the old rules that strangled the predecessor series. Granted, this doesn't mean it's guaranteed to do these things. Resetting the board is—
What do you mean the rules that strangled the predecessor series? Lily, Avatar The Last Airbender is considered a fucking masterpiece. They developed that series, like, for 6 years before they actually made the show, which is probably why Korra sucks. They didn't have as much planning time.
Soreheart sent a super chat. If this new series does well, you think they'll make a Fire Avatar show?
Maybe, but I wouldn't want it set in a world that's already destroyed, you know, unless they really sell this to me.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Sorry, but I do have to point out that Neva despises being the Avatar, but then masters all types of bending and pulls out combo techniques that make Kyoshi's silent feet look paltry.
Oh yeah, and Lily also has her use bloodbending a lot and tries to make bloodbending a good thing just to be contrarian. Like, I think she had, like, some instance in the fanfic where Neva, like, uses bloodbending to force a bunch of children to walk to safety in order to save them. And she thinks it would be a good use of bloodbending to stop someone from falling by just freezing their blood in place. Lily, what do you think would happen to the rest of a human body if they were falling at terminal velocity and you just made their blood stand still? What do you think would happen to that person, Lily? They would fucking die.
Vinirage Vito Game sent a super chat. God, Lily's subversive wholesome Tumblr writing is corny, and not in a good way. It's like a step above Chuck Wendig's corniness.
Well, it's like, it's corny, but like in a creepy way, because you know she doesn't have good intentions behind her ooh wholesome small bean shit.
Bean sent a super chat. Lily would say Edward is a bad brother for putting Alphonse in the suit of armor because she's too dumb to know how human transmutation works.
Yeah, she wouldn't appreciate that he literally gave up an arm and a leg to save his brother, too. You know, like Ed and Al are, like, the most famous pair of devoted siblings, and realistically written siblings, who love each other. And Lily shuns them because they're not, like, both girls, and she can't drool over the idea of them molesting each other. Because she seems to think that lesbians who grew up with sisters will molest their sisters. She has 2 fanfictions where she writes a pair of, like, women in a relationship together fantasizing about growing up as sisters and exploring each other's bodies. Like, she wrote that twice.
Rules that strangled the predecessor series. Granted, this doesn't mean it's guaranteed to do these things. Resetting the board is all well and good, but a problem that's been impacting the entire entertainment.
It's not good. And now you're saying that reboots are bad. You know reboots are bad, and remakes are bad now. So wait, what? Make up your mind.
Guaranteed to do these things. Resetting the board is all well and good, but a problem that's been impacting the entire entertainment industry is that stories like this tend to hyperinflate the stakes to existential threat to our very existence right out of the—
Lily, nobody cares about the stakes. Nobody cares about the stakes. They care about them resetting the world to 0 when they don't need to do that.
Dr. Malactor sent a super chat. I just checked the video's like to dislike ratio. I cannot say the number of likes and the dislikes are disabled. Truly tragic she cannot be ratioed.
Yeah, she always disables dislikes.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. My 2 favorites are the Boiling Rain and Instant Glass. Both feats taking enough power to locally nuke whatever she was fighting anyway.
Yeah, like she just wants an overpowered Mary Sue, who's also an uwu small bean, who needs her sister there 24/7.
Evie sent a super chat. Hates being the Avatar, aka hates having to think beyond herself and sister. Hates having to be part of a community where people help each other. instead of being self-centered jerks. Neva really shows how selfish Lily is.
Now see though, an avatar with bad intentions, who's really careless and like the antagonist of the series, could be an interesting way to take it. But she won't take it there. She won't admit that this character is like a terrible person.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat. Lily could have had her accuse bloodbending for good causes, then slowly have her use for vile. That would require good writing.
Yeah, well, she wants to, like, just be contrarian and say, look, you can use bloodbending to be good. Okay, Meryl.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Bloodbending a clot out of brain would fuck.
It would. Like, yeah, you could do something clever like that, but honestly, the idea that you could stop someone from falling with bloodbending is, like, so ignorant to how the human body works. You know? Like, no, Lily, that would instantly murder someone.
The gate. Is this resetting of the board going to come with an introspective story about finding the truth hidden among lies?
Not.
Or is it going to do what Korra did, set up too many characters and plot lines for the limited time it has? Seven Hathens is setting out to be the short.
Yeah, but again, Lily, Nickelodeon was constantly jerking them around behind the scenes because they said, okay, you're going to make a mini-series. Actually, no, make it a full season. Actually, here's a second season. Now you're not getting any more seasons. Actually, we changed our mind. Here's a season 3 and 4. But only with season 4, we're going to air the last episodes online only instead of on the network. It was a clusterfuck. It's a miracle the show is as good as it is. It's not perfect, but it's decent. It has a lot of good stuff in it, but they were just getting jerked around so much. What I don't understand is why they're doubling down on all the worst stuff they came up with for Korra.
John Williams sent a super chat. Speaking of pointless remakes, they are remaking American Psycho.
Again? Wasn't it already remade? Or I'm just thinking of Psycho itself that got remade like 2 times already, and Carrie's been remade like 2 times, and stop remaking things that don't need remakes. Remake things that were shitty and make them better. That would be a better use of your time.
It's for the limited time it has. Seven Hathens is setting out to be the shortest series, half the length of Legend of Korra. This is not enough time to do something like Vaatu or Kuvira properly. It's not enough.
No one wants him to do Vaatu or Kuvira was actually a good villain. Nobody wants him to do Vaatu. The Vaatu and Ravi stuff was garbage. I don't know how the same people who wrote Twee and La came to such a misunderstanding of how yin and yang works and made it like a really Western dark versus light bullshit thing. It would have been way more interesting if the spirits had, like, blue and orange morality, and one wasn't just like, I am the light avatar and I am the dark avatar, boo ha ha ha. You know, that's boring and basic as shit.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Remember when the webcomic How I Became Yours had Katara bloodbend in the day? Fans complained it was lore inaccurate. Then Korra came out? Good times.
I now remember how I Became Yours is. Oh my god. Oh god, core memory unlocked. I did not want to remember that. Why did you guys make me?
The Neeraj Vito Game sent a super chat. She wants a Mary Sue, but a girl like Captain Marvel, not an icky boy like Goku.
Yeah. All of her characters are self-insert Mary Sue's. I just feel like both sisters are self-insert.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. The bloodbending scenario reminds me of when the Green Goblin tossed Gwen off the roof, and Spider-Man's web accidentally killed her because of the physics.
Yeah, that's exactly what would fucking happen if you just stopped, like, somebody's cardiovascular system dead mid-air while the rest of their body is still falling.
Confused Cabal sent a super chat. Bloodbending to stop someone from falling? Why? Airbending is right there.
Yeah! Why would your first thought be bloodbending, which you could only do on a full moon anyway? They broke that rule a little bit in Korra. But anyway, so, let's take a break to show you guys something really cursed. I don't know how many of you know about How I Became Yours, but it was a very long Zutara webcomic that was full of nothing but traced images. Here's, like, the most infamous page from it. Hang on, let me get this open. No, I just want the image, not the Reddit fucking... Like, the 3 men are supposed to be having a conversation with each other, and this bitch just kept repeating the art because she was really lazy, so it just looks really fucking awkward. I have probably flashbanged some people with this, suddenly having to remember it like I do. Look at this! Look at this! This was early 2000s Avatar fandom. Look at it! When I tell you it was a war zone, I meant it. Oh my god. Let me see what else came up on Google for it. I'll let the super chats through while I do this.
Evie sent a super chat. Bloodbending could be great for medical purposes, but that would require helping people which Nova/Lily is allergic to.
Here's another really infamous page. Why is... Oh wait, I don't have it in the right thing.
Sent a super chat. Give me my blind firebender already, Frike.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Anyway, so why the fuck... why is Katara in a Disney princess dress? Why is this European? Why are there cutout photos of people in the background? This comic was fucking insane! This was somebody's schizophrenic magnum opus! So if you want to see more of this, look up How I Became Yours. Oh god, I'm so upset that I actually remembered what it was now. I wish I could forget again. I need some brain bleach after the stream, and not even because of Lily. That's impressive.
Enough time to set up the sheer avalanche of characters Korra had. Korra didn't even have enough time for those things. This is my only real concern with Seven Havens. Are you going to tell an interesting story with such a—
Except Lily, like, each season, they had a new cast of characters they were hanging out with. Wasn't that exactly what you were planning for your own stupid fucking fanfiction? I don't...
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Hey, didn't this webcomic have a lot of Western and European tracing despite Avatar taking place in a Pan-Asian world?
Yes, it was very badly written and drawn, that's why it's funny.
premise ripe for interesting stories, or are you just going to make more big fight scenes? Are you going to have interesting characters that explore—
It's a martial arts show, Lily! All of the bending techniques are based on real South Asian martial arts styles. Why wouldn't there be fighting? It's a martial arts show. That is one of the primary focuses of it.
Are you going to have interesting characters that explore interesting themes, or are you going to deluge two-dimensional characters all over the place and have too many to do anything with? Are you going to accept—
I'm calling Zahir two-dimensional. He was actually a very interesting character. He was full of shit. I'll say that. Zahir was absolutely full of fucking shit, but he was an interesting character.
The time constraints you have, or are you going to cram a 65-episode series into 26 episodes? Are you going to take this chance for a completely—
Well, maybe it won't— well, you're saying you don't want it to have the same structure, and fundamentally, with only 26 episodes, it won't have the same structure, so what the fuck are you complaining about?
A fresh start, or will you waste that time on the kids and grandkids of the previous cast? Only time will tell if—
How was it time wasted to have Tenzin and all of them as characters? Like, how was Tenzin a waste of time? He was a great character, and it's interesting to see the characters we knew from the point of view of their adult children. They're gonna have a very different view of them, you know?
Igor sent a super chat. This comic is like if Lily could draw.
Yeah, she would, like, copy-paste any art she does and trace it and copy-paste, like, photos on the background. She would do that. She would do that. If it was her trying to make her own
Belrocky
comics.
sent a super chat. They Pocahontas to Guitarno.
Oh no, it is Pocahontas too, isn't it? No! So the real Pocahontas should go to England.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. If I remember correctly, the episode where Katara and Zuko went on a manhunt for her mother's killer, she bloodbent in that episode. She was a demon in that whole episode, even stopping the rain.
Even Zuko was shocked by the bloodbending. And that was the whole point. Katara was being, like, violently vengeful. And it wasn't good for her. That was the whole fucking lesson of that episode.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Psy memory came back like light grab in Death Note.
I know, you're like just screaming like Light getting his memories back. Are you okay, Yagami-kun? What did you remember?
Cruz sent a super chat. I want an Avatar series where the protagonist is an adult muscular man. Please like Bowen or Zahir. I can't just be satiated with Superman.
Fair enough, fair enough. Grown-ass himbo, muscular man could be a good Avatar show. Could be, could be. They appeal to a certain audience if they want to do, like, a more adult show. Anyway.
This is the case, but previous examples from Bryke make this an omnipresent issue hanging over the series, so temper your expectations. What do I want to see, though? Easy. Given that the story is twofold about the Avatar reuniting with her sister and discovering the mystery behind why she's become so—
We don't know it's a sister, we just know it's a long-lost twin! Korra had cousins who were a male and female twin set. It could be that. If Lily gonna be in shambles if it turns out it's her brother.
Hated. What I want to see is a story that explores those two things to its fullest it possibly can. I want it to just be about those two things and to do it really well.
Why wouldn't the Avatar series be about the Avatar? Why would it be just about... What was the other thing you said you wanted it to be about? Hang on.
Previous examples from Bryke make this an omnipresent issue hanging over the series, so temper your expectations. What do I want to see, though? Easy. Given that the story is twofold about the Avatar reuniting with her sister and discovering the mystery behind why she's become so hated, what I want to see is a story that explores those two things to its fullest it possibly can.
So you only want the Avatar to find her sister, because you're assuming it's a sister, and find out why she's so hated, but presumably she would know? Like, she's lived in this world. Presumably, she would hear people talk about the Avatar before finding out she is the Avatar, I would assume. Yes? She's like street rat, riffraff. She's street smart. She would know things, right? Fucking...
Meekly Sheepling sent a super chat. Are you going to waste time expanding your world, Avatar Studios? And Avatar having pointless fight scenes? Get out of my house, Lily.
I know, right? It's a martial arts
Angels
show,
Art
Lily.
and Gaming sent a super chat. Himbo Avatar. You have my interest. 3.
You know what? Just give me Nuktuk, the character, as the Avatar. Just give me a Bolin star in a Nuktuk movie where Nuktuk discovers he's the Avatar. That's all we need. This is like a special. Come on, Team Avatar.
Want it to just be about those two things and to do it really well. I don't want Seven Havens to take any of the traditional Avatar stuff. Build your cast differently. Give Pavi a different relationship with her bending. She's a child, so she's probably not—
You don't even know any details. You don't even know. Nobody knows any details beyond she has a long-lost twin, and she's the Avatar, and she's a street rat, and the entire world is in a post-apocalypse covered in spirit vines, which is probably the fault of Korra opening the spirit portals. That's all we know, Lily! How are you criticizing this show already? You're criticizing a show you made up in your fucking head!
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Okay, so now Bryke is the newest singular cog in a large machine that killed her dog this time.
Mm-hmm. She always has to find a writer to blame. Or the showrunner. She's always gonna blame everything on them. But again, I guess all the worst parts of Korra were Bryke, though, if they're doubling down on all of it, so...
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Now I want to see an Avatar that is like Major Armstrong.
And he just sparkles, yes. This technique has been passed down through the Avatar family! All the other, like, past Avatars like, will you please stop saying that?
Bending all 4 elements anyway. If you're going to have animal companions, don't just make it mascot and mount. If you're going to have team out—
why not just mascot and mount? What else do you expect an animal character to do? Do you expect them to be a big dramatic player in the happenings?
Avatar, don't just rigidly adhere to the same formula you had the last few times. Don't have Pavi get overshadowed by male characters around her. Let Pavi's relation—
What male characters overshadowed Korra? Nobody likes Mako. Like, nobody likes Mako. He's the most boring fucking character. And, like, Bolin was pretty fun, but, like, nobody, like, talks about him more than Korra. What are you talking about? Who the fuck overshadowed Korra? She's the only female Avatar we've spent any significant time with. Who overshadowed Kyoshi, then? Like, what are you what female Avatar has been overshadowed by male characters, Lily? When? Tell me. You're fucking lying, as usual.
Relationship with her sister be front and center, and for fuck's sake, don't
Why should her relationship with her sister, that you assume the long-lost twin is a sister, be front and center? Why should that? You don't even know the motives of them doing this Prince and the Pauper shit with the Avatar. Because, like, the Avatar Pavi, she's homeless and on the streets, and for whatever reason, her long-lost twin has been raised in wealth. So they're doing some kind of Prince and Pauper thing here, clearly. We don't know what else is going to be the context of that, though, so...
Sarah Claus, source sent a super chat. Kronk learning he's the Avatar would be peak.
Yes! He'd be the best Avatar. And he'd make the best spinach puffs, and he'd introduce them to the nations. So...
Evie sent a super chat. The art of bending has been passed down the Avatar line for generations.
Damn it! That's what I should have said. Wait, yeah. The art of bending has been passed down the Avatar line for generations! I'm just doing Inko. I'm just doing Inko. I have a very limited repertoire of voices.
Sent a super chat. Lily, we seen Earthbenders half Aang's age.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where she's going with any of this.
Denmark sent a super chat. Pretty sure Appa killed people. That's what the animal companions can do. Appa undefeated.
That monkey cat's just gonna tear some motherfuckers apart live on screen. It's gonna be blood and gore.
Confused Cabal sent a super chat. I'll say this from the looks of it. The airbenders in the new show have transitioned from monks to paladin-like protectors, which I dig a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, because again, the old culture's probably lost.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Genuine question. Does Lily think Bryke is one person? Does she know that's two guys?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's typical for the fandom to refer to Brian and Mike as Bryke, and just, like, one entity. That's a pretty common thing in the Avatar fandom, so...
Robert Cruz sent a super chat. Mako is like Zuko if you remove all the sauce.
He's sauceless Zuko. He's the ranch dressing of Zuko.
Lolo27234 sent a super chat. I want an avatar like Kimberly, just get dark with it.
Ooh, I don't think they'd be able to do that in a kid's show, but a firebender prime avatar that's like Kimberly?
Scooney sent a super chat. Calling it now. The rich twin will be the actual avatar, while the poor twin we focus on will be the dark avatar that the Korra series created.
Pavi's relationship with her—
Oops, I meant to pause the super kid. I really fucking hope not. I really fucking hope not, but they could do something that fucking lame. So, yeah. Or it's the other way around. The rich one's the rich one is the, dark avatar, which is what they're kind of implying in the fan art she's about to flash by, which you didn't pay for, Lily!
Pavi's relationship with her sister be front and center, and for fuck's sake,
Why?
Don't do a jealousy plot.
Well, again, we barely know anything about this series. And this is art somebody else paid for their channel? And you're just using it? Did you give credit, I wonder? No. No, you didn't. You don't even have, like, a description. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you just want to die in the algo, Lily? You don't even have any keyword, like... No wonder this video is doing so shitty. You don't have any good keywords. You don't even have a description at all. It's gonna, like, fucking take you down in the fucking algo, idiot. Ugh.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. This is so not Skibidi.
No, nothing about this is skibbity. There's no skibbities to be had today. I don't even know what the fuck skibbity means.
Lovix the Great sent a super chat.
This arm sucks.
You must focus only on the sisters.
Because Lily said so, because it's her fetish. That's the only reason why.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. NGL, I kinda wanna Tales of Bossing Say short where Mako goes on dates, constantly strikes at and his dates find love with each other. His gift / curse.
he's just constantly turning women. That's a joke, you can't actually turn someone, but you know what I mean, it's funny. Oh god, poor Mako, poor Mako. He became interesting finally when he had to babysit that annoying prince. And he's finally interesting because he's the straight banana to someone completely ridiculous.
If you have to emulate one of the old pairs of siblings, you do Mako and Bolin, or Sokka.
You know, Lily never talks about Mako and Bolin. She talks about Sokka and Korra. Sokka and Katara like they had to raise each other. But that was Mako and Bolin. They literally grew up on the streets as children with no parents and had only each other. But she never fucking talks about them, even though they're the exact kind of siblings she claims she wants. But, you know, they're not both girls, and she can't, like, secretly write about them making out, so, you know.
Or Sokka and Katara. Do not do Zuko and Azula. We have...
Ooh. Lily, between these two, are you implying that Zuko and Azula is some sort of incest? Since you put Adora and Catra, who you think are sisters for some reason, even though that was from, like, a third party who was gals being palsing them. And then you have the incest kids from the Lele. I don't know who any of these fucking people are. Are you implying there's some incestuous thing between Zuko and Azula? You fucking gooner. Zuko and Azula are a very compelling dynamic. Why are you showing her being batshit fucking crazy? This is like Azula having lost her goddamn mind here, for one thing. They're a very interesting dynamic because Ozai, being a second child himself, favored his second child. You know, and she had a stronger aptitude to cruelty than her brother did, so that made him favor her even more. And of course, their mother favored Zuko because he was a gentle child and more like her, and that fucked both of them up. Azula more so. Zuko is the one who got out of that cycle of abuse, and Azula was the one who was consumed by it. Because she lost her goddamn mind the second she didn't have power over something in her life. They're both very interesting characters. You forget that they're only teenagers in canon sometimes, because obviously these are adults writing these situations, but yeah, Lily, like, why are you even giving the hint of incest between these two? I hate you.
Azula, we have fucking had enough of that shit. Don't do old
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Mimic Desna and Deska, the Dark Horse siblings.
Yeah,
Lol.
why are you talking about Desna and Eska, Lily? They're fucking hilarious. I love those two so much. That's Korra's creepy cousins I was talking about before.
shit. Don't recycle the old formula just because it's familiar. I want new things with this series. I want new...
What is being recycled? What similarities are there between the original Atla and Korra? They're both very different shows with very different main characters. What are you talking about? What formula? You know?
Stuff. New. Only new. Those are my reasonable expectations. Now,
so by only new, you just want them to bring the world back to square one with the worst lore they ever came up with, okay.
Let's get to the unreasonable ones. If what I suspect is true and Korra's responsibility for the apocalypse is in fact a red herring, then I suspect the real
Would it be a red herring? She opened all the spirit portals without anybody else's permission and it fucked up the world, you know?
culprit must have lied about their responsibility. At the same time this came out, I had been both replaying Horizon Zero Dawn and watching the Chernobyl series, and I find that both are applicable here. Horizon is about uncovering the mystery of what caused the apocalypse, and what caused it was a greedy corporation that believed itself incapable of failing, run by a reckless and delusional idiot, whose last act was to desperately hide his involvement from those who inherited the Earth. The Chernobyl series...
Hey guys, I win. Lily likes Horizon and it has really bad writing. I'm sorry. I watched my friend play it and we guessed every single fucking plot twist. The writing is weak fucking sauce, so of course Lily likes it because she can understand it because it's so fucking weak and obvious.
This is mostly about the efforts to contain the Chernobyl disaster. But what it's actually about is the all-singing, all-dancing shit show that was the Soviet Union, a nation so obsessed with not being embarrassed and projecting a facade of strength that it freely lied and endangered the entire planet. The first...
What does this have to do with Avatar? Which is nothing like either of these properties.
best line spoken in the series is "What is the cost of lies?" I feel both of these are the perfect vector for the new series. Let's face it, a big reason they blew up the world in the first place was that Bright doesn't want to deal with the existence of the United Republic in 2026 after the twin horrors of the Russo-Ukrainian War and the Gaza genocide. But
how the fuck is Republic City like either of those things, Lily? Republic City is 1930s Hong Kong. Do you know anything about Hong Kong and how they're trying to stay independent from China? Do you know what city-states are? Where are you getting the idea that they regret Republic City out of anything else in the series? Where are you getting that from? Yeah, she thought Republic City was New York, now she's saying it's Gaza? Somehow? And it's Ukraine somehow? How? Lily, you didn't explain. You just threw out, like, current events! Current events! Look at me, I know current events! I'm smart, everybody! Current events!
Prince01 sent a super chat. Lily, it's time to move on from Andy and Laylee.
Oh, she totally hates that game, though, you guys. She totally hates that game. It's totally triggering. She doesn't like it at all, but she talks about it all the fucking time.
Space Frog sent a super chat. Lily's all toilet. No skibidi. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm 40.
I agree. She's all toilet and no skibbity. That sounds right. Sounds correct. Anyway.
Robert Cruz sent a super chat. Dylian, my betraying Azula is absolute cinema.
Yeah, especially when her friends betray her too. Like that's really what sets her over the edge. Like, the two people she thought she could always rely on as confidants and would always, like, be under her control through fear. She just loses that, and loses her mind as a result.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. No. No please God no. Lily likes Horizon no please.
I win. Horizon sucks because Lily likes it. Haha. I'm just kidding, you guys. I still don't like it very much,
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I want new. Said by the person that writes exclusively sister stories where nothing really happens.
I know, right? All of her stories are exactly the fucking
Miss Jasmine
same.
Sent a super chat. I don't think Ursa favored Zuko at all. She just wasn't able to be as close to Azula cause Ozai was grooming her to be just like him. If Ursa tried to correct Azula's bad behavior, Ozai encouraged it.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, but you mean, it did affect Azula, because she could tell her mother, like, didn't like her as much as she liked Zuko. Like, she could tell. I mean, she even has that line in the beach where she says, my own mother thought I was a monster, and she plays it off like it doesn't bother her, but it probably does.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. She did it. Lorch watched a grown-up show.
Yeah, I guess, about Chernobyl for some reason. Something I never knew interest her. I guess to sound
Nicholas
smart.
Mizell sent a super chat. Lily, I want new you. So I can go.
Basically. That twin better be a sister, or you're writing it wrong!
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. Can we get a stream of you covering Infamous and Weird DeviantArt users back to back?
Maybe. Like revisiting old DeviantArt drama?
Meekly Sheepling sent a super chat. I'm gonna throw a chair, Lily. Stop talking. Chair emoji.
Hey, coming in with the steel chair!
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. I just want to mention the adopted sisters thing for Katara and Idora. Lily used that bit from the show's Bible and they aren't always accurate to the final product of the show.
As far as I know, it isn't even the series Bible. It was some third-party thing, and, like, N.D. Stevenson was pretty upset by it, so...
Chipmanly93 sent a super chat. L Republic City is the root of all evil orc.
Somehow, like, again, Lily is telling us that Republic City, which was formed because there were firebenders living on Earth Kingdom land who had been living there for generations, and neither they nor the earthbenders they lived with wanted them to leave. And so you had a blended, mixed race, mixed culture community, and Lily is saying that's a bad thing and it creates incompetence and morons. Don't mix the races, kids! I I guess is her point.
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Lily's a writer that doesn't like to read.
She doesn't like to write either. She just wants her fantasies and wants them now, 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 now. I guess, you know.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. I learned recently that the VA of Horizon's Aloy is the exact same as that of Molly McGee, from The Ghost and Molly McGee. You know, a good show.
Yeah, Ashley Birch. She does a lot of voice acting. Actually, she started on YouTube with her brother, who was the writer of Borderlands 2, and then lost his career because he was a sex pest, and her career took off after that. But yeah, they used to do YouTube videos together called Hey Ash What You Play, and I used to watch them all the time, actually. They're still very funny. And, yeah, that's where she got her start as, like, a teenager on YouTube. She was always, like, just innately talented.
Bodied Arm sent a super chat. Lily yapping about her personal BS nobody cares about and vids that are about actually interesting topics will never not be funny and pathetic.
Yeah, that's all. It's every single one of her videos. Once you realize the pattern, it's just always there. Every single one of her videos is, I don't like this thing. Here's how I'm wrong about this thing, and here's why you should read my fanfiction instead. It's all of her videos.
Robert Cruz sent a super chat. Whose fiction would you read? Lily or Chris Chan?
Oh, God. I would rather read Sonichu than Lily's fanfiction. At least Sonichu is funny. By accident. But at least it's funny.
Signboard sent a super chat. Were you in the Undertale fandom?
Not really. I mean, I like it, but I wasn't in the fandom, or anything. I just like the game fine.
Evie sent a super chat, calling it now. If the twin is a boy, the show will be suddenly sexist for overshadowing the girl.
And it'll suddenly be bad, and she'll just, like, rag on it forever, predictably, as Lily do.
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. No, I meant users like the Wonder Bread guy and the fully permanent baloney guy.
User stream. I don't know. I mean, Deadwing already covers that shit if you really want to learn about it.
Auburn sent a super chat, playing DA2 during stream. Isabella said something she was doing felt wrong, like diddling a sister. The timing was impeccable.
Oh God, Isabella, please, girl.
Ironic sent a super chat. Sai, you need to talk about Dalby. You need to explain the giraffe. The children need to know.
I wasn't even there for the giraffe shit, to be honest. I was there mostly when he was getting ragged on for being on the front page all the time.
Mystic Blue sent a super chat. Hey, the steel chair is my bit. My silly gobo bit.
Look, everybody gets a steel chair, okay? Everybody gets a steel chair. Everybody take one from the storage room and hit Lily. It's fine. In Minecraft.
Having it be that the United Republic, along with the ethical voids that are Future Industries and Varric Global Industries caused the apocalypse and then blamed Avatar Korra, would just be a natural conclusion.
It better be capitalists that cause the apocalypse, not opening all the spirit portals, causing spirit vines to cover the world like it used to be in ancient times, which is clearly what is happening here. It better be capitalist, and the whole show better be focused on the two sisters. I absolutely know it's going to be a sister.
And honestly, it would simultaneously deal with the issue of the United Republic's existence by making it apparent that this was always a mistake to form this.
Why was the United Republic a mistake? Why are you showing Kuvira? That's the Earth Kingdom, Lily. That has nothing to do with the United Republic. What is your problem? Why don't you like this mixed melting pot of a city? Why do you hate it so much?
This nation in the first place. It was the primary cause of much of Korra's grief.
Wouldn't the Seven Havens basically be 7 Republic cities, in effect? 7 human cities that are blended between all 4 nations? That's what they're gonna be. Because the 4 nations don't exist anymore. So, like, it'll be 7 Republic cities, so why are you positive about that?
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. Maybe you could do a stream reading Dobson comics.
That could be fun. We could go watch, we could go read all of, So You're a Cartoonist, maybe. Maybe something I could do with Ant.
Anko sent a super chat. I hope the sibling in the Avatar show is a brother, as a middle finger to Lily.
I hope so, too. I would laugh so fucking hard. Yeah, good one from Miss Jasmine coming.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Steel? Chair? Galvanized steel chair.
Yes, it has to be chairs made from galvanized square steel, obviously.
Formed this nation in the first place. It was the primary cause of much of Korra's grief as the Avatar, and was formed.
How? How was Republic City her biggest fucking issue? How? Like, weren't you on the side of the equalists originally? I seem to recall that.
By her predecessor's fear of real impactful change. Do I think that's likely to happen? Of course not. This would require a severe progressive shift from Bryke, and I don't think that happened. They're only getting older and wealthier, and those are not ideal conditions to have some kind of great—
Oh, shut the fuck up, Lily. They're too old and wealthy to write good stories, but I like that they're doubling down on all of the worst decisions they made in the last series. Nobody liked Ravi and Vatu, nobody liked Avatar 1, nobody liked the Spirit Portals opening, and yet this is what everything in the new series is fucking based on, and that's what people are upset about. The things that are being doubled down on from Korra the series, not Korra the character. Ugh.
Ilonic sent a super chat. Lesbian kick.
Yes, lesbian kick. Lesbian kick. That is a Dobson reference. Oh, maybe we should read Alex Z Pirate too. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a double stream. Maybe we'll. It's
Robert
about time.
Cruz sent a super chat. Seven Haven should be islands and the Castar pirates.
That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, like that new Yakuza pirate game. That's the vibe. That's what we need. Anyway.
Awakening. So I think my simplest, most reasonable desire is, good or bad, just don't recycle the same shit. Don't be boring.
Again, how the fuck is anything in Korra a recycle of anything in Atla? They're two very different series with very different themes and very different main characters. Just because she has a team of people around her that are her friends? You know, like a normal thing for a protagonist to have friends and mentors in a piece of fiction, Lily?
I'm CD Call, thanks for watching.
Uh-huh. When the fuck did Pixie say Lily in this? I guess maybe she did at some point, I didn't notice. Pixie was brought into human resources for repeatedly dead-naming CD, which was a deliberate bit and not CD still adjusting to her own rebrand. And then I slapped her a whole bunch. I slapped her right in her stupid fucking cunt face! I'm a domestic violence victim, by the way! Totally! CD was written up for backhanding Pixie, but remains unrepentant. Yeah, okay, so you remain unrepentant about slapping a woman. That's real good, while you're talking about misogyny. Pixie's fanfiction fuck buddy, Phoenix, was quoted as saying, LML, fuck around and find out. Phoenix is the dark girl. And also, no, she's breaking up with Phoenix, and she is dating Midori now, Lily. Keep up. We are changing your canon. We have that power. I have way more fans than you. We're gonna have Pixie x Midori all over the internet! Get on it, Farms! I know you're fucking watching! Okay. So I know she stole the thumbnail, Pavi. I deliberately used a real piece of art from the production in my avatar, so I wasn't fucking stealing from anybody. So, yeah, okay. Well, that was a pointless fucking video, like I expected. Anything at the end? Look how she's trying to be like, I'm so quirky after I spent this whole video slapping around a straw man character who was then cowering at my hand the entire time after that. Jesus Christ. Well, that gives me an idea for a bit I need to add to my April Fool's video. If you guys don't know, I'm going to be releasing an April Fool's video where I shit on Kingdom Hearts in the style of Lily. So that's probably what I'm going to be working on for the next, like, 5 days before that comes out. So look forward to that. We have to draw some Pixie x Midori art, everybody. I'm going to put the music back on now because that was a huge fucking waste of time. We might look over, what Lily thinks her own fanfiction, what tropes it falls into, and then we'll probably...
Maddie Kitten sent a super chat. Katara, I'm a healer. Boo, it smacks that too with steel chair.
Yeah, that should happen with old lady Katara, even. That's what should have happened. They can't write well.
Miles B. Morales sent a super chat. Lily hates the United Republic cause she hates US.
Yeah, except they're not the United States. They're fucking Hong Kong. She's retarded. But we knew that.
Lovix the Great sent a super chat. But what if Lily headcanons the male twin as a trans girl like she did with Tai from Digimon?
You know
but that
she
depends
will.
on if she'll still be on Adderall. Jehudi sent a super chat. I now want the siblings to have a Moses and Ramses dynamic. That'd be pretty ballin'.
That would be pretty ballin', actually, especially since one of them's like a street rat. Alright, we'll let a few more
Angels
supers
Art
roll
in
in.
Gaming sent a super chat. I am so glad you loved my Pixie X Midori idea.
I do, everybody give Angels Art and Gaming credit for starting the Pixie X Midori crack ship. We're making this ship sail, guys.
Evie sent a
Maiden
super
voyage.
chat. I love Kingdom Hearts and I can't wait for your video shitting on it. It deserves the hate. Heart emoji.
I'm mostly going to be shitting on it in ways that will piss off Lily in particular, but a few of my own actual critiques have slipped in, and I'm basically writing a zero punctuation script, so...
IQA Signboard sent a super chat. Yes, it's DV Tropes timey. Is there a Switcheroo Tropes page?
I actually don't know, to tell you the truth. Has anyone written one? That'd be fun to read if somebody
Denmark
has.
sent a super chat. Almost forgot my straight guy tax.
Thank you, Denmark. I definitely need compensation from straight people. I forget why, but I just demand it now. Anyway, actually, let's see if there is a Switcheroo AU TV Tropes. Oh my God, there is! I didn't even know. Oh my God, actually, we're gonna look at this real quick. Picture this. What if instead of taking Pearl with her for colonization of Earth, forming the Crystal Gems, Pink Diamond brought Spinel? Actually, that's not what happened. How different would the Crystal Gems be, and what would the plot look like? Yeah, that's about it, though. Let's see. Adaptational badass, and Canon Spinel was only able to beat the Crystal Gems and Steven due to them being rusty with the help of the Rejuvenator, and lost once they adapted. Here, she was tough enough to take on Jasper and Bismuth on separate occasions. With the courts commenting she was a monster during the Gem War. Yeah. Age gap romance. No! It was a joke! I guess 3,000 years is an age gap, though. Spinel's 3,000 years older than Jasper. That's actually canon! Oh my God, this is making me so happy.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. OMG, Sai, you're famous.
I am. I'm famous, guys. I got my own TV Tropes page. Let's see. All Amazons want Hercules, and Jaspinel, it's after Spinel literally punches Jasper from a mountain does she start reciprocating her attraction. They're so, like, serious about it, too, like, in their language. Okay, we got the fucking circus rap going. This is perfect. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, though. Yeah, beware the silly ones. Yeah. Yeah, Spinel's a goofball, but she can fucking black comedy. Black comedy and Star Sapphire, which isn't even canon! It's not canon, it's Switcheroo! No!
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. You made it, kid. You're part of the big boys now.
Oh, this is so funny. Eyeball Ruby makes an appearance in Backstory's bonus track and a hologram breaking the news of Pink Diamond shattering. God, wow, they've been thorough though. I'll give them that. That's like a one panel sketch. Cool down hug. Garnet gives Spinel one after the latter trips over some vines that had grown on Rosa's fountain. Conspicuous gloves. Celeste, your comic made it in here too. Oh my God.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Ya done it, Sai. You're better than Lork. You didn't have to write the TV tropes yourself.
Yeah, right? I swear I didn't write this. I didn't even fucking know about it until somebody suggests I look it up. This is amazing! Extendo boxing glove, the Spessartine's weapon, my Spinel and Garnet fusion. Yeah, wow, somebody has been really fucking XP because Ronaldo... Because I had, in the early comics, I had Spinel, tormenting Ronaldo as a creature he calls Slender Gal. Because I'm a silly motherfucker. As a type, a recurring element of the comic is Spinel and Jasper's infatuation with each other, with various implications that she may have done something with Amethyst. And gives an I'm taking her home with me look when she sees the Famethyst. Yeah. Yes, I may have implied that Spinel likes quartzes in general, because she is my self-insert. Let's see, locked out of the loop. It's confirmed in Backstory that Spinel was still in the garden during Pink Diamond's supposed shattering, and early comic reveals she's never met Bismuth. Yeah, I almost mistakenly forgot my own canon and had her know bismuth. There's some TLDR for you guys. A TLDR. Behind the scenes, I guess. I don't know, I'm getting hungry. Metal slime. Spinel seems to be a rare type of gem on Homeworld. I will argue up and down all day long that is canon, that she is one of a kind. I will argue that until canon proves me otherwise. It just makes sense. Let's see. And I do have it as like a thing where like nobody's heard of her gem type. Even though we all know what the canon is, but I play coy in the story itself, you know? It's Watsonian and Doyleist, I guess. Let's see, Ninja, Iolite, not Lowlight, Iolite, has the visual cues of a kunoichi wielding a chain scythe and wearing fishnet stockings. Oh, that's the thing. I decided that mallet plus whip would equal a Kusari Gamma, so I just made them a ninja. Other me annoys me in extras. The Cannon Pearl finds Switcheroo Pearl unnerving. Averted with the Spinels who are cool with each other, yes. Oh god, this is funny. It's implied that Spinel has a very productive love life during her time on Earth. Oh, this is amazing. Stupid sexy Flanders and Biz Pearl. Bismuth finds Pearl's evil look attractive. True. I had her looking at villain Pearl going, oh no, she's hot. Oh, nice. This is fun. There's a few of the other, one of the other, Steven Universe AUs there, the Black Pearl one.
It's Wes sent a super chat, late on this, but I would unironically love to see Lily talk about Fallout. If only to see how badly she would interpret the themes and characters.
I know, right? Corporations destroy the world! Anyway, let's see what she thinks the Neva TV Tropes page would say. If it existed. I got a TV Tropes page for Switcheroo, Lily. How does that feel? Okay, so she thinks she would have a lighter shade of gray. Neva is often inattentive and concerned with smaller issues and avoids the major population centers. She also uses forms of bending considered taboo, like blood bending and glass bending. After revealing herself and having little wisdom to give people, the public grows to see her as a contemptuous and lazy. I wonder why, because she doesn't fucking do anything. You know? If you had, like, a negligent avatar, that could actually be interesting, but you just want her to be your super special Mary Sue who just wants to stay home all day, because that's what you do. I guess you gotta write what you know, Lily. Adaptational superpower change. The Avatar state. Neva's thought chakra is permanently locked because of her refusal to let go of her sister. Yeah, and in Atla, that was Aang's romantic interest that he wouldn't let go of, so what are you saying, Lily? As a result, she never gains control of the Avatar state, only goes into it when she's in danger or angry, so like every other Avatar. Goes into it when they're in danger or angry. So, exactly the same as it is in canon. This has made the Avatar state a reflection of Neva's worst impulses and vices, and as a result, her character arc results in her opting never to use it. If you had just made an evil avatar, the story could have worked so much better. Affectionate nickname. When she refused to give her name, Neva started calling her firebending teacher Madame. I guess that's who Madame is. I guess we'll never know now since most of the story has been nuked off the internet. Lavi calls Neva Little Pebble at times. That's a tortured pet name. Neva calls quality time spent with Lavi sister time. Nobody above the age of like fucking 11 should be saying that. All take and no give. Neva and Lavi's relationship is this early on, with Neva being needy, demanding, and possessive. As Neva grows on her journey, she becomes to deeply regret this and resolves to be a better sister. In the 10 years we don't see? Is that when that happens? Author appeal. This is the third story Orchard has written that involves people in an unhealthy and codependent relationship, growing as people and making the relationship more mutually supportive and kind. And they're always sisters!
So Kamotanaka sent a super chat. Yeah, thought chakra. Get behind me, sister character.
Oh god. Oh god, we're gonna learn so much about her mentality just through this shit, I think.
Miles B. Morales sent a super chat. Neva's thought chakra is locked.
Yeah, her thought chakra is locked. That's why she doesn't have any game like her sister does.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. This is how the Fire Nation thinks Earth Kingdom people talk.
Correct. We had that earlier with the rocks alive and by the crust, and I was like, is this an Ember Island players play? Is that what this is? Lily, your fanfic would be 10 out of 10 if that's turned out what it is. Anyway, Badass Decay. The United Republic, which was a world leader and trendsetter in the Legend of Korra, has lost most of its luster. The Republic's private corporations running unchecked have effectively neutered its power, as the pursuit of profits through cutting costs have made the most Republic products inferior to those made by other nations. Okay? The burgeoning free market capitalism was abolished in the Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, Air Nation, and Northern Water Tribe, and the Yuan isn't accepted in those nations either! So, they just don't accept that currency for certain... I mean, in canon, do they have, like, a worldwide currency? I don't think that ever comes up, actually. Did they ever do an exchange rate on currency? I don't think so. The other nations forbidding Republic corporations to do business in their lands meant they couldn't seek the constant growth that those businesses demanded, so they stagnated. All of this has left the Republic with little more than a gilded cage. The technological advancement the Republic brought to the world also ceased, and many nations returned to the old way of doing things. So you're just saying the rest of the world are a bunch of fucking Luddites, is what you're saying?
Strasberry sent a super chat. Really worried what sister time means when she describes herself and her older brother doing brotherly things to Courtney.
Yeah, she's a little too honest. Just again, why going after Lily's media stuff is worthwhile, because it completely bolsters the accusations against her.
Espionata sent a super chat. I missed a bunch of this because I streamed building the Lego Nest set with my boyfriend. I think I won hero.
You can always watch it later. Wouldn't that be a fun thing to do? Don't you think? So like she just spent that whole thing saying like you should do something new and don't go back to like the old tropes and don't just copy and paste things. And now she's saying like Republic City was stupid and everybody went back to the old ways immediately. Of course. Would Lily be Lily if she was not a hypocrite? You know? Oh, God. Let's see. Badass Normal. Lavi is a weapon master who is already capable of fighting Red Lotus benders. Wasn't the Red Lotus just Zahir's group? There was like 5 of those dudes and they all died. No, 4. Just 4. 4 of those dudes and they all died. Who are the Red Lotus now? What are you talking about? During her travels with Neva, she learns the bending arts alongside her despite not being able to bend elements. She uses this knowledge to her advantage when fighting benders. So Ty Lee. Why didn't she just learn chi blocking? Because Lily thinks chi blocking is cheap and pointless.
Maddie Kitten sent a super chat.
Cheating.
I know it's never stated by the authors, but do you think the swamp is a spiritual/haunting place based somewhat on Aokigahara? Thoughts?
I don't think it's based on Aokigahara. I think it's based on a lot of like naturalistic spiritualism, though. I mean, we joke about the swamp benders being Floridians, but you know.
Matt0044 sent a super chat. Plenty of people like Trava in the spirit portal.
I'm gonna have to take your word for that, because most people I know fucking hated that shit and think it's dumb. But that's just me, I guess. Bad powers, good people. Neva is very skilled in asphyxiation and bloodbending. I think that should be, I guess you can't even call it good powers. Yeah, but she chokes people and uses bloodbending in good ways. Totally. Just trust me, bro. Beware the nice ones. Neva is a more gentle avatar than most. She ends up developing some of the most lethal bending techniques, including using lava bending and air bending to rapidly heat and cool sand into shards of glass, as well as her boiling rain. This woman is a monster! Imagine if the whole story was people trying to get Lavi away from her. You know, kind of like how, she depicts, Adora getting away from Katja. You know, exactly like that. Big sister instinct. Here we go. Lavi loves her sister more than anything else in the world. Taking care of and mentoring Neva is what gives Lavi the most fulfillment in her life. That sounds healthy. She loves watching over her sister and seeing her succeed, and devoting her life to being the sole member of Team Avatar was a decision she didn't struggle with making. So Lavi is her Team Avatar! You lying liar! Or Lily just can't even remember, like, what she's written previously ever in her fucking life. Anyway, let's see what else she's got here. No, open over here, damn it. Alright, where am I? Big sister worship. Oh, stop, please, Lily, please. Mercy, Lily, mercy. Alright, Neva looks up to Lavi, cherishing her for how gentle and supportive Lavi has been to her entire life. That's it, huh? That's their whole relationship. One of them is mindlessly devoted to the other, and the other just kind of appreciates it. Okay. Nearly every tradition of Avatar is broken in this story. I think you just mean your writing is broken, Lily? There is no Team Avatar, except you just called Lavi Team Avatar. Lavi is the only permanent member of the group, okay? So they still have teams, rotating teams. So, Neva doesn't have a love interest, as her relationship with her sister is the story's central focus.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. The heat needed to instantly make molten glass would be measured in kilotons of TNT.
Oh, you think Lily knows that? No, of course she doesn't. Also, how would you do boiling rain? Would the rain just evaporate? Anyway, because of the above, the next avatar, Yakoma, doesn't have the face of the previous avatar's lover. Instead, she has Lavi's face! The avatar has the face of the person they loved the most in the previous life is just a headcanon. Second, that was just your excuse to do pseudo-incest, wasn't it? Everything you do is an excuse to do pseudo-incest, Lily. Everything! Everything! You're not even slick!
Gupa Dreams sent a super chat. Gotta go BC, I was asked to make dinner. Hope you all have fun. I have some pasta to make smile.
I was gonna make pasta later too. I have some mussels. I have some mussels and some shrimp.
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. This reminds me of Empress Teresa in the way where the protagonist feels more like the villain instead of the hero in a lot of circumstances.
Empress Teresa is a good example of writing exactly like Lily's, yes.
Vanderwood's wife sent a super chat. I take pride in knowing that the fanfiction I make on a whim for fun is better than anything Lily could write. And has no incest as well because I also have sisters. Because I like Arcane.
And remember, she only ever writes fanfiction. She's never written anything original. Ever. Even Scars is just a continuation of her fucking Stockholm shit. Anyway, let's continue. Neva doesn't have an animal companion, because you're boring, Lily. Because you're boring, and I think you hate animals. I've never heard of her having a pet. Probably a good thing, considering her history with dog art. If you know, you know. Neva doesn't have a main antagonist to fight against. Instead, the antagonist is herself. Her self-destructive cowardice and attachment to her sister. And is her attachment to her sister going to be resolved, or are you just gonna double down on it because you're a fucking freak? So yeah, again, if she was a villainous avatar, this could be interesting. Chaste hero. Neva has no partner, wears a large oversized dress, and recoils from sexual or romantic industries. See, it's not incest, guys! It's not incest, guys! She's Arrow Ace, it's not incest! No matter how much they cuddle and kiss each other. Clingy, jealous girl. Lavi has a habit of drawing these in. Kana, Lavi's girlfriend in the Southern Water Tribe, felt threatened by Lavi's devotion to Neva. This resulted in increasingly escalating attempts to drive a wedge between them. So everyone around these two sisters can see that their attachment to each other is unhealthy. Even you are saying within the plot, the attachment they have is unhealthy. But other people are evil for trying to split them apart. Okay, Lily. Okay, Lily. Neva, as a child, she was deeply attached to Lavi and resented her girlfriends for taking Lavi's time away from her and refused to get along with them. Given that Lavi's main condition for her partners is that they had to get along with Neva, this effectively meant that Lavi's relationships never lasted very long, though Neva grew out of this on her journey that we don't see again. This takes place after her journey. Though Neva grew out of this other day, the same she kept her fire chakra closed for a very long time. What? There isn't a fire chakra. You idiot.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Her only enemy is herself. So deep exclamation mark 1 exclamation mark 1 kill me.
Yeah, I'm 14 and this is deep. Cuddlebug, Neva and Lavi are very physically affectionate. So here she's saying all of Lavi's girlfriends are jealous of her sister. Her sister is jealous of all of her sister's girlfriends. And the two sisters are very physically affectionate. Lily, who the fuck do you think you're fooling? Like, seriously. You try to be, like, all coy and, like sneaky about this shit, and it's like, it's not even, you know?
Igor sent a super chat. I never trust anyone who doesn't like animals. Not wanting a pet is fine, but hating other living creatures is a red flag. Woman shrugging emoji.
I agree. I agree.
Bylonic sent a super chat. I need an adult.
I am an adult. Anyway, let's see what else I have here from what Inkster sent me. This is, boy, oh boy. This is something all right. I'm not quite sure what yet, but let's see. Cute oversized sleeves. That's a trope. Fuck that. Dangerously genre savvy. Staring directly into the camera that you think you're genre savvy, Lily. Lavi clocked Neva as the Avatar from her first panic attack years before she went into the Avatar state. What?
Confused Cabal sent a super chat. Sna, you explain the radiation poisoning?
I guess this came up recently where, I guess because she watched Chernobyl recently, she got this idea. Where, like, fucking Neva and Lavi are going to split up, and then Neva is going to die of radiation poisoning, stopping, like, a sort of nuclear power meltdown, except she lasts for years after that, but nobody can go near her because she's radioactive, and she writes a bunch of books. And then Lily didn't know that paper can absorb radiation, because she's never heard of, Marie Curie, apparently. So... Christ. So that's that, yeah, that's that. They talked about it more on the forums. I never read the actual thing itself. Let's see. Designated villain, the White Lotus. They aren't villainous, but their insistence on grooming the new Avatar is shown to be actively counterproductive to what Neva actually needs, or innocently insensitive at worst. So instead of her going with these people who are devoted to just training the next Avatar, what's best for her is to go wandering around with her sister, who she has way too unhealthy of an attachment to, and then not learning things the correct
Oblivion Blade
way.
TT sent a super chat. I've had a panic attack. Am I the Avatar?
I also have a panic disorder. We're all the Avatar guys. Destructive romance. Kana, who Lavi dates during their years in the Southern Water Tribe. She competes with Neva and even accuses her of harboring incestuous feelings toward Lavi. I wonder why. I wonder why this girl and all the newspapers and even their own parents think there's some such shit going on with them. I wonder why, Lily. I mean, you decided to write it that way, Lily. You are the author. You are the one who makes all of the decisions on this world from a Doyleist perspective. I think that's the Doyleist one anyway. I forget which is
Nick
which.
Wolf sent a super chat. Not to majorly, but in Avatar, the stomach chakra is also referred to as the fire chakra.
Oh, okay.
Don't blame me. Blame Guru Patak and Orbrike.
I guess I see where they're going with that, because, like, the stomach area is also where chi comes from, but that's not really the same concept as chakras, which is Hinduism, but what the fuck?
Bylonic sent a super chat. I don't trust Lork to understand radiation.
No, she watched, like, a movie on Chernobyl and then worked it into her Avatar fanfiction because she's an autistic 6-year-old. I don't know. Like, this is the kind of shit you write as a child, you know? Like, the kind of influences, the kind of obvious influences you have as a child, you know? It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. But how dare this romantic partner think she's too weirdly close to her sister, even though I said she is. Dirty coward. For most of her life, Neva was racked by anxiety and explosive outbursts of earthbending, rather. She spent most of her time cowering in her sister's shadow. Okay. The engineer, Lavi, modified her spear with a war fan to deflect firebending, which sounds like it wouldn't work at all, and designed a back brace to redirect electrical attack to the ground via a spike in her boot. Just wear rubber shoes. Throw rubber shoes when you're fighting lightning benders. Durr. A girl in every port. Lavi has a long-term girlfriend during the 3 or 4 years they spend in each nation. And it's not long-term, she plans to end it after a few years. And each time they have to leave, she asks them to come with her. Those girlfriends ultimately decide they can't uproot their entire lives just to travel with a partner. Sensible. Kana goes to very extreme lengths to get Lavi to stay, and after that, Neva tells her to cool it with the long-term relationships she knows she can't or won't commit to. Yeah, she won't commit to them because of you! That's you, Neva, that's you! Alright, let's look at the next one. Look at the next one. I hate past me. Well, she should just hate herself in general because she's a terrible person. Improvisational ingenuity. Neva advances bloodbending in ways beyond simply controlling people's bodies. She uses it to heal, aid, and triage, and even as a last resort to prevent a fight. The attitude around bloodbending improves drastically, as if that's a thing that needed to happen. Besides, waterbenders already have healing powers. Lavi is a frontline fighter in Neva's Soul Guard, which means they probably should have a team avatar. Hostile weather. During her airbending training, Neva had to stand alone against a hurricane that threatened the children of the Air Nation. The real airbenders get to just fly on the hurricane! Neva used sandbending and lava bending to create searing rain when she massacred the Red Lotus. Massacred! It's our hero, everybody! Idiosyncratic episode naming. Oh god, she's just gonna toot her own horn about something stupid. Most of the episodes Orchid had mapped out, not even written yet, have names that reference material that involves siblings. All the titles are about siblings. In my totally not incest fanfiction. Highlights include, she wrote this herself. She wrote this herself. Keep in mind, guys. This was just on her Tumblr. This isn't even the TV Tropes page. This is Lily imagining what the TV Tropes for her shitty fanfic would be like.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Of course she'd always have that spike in the ground fighting a lightning bender. Also he would never be a problem.
You're right? I mean, it would sear into her back.
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. Off topic, but I commissioned art of Bluey XFMA with Bluey is Ed and Bingo is Al.
I assume that's a pair of siblings. I have not seen Bluey. Don't at me, everybody. What's you're about to? Let's see. My Sister's Keeper for the premiere. Little Women for an episode about an orphanage and Gowling. His Master's Voice for an episode about Vatu. Thicker Than Water for Neva learning bloodbending. Frozen Heart for the storyline with Kana. The final finale, finally, for the final episode. So I guess all these reference media that involves siblings. I guess that's Frozen. Little Women being Little Women. I guess the Digimon episode. I don't know what the fuck these other two refer to. Living Emotional Crutch. Lavi for Neva. Early on, Neva can barely function without her sister's guidance and is practically socially disabled. Sounds very healthy. Even after Neva steps out of Lavi's shadow, she greatly desires her sister's presence at nearly all times. Neva can function perfectly fine without her sister, but would rather Lavi remain nearby because she enjoys her company. Well, doesn't sound like it. Especially since, like, Lavi's entire life is constantly uprooted and she has to constantly break up with her girlfriends because of Neva. It doesn't sound like she just prefers her to be around. What the fuck? Well, my sister's keeper is a play on my brother's keeper, which is a quote from the Bible. When after Cain kills Abel, God's like, hey, where'd Abel go? And Cain's like, what, am I my brother's keeper? You find him, you're God, right? You're omnipotent. I didn't do anything. So, that's where that comes from, but it's a title of the Digimon episode. The English title, obviously, because that's not what the Japanese title is, I imagine. No antagonist, so you just want to be really boring. No hugging, no kissing. I am pressing X to doubt. Orchard went through great lengths to ensure it would be very difficult to ship Neva with anyone. Therefore, ignore the main premise of her relationship with her sister. This is why she has no team avatar. This is why she has no team Avatar. I don't want you shipping her with any other characters. I want her to be fully focused on her sister, but it's not incest, guys. It's totally not incest. Totally, but you can't ship her with anybody but her sister. But it's totally not incest. Totally not incest. Oh my fucking god. Why? Oh, no sense of personal space. No, I need an adult. Neva and Lavi are often very close proximity to each other, are snuggling when they're off duty, and share a bed. Always with the sisters sharing beds. Always with her. This is like such psychosexual bullshit that all goes back to her molesting her sister. Why, Lily? Why couldn't you just be cringe? Why do I have to know these things about you? I hate it. I hate that I understand how your stupid fevered little diseased brain works. I hate it. I'm coming down from my joy of seeing the Switcheroo TV Tropes page. This is just depressing again. Platonic life partners. Jesus fucking Christ. Who do you think you're fooling here, Lily? Now, they were already very close before leaving. After setting out together when she was 16, Neva and Lavi stay at each other's sides for the rest of their lives. You don't usually say platonic life partners about a sibling, Lily.
Sent a super chat. Lily, for God's sake, look how much you mention sisters and people mistaking them as incestuous in your own work. I swear she's doing it on purpose.
She is doing it on purpose. This is what she gets off on, putting incest in things while pretending she didn't do that. But then she gets mad when people point it out, because she's not as subtle as she thinks she is. I am crashing out. I'm really hungry right now, too. Platonic writing, romantic reading, Orchard's hate dumb does this to Neva and Lavi in bad faith. I think it's pretty good faith, considering you just front-loaded this with all the reasons why their relationship is unhealthy and fucking sus. You know... I don't understand why people think that, she says after listing off all the reasons why people think that. Okay, so now Lavi also has a parental relationship with her sister that's totally not incest.
Sofagrams sent a super chat. Fake TVT page is so cart before the horse. She'd rather imagine people like her writing than actually write. She also wrote wikis for Madhouse/TSR.
Yeah, so instead of actually writing her work, she just writes fake wikis that she imagines people would say about her work. Like, it would be like me writing the Switcheroo TV Tropes page instead of just writing Switcheroo, which I am doing. We didn't get very far today, but, you know, it's a Lily stream. That's what tends to happen. Rock beats laser. Okay. Lavi prefers a fight with a 100-year war-era spear. So in your video, Lily, you were talking about how people need to do different things, but you keep bringing everything back to the old ways in your fucking fanfiction. Idiot. I don't care about Yakoma. Your other avatar you haven't even written. Oh my god.
Vanderwood's wife sent a super chat. Gotta eat now. Thanks for the stream, Sigh.
No problem. I need to fucking eat soon, too. To be honest, I am starving right now. But we're all in this together. Neva firebends exclusively from her fingertips. Why? Why is that important to note? Why? Together in death! Lavi is the first to die, leaving Neva without her sister for 15 years before she finally passes. They're reunited in the spirit world and spend the rest of their afterlife together. That's not how the spirit world works! Dead people do not go to the spirit world unless it's a particular circumstance. Iroh found out that going to the spirit world after he died didn't mean he was going to find his son. His son isn't there because humans don't typically go to the spirit world. The only other humans in the spirit world are the lost souls in the fog down where Zhao is, you idiot. You don't even know the lore.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Why can't Lily just make these TV Tropes pages herself on TV Tropes?
I don't know.
I made a TV Tropes page of one of my fanfic series. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, she just decided to do this in response to a Tumblr ask, instead of just making an actual page. Well, Iroh already had, like, some spirit training. Like, he was interested in the spirit world because he wanted to, like, hopefully see his son again. But it never happened because that's not how the spirit world works. So, yeah. Undying loyalty. Lavi would lie down on a sword for her sister and devotes her life to accompanying her as she performs her duties as the Avatar. Yeah. Unpopular, popular character. Neva is one of the most disliked avatars in the world, owing to her refusal to act as an enforcement arm and spending more time on small village struggles than the larger social political issues. So instead of being the Avatar. However, among Orchard's audience, Neva is well liked, says I in the third person. Speaking for my audience.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Ultimate Redeem and Weep Review. URR.
I'm gonna add to my own TV Tropes page on Switcheroo and say my fans really like everything I do ever. Oh, hey, we're back with Shabuzi like we started the stream. Perfect.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. It's not incest. She says, while straight up using romantic tropes.
I know, and like Neva saying, I thought I was bad for you. What the fuck?
Rock Josiah sent a super chat. She's banned from TV Tropes. She edit weird a lot.
How do you get banned from TV Tropes? How? And thank you for the very generous super chat.
Need to work at but have some money first.
Thank you. I will gladly accept your money. And thank you guys, as always, for being very generous with your supers. I appreciate it a lot. It helps me live the life I live right now, doing pretty much full-time content creation. Hope you guys enjoy the
Cryohazard sent
video.
a super chat. Here's a crazy thought for Lily. How about not putting a relationship in there? Because it sounds like Lily's main character is a call girl.
I don't know. So here's the last one. What do you mean it's not political? The scorn thrown onto the United Republic and its barely regulated corporations is done to establish the Republic isn't a world leader and that it's not the model the world follows anymore. But beyond that story, it has little to say about capitalism or liberal democracy the Republic represents. Why do you hate Republic City so much? Why do you hate the mixed race melting pot that is Republic City so much, Lily? Why? Okay. I think that's where we're gonna wrap up. It's like 7 o'clock. I haven't eaten since like noon. I need to go make dinner. I might have a sandwich before I make my pasta, actually, because I'm really fucking hungry right now. Let me take this director's rod off. I didn't get this whole panel inked because I was too busy yelling at Lily, but that's always what happens. Hopefully I'll be working on this more before next week. I will be mostly focusing on finishing the April Fool's video, but when... I think April Fool's is a Tuesday, so it's gonna be the day before my next stream. I might have you guys vote on another React stream, or I might just do a normal short stream next week. I haven't decided yet. It's going to, depend on my mood and how tired I am after busting my ass on the rest of this video I've been procrastinating on. So, but I hope you guys look forward to that. We'll end with Mr.
Swordheart sent a super chat. She hates Republic City because it has Republic in it like Republican.
Right. Does she know that the United States is a democratic republic? Probably not. Anyway.
Lovix the Great sent a super chat. Lo got banned from TV Tropes because she kept editing her own page to look more favorably.
That's funny because I heard her pages already fucking glaze her, and all of her fans glaze her, so what the fuck more could she possibly have wanted? Alright, I'll end the music there. This is a good place to end, but yes. I will have you guys, I will let you guys vote on Leo, but I have another one to throw in there in the voting pool. So if you guys see a poll, you'll know we're doing a react next Wednesday. Otherwise, it might just be the usual drawing and gabbing. But let me see, actually, let me see real quick if anyone else is streaming, if I can redirect you guys to somebody, because that's always fun. It's always fun to raid people, and I've been forgetting to do it the last couple of times, so let's see. Let's see who is live right now. A lot of music, music people that I follow. Was it Malcolm streaming today? Is he done already? Let me see if I can find him. Let's see. Come on, Malcolm, where are you? I thought he was streaming today. I don't see him on there, though. Damn it. I don't really see anybody I can send you guys to on my list. Oh well. Otherwise I would have sent you somewhere. Let me just double check though, because I could have sworn he was fucking streaming today. So, give me a second here. Yeah, Malcolm recently did I Am Alex's video, which was pretty pathetic. Pretty pathetic. No, I don't think he is streaming anymore. I know he was streaming today, too. Yeah, oh well. Okay, I got no way to send you guys. But, again, thank you for all your super chats. Thank you for your time. I hope you guys had fun. And the next thing to look forward to is definitely going to be my April Fool's video, which I will probably not be seeing around a lot as I crunch my way through that. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and I'm gonna go eat dinner now. Goodbye.